lack concentration, and by that, you may not come out well as expected. So these are challenges that we are facing, or the education is facing in Nigeria now, that students no longer have confidence, unlike before, where you will send your child to a school far away from you, and you sleep with your two eyes closed that he or she is secured. It's no longer like that. So these are the challenges that we have in the educational sector now, and it's not helping us.
Bethel Baptist High School, also in Kaduna State, is now one big deserted community. On the night of July 5th, 2021, several gunmen invaded the school and kidnapped 121 students, taking them into the forest. It would take several months and millions of naira in ransom payment before the bandits would release the students. The last student in captivity only just got freed November 2nd, 2023, 2 years and 4 months after the mass abduction. But since that incident, the school has been abandoned. The management now uses a temporary location for the school.
You needed to see this place before now, okay, or maybe before the incident that happened on the 5th of July 2021. This place was so clean, so tidy, so a very serene environment for one to be. But now you can see how it has become so bushy that a lot of the places had to be converted to farms to reduce the bush. You've gone around, you've seen the football pitch, how it has been converted to a farmland. The all other courts have been converted to farmlands. All these are just to make sure that the place is maintained, to reduce the bush. It has affected education, particularly the school. A lot of money was spent that we cannot actually say the amount that was given to the bandits, how the staff also suffered, how everyone, but most of the students, some of them didn't come back again. They went to schools, not that were not actually their first choice. Some, I cannot say whether some finally become dropouts or whatever. But let's add example, one of the students that has not yet come back. What do you think happened to his education? He does not continue with education. Now he can be classified under dropout. So that's part of the effects. Security has become so devastating in our nation that education is receiving its own quota of the effects of this insecurity.
We spend gathering money and getting support from spirited individuals, huge money. I can quote that we spend over 250 million naira to get those students of Baptist High School, Kujama, to come back. That is just one. That's just one. And you don't talk about the students of the school in, because for us in Kaduna State, the other school that suffered similar challenge was the school in Awong. And then you keep talking about other places that had to shut down schools completely due to this insecurity. Now, there was nothing we could do than first to encourage parents not to give up, not to allow the insecurity discourage them from sending their children to school. Because as I've earlier explained, it is a strategy of terrorists, it's a strategy of enemies of education to discourage and stop young children from acquiring education. And we must not give in. So some other communities that are having similar challenge, what we normally do is to encourage them to either move their children to a safer school or to a safer community, because we have nearby communities where schools are within the city, not outside where you are afraid your daughter may be taken away, and so on and so forth.
Nigeria has among the worst out-of-school children rate in the world. A 2022 UNESCO report puts the figure at approximately 20 million, and the majority of them are in the north of the country. Attacks on schools are only worsening the situation.
The place of education in our community today is facing a very serious, I could say multifaceted challenges. You look at it from security, you look at it from the poverty around, you look at it from all the troubles and all this. So education seems to be like it is dying at a time that the world is growing through education, because science and technology is the order of the day. And if your child is not educated, you can imagine what he will be, or you can ask yourself, where will he be fit to serve in the future? And in Nigeria, especially in the northwest Nigeria, we are thinking that all is well, all is not well, because this large percentage of young children who may not have certificate in the next 5 years or 10 years, who will have no knowledge to even relate with the outside world in the next few years, then they will be easily and cheap for bandits, terrorists, or every extremist group to recruit them and say, oh, come, the society is not giving you what you want, come, let's fight them. But the agenda is not come, let's fight them. The agenda is to just destroy everything about the society.
A report by the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, indicates that over 11,000 schools were closed in 2020 due to a series of armed attacks in some parts of Nigeria. It says the country's northwest region accounted for 76% of the attacks, and in 2021 alone, no less than 25 schools were attacked. All of this, the report says, has led to increased school dropout.
So there is need for government to either vote special funds for security of educational institutions or provide security. Let there be proper security installations in all educational institutions. Just imagine bandits entering Nigeria Defense Academy. You can now see how sophisticated these people are. Not to talk of ordinary institutions that is maybe civilian base. So how will you contain that kind of people? So there is need for government to come in. So without that, there is fear, because we can never tell the next dimension that these people will come up with.
The bandit has successfully created fear in the minds of many parents. Government must get people to work along with her in educating, sensitizing, advocating, mobilizing people to say, no, let's not give up. Let's not give up. Let's not give up. Let's send our children to school. Because when we allow this thing to continue for another 5 years, then the out-of-school number will triple instead of reducing. But that's what the enemy of education wants, and he seems to be gaining ground. And then there's poverty in the land. So he's succeeding faster than we can even imagine. But we will not give up. We'll do our best to reduce the gap. But I can't lie to anybody that we can get it the way we want for now.
It will take a long time for things to return to normal in the schools that have suffered attacks, and perhaps much longer for those that have been abandoned for now.
One of the biggest challenge that terrorism have actually brought to the front burner in Nigeria is her dislike for education. The Boko Haram simply put that education is a sin or education is evil. Tells you a lot about the agenda of the terrorists and the way they want to ensure that they crumble education. In their own thinking, it is Western education that has brought about liberalization. It is Western education that has made children disobey their parents. It is Western education that has brought about the terrible way young people dress because they want to live in a free society. And you can go on and on and on and on and on and on. And so they begin to attack education. So when children are being kidnapped by bandits, apart from the idea of getting money as ransom, it's also to help meet up the need of the bandit or the terrorists by ensuring that young children, especially young girls, are discouraged from education.
The government has since begun a 144.8 billion naira Safe School Initiative project in 18 states, covering at least 48 schools in each state this year. The project will cover a period of 3 years, but it remains to be seen what difference it will really make on the ground.
virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés. On a initié, intégré les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension. Et on nous a déguerpi et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'avons planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Pour les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Notre projet d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
Hello and welcome. Now, it's been more like 1 week, one trouble for the Labour Party as its leadership crisis continues to worsen. This time, it's more like fire for fire from both factions. So what happened? Well, the faction of the embattled national chairman of the party, Julius Abure, recently met and slammed an indefinite suspension on 6 prominent members of the party, including Abia State Governor Alex Oti, Senators Darlington Wokocha and Ireti Kingibe, over alleged anti-party activities. Now, others suspended are House of Representative members Victor Afam Ogene, Amobi Oga, and Sheyi Shoumi. The party's National Executive Council said the decision followed the recommendations of a 5-man disciplinary committee set up on May 2nd, 2025 to probe allegations of anti-party conduct. It also addressed the omission of Nenadi Usman from the suspension list, stating that she is not a registered member of the Labour Party, but a supporter of its 2023 presidential candidate, Peter Obi. Take a lesson now to Abure.
The following members of the party have been suspended from the party and all its activities indefinitely and with immediate effect. Number 1, Dr. Alex Oti. 2. Senator Ireti Kingibe. 3. Senator Darlington Nwokocha. 4. Honorable Victor Afam Ogene. 5. Honorable Amobi Oga. 6. Honorable Sheyi Shoumi. By this suspension, these former members of the party will no longer act on behalf of the party. All concerned institutions, including the Nigerian Governors Forum, the National Assembly, INEC, and the security agencies, amongst others, are to take note.
Well, that's actually Obiora Ifo, the National Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party now. That's the faction of the Labour Party loyal to Julius Abure. Now, in response to the action of that action now by the Abure faction, the other faction led by Nenadi Usman, which is, of course, the caretaker committee backed by the Abia State Governor Alex Oti, returned fire by announcing that it had opened an investigation on alleged corruption and forgery against Abure. In fact, they went ahead to announce the suspension of Abure as well. Now, Senator Ireti Kingibe was appointed to lead the investigation and recommend appropriate sanctions at the end of the process. The faction also accused Abure of impersonating as the chairman of the party, saying that he has since been removed by the Supreme Court. And in response to his suspension from the party by the Abure faction, Governor Oti has asked the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, to arrest Abure, accusing him of impersonation. In a statement by his media aide, Oti argued that Abure did not have the power to suspend him and 5 others from the party because he was no longer the LP's national chairperson. He also described Abure's action as, quote, an affront on democracy, end of quote. Well, it appears there's no end to this crisis in the Labour Party. Only God knows when this and how this will be resolved. Joining me now to discuss this further is a legal practitioner and political affairs analyst, Libros Oshoma. Also joining us is a political affairs analyst, Charles Ideho. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Libros, let me start with you because you are the lawyer here. Didn't that Supreme Court judgment remove Abure as the national chairman of the party?
It was to decline jurisdiction to that matter, saying that the parties should go and resolve their matter. The Supreme Court did not go into the meat or merit of the case. You remember at the Court of First Instance, the court gave judgment in favor of the Nenadi Usman-led faction.
Yes.
At the Court of Appeal reinstated Abure.
Yes.
And then the Supreme Court lashed out at the Court of Appeal that the Court of Appeal does not even have jurisdiction at all. That the courts, the Federal High Court and the Court of Appeal does not have jurisdiction to look into the matter, not to talk of even making an order. And that so, being a party matter, an internal affair of the party is at best, in the best place to resolve their crisis. So the court didn't make an order. So what?
But I thought the court also said Abure's tenure had expired.
I don't remember the court making that pronouncement because the court, if the court had said that the tenure had expired, that would mean the court, making a pronouncement on the matter. The court only said, I think it was the Court of First Instance that said the Abure's tenure had expired, and the Court of Appeal disagreed. But the Supreme Court disagreed with both the Court of First Instance and the Court of Appeal, holding that both courts lacked jurisdiction to hear the matter, being an internal affair of the party, that it was the party's prerogative to decide their internal affair. So what now happened was both parties started claiming victory. Because the appeal against the Court of Appeal judgment was against Abure, the moment the court declined jurisdiction, what the OT, Nenadi Usman's faction, said was that that means the judgment that reinstated Abure had been nullified. And so to that extent, judgment, God had given them judgment. While Abure's faction had said, well, since the court had heard that parties should go back and resolve their issue. And the party had met, was it in Anambra, and Abure was re-elected, and so that should stay. So that's why both parties are holding on to victory, at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court did not make a definite pronouncement giving either of the party judgment. That was the same thing that happens with the seat of Ayaun in PDP. And so you saw what the PDP now did. The National Working Committee, subject to the neck of the party, had appointed a caretaker secretary.
Charles, why is it difficult to resolve this? Because as it is today, you have Julius Abure acting as he says he's the national chairman of the party. Ninadi Usman says she is the acting chairperson. She is actually leading a caretaker committee. And of course, questions have been raised as to whether those who actually set up that caretaker committee had the power to do so and all of that. But why do you think it's so difficult to resolve this? Why is it difficult for, these key actors to sit down at the table and iron this out?
Okay, first, we must look at all these cases in a merit. Number one, all parties have laws that govern them, all right? So when you have disputes, you resort to your laws, the laws you made for yourself, the laws made by yourself in order for you to self-govern yourself. So that's exactly where they are not referring to those laws. That's the way I see it. Number one, I have looked at all the political parties in Nigeria, and I look at the way they are organized, the way they organize themselves. But you see, you can't remove a national officer of any party without the National Working Committee meeting, either to ratify the person's position or to say the person had, maybe his tenure had expired. And if your tenure has expired, there has to be a national convention through which that you can now elect a new executive. That has not taken place in Labour. So it means that if the National Working Committee has not met and there's no national convention, Abure, by default, remains the national president.
Doesn't it matter that the chairman, I mean, the governor, Governor Alex Oti is on the other side, and Peter Obi is as well on the other side. Doesn't that give them that legitimacy to have taken the action they took?
No, it's not. It's not, because you'll be doing something or nothing. As I said, okay, the way parties are structured, you have the National Working Committee, you have the National Executive Committee, then you now have all of them replicated in all the respective states. So each organ has its laws, each organ has its power to dispense. When you want to come up with a new executive, there has to be a national convention. It's explicitly stated. There has to be a national convention through which you can choose all this. But if it has not happened, then you cannot say you are the leader. And one other thing that Abure was fighting, because in a manner of speaking, I can tell you that when Abure, there was a time he had problem with about whether he embezzled money, that he had the SEC problem and all that. When he was set free, I personally, they contacted me, and I remember I arranged a media briefing for him at Marriott Hotel. Sorry for mentioning brand, actually. And I remember all of them, all the cards were laid on the table. You understand? Now, there has not been a national convention organized where they can say, okay, Abure's tenure has expired. That's the case. Now, going to Oti and what's his name now? Peter Obi. I also blame Peter Obi. Why I blame him on two fronts. Number one, Peter Obi, I think what he did was that he forfeited the goodwill he enjoyed when he has this organic followership that was brought upon him by the obedient movement. What he has done was that it should have transitioned them into Labour Party membership. And that would have shored up the power that, of course, all of them were building Labour Party, number one. Number two, then what Abure was fighting was that there was a clandestine move, allegedly so, that they were all making all these things a regional body, regional party. If you look at all the names you'll be having there, all of them suspended, they're all Igbo. Abure said, no, this is a national party. You receive all your votes from everywhere. Now, because we had a governor from the southeast, does not make the party a southeast party. So let's remain where we are. Let us have this spread across Nigeria. Because if we continue to defer to OT, because it's the only party that the only governor that the party had been able to put in their kitty, then there will be a problem. What happened to ABGA? ABGA being a regional party, will also happen to Labour Party.
Governor Oti has called for, has asked the Inspector General of Police to arrest Abure for impersonation. Do you expect, do you see the Inspector General of Police acting on this?
It is not the business of the Inspector General of Police to dabble into a family matter of a Labour Party until it is decided whether Abure remains the national chairman of the party or not. It is not in the mouth of anybody to say, go and arrest him. It's like two people fighting, and then one says, police arrest him. The other one says, police arrest him. He's the thief. The other one says, no, he's the thief. So I think at best, I would have expected, after every election, every party that is what is sought set up what they call reconciliation committee. We have seen the PDP, do that consistently, despite the fact that their house is in tatters presently. Even APC had their own also. During Buhari, we saw President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who then was the leader of the party. We saw him heading a reconciliation committee of the party. And even though at that time, some of us felt that he also need reconciliation to the party, but they set up something to attempt to reconcile members. In the same vein, we also saw, after this last election.
Yeah.
No, after the primaries. After the APC primaries.
Yes, after the APC primaries, that's true.
Yes, where we saw President Bola Ahmed Tinubu
going round
all the members, Moshibanjo and co, trying to reconcile, because party is about numbers. We've also seen PDP, despite the consistent backlash from Wike, we saw Atiku's attempt to reconcile, Wike with the party. So we have seen them consistently meet at the National Working Committee level. So one would have expected that Peter Obi, being the presidential candidate, of the party, who enjoys the goodwill of the party, who the party, gave ticket to, at the dying minute, Abure might have his nuances and shenanigans, because if you remember, there were a lot of accusations against Abure of selling tickets to the highest bidder. Even Olumide Akpata, the Edo State election, at some point, accused Abure of trying to, swat or scuttle his effort. Olumide practically said that the enemy within was worse than the enemy outside. So, in all of this, Abure might have its problems. But as a party flag bearer, who also, except he doesn't want to use the party again, because now I don't even know whether Peter Obi is in Labour or is in SDP or is in PDP. One would have expected that he would be able to, bring everybody together, sit at the round table, and then, table all their grievances and, we didn't see all of this, back and forth, with the party. So I expect that they should have been more mature than this. But with the accusation, counter accusation against Abure also, high-handed and strong, believing that he labored for the party, he built it, he worked for Peter Obi, and that it is now, because in his word, let me use his word, it is now time to enjoy. Because he likes using that word. I will send you to Abuja to go and be enjoying, make your money. So that it is now time to enjoy, that he feels that they want to push him aside. So certainly he will fight back. And so if now we have not even seen the gain of the 2023 general election, the ruling party is already talking about 2027. One would have expected that for a candidate who was not the president, who had opposition from even within his party, to be able to win the election, now that he's a president, you will need to work twice as hard as you worked earlier on to be able to defeat him. But having all of this kind of division within your party, when others are already consolidated, governors are decamping into APC, and then you want, these are the same people you hope to, go into an election with. I do not think that if they continue like this, they will go into, they will even have, they will even be able to fit candidates for election, because
we're not even sure they're going to run on that platform anyway.
It is because the local government election conducted by Lesotho, all his supporters for that local government election, he moved them to a different political party. So already the party is factionalized at that level. So what's the guarantee that, they will remain on that platform? So at this rate, it is only a ruling party that usually have this kind of faction because there is so much food to share. Not a party in opposition that came, a distant third in a national election. All right. Members are even already decamping.
Okay. But let me come to you, Charles. But is it a wise decision to suspend your only governor from your party indefinitely? I mean, the only governor that they have, that's Alex Oti. They are suspending him indefinitely, no matter what. Should that have happened?
Well, there's a yes, there's a no. Okay. Maybe let me start with the no. The no, it may seem to be. I mean, to me, it seems to be a foolhardy action, because you have made gains and you have just one out of 18 parties. I mean, that other ones, the SDP, they don't have any governor. It's only APC, PDP, and then Labour, and then NPP in Kano. So for me, it will seem a foolhardy action to so do. But that's the no. The yes there is that the action may seem to be, as I said, foolhardy, but I think is geared towards reenacting or letting them know that party supremacy is above all. Because you are a governor, you are a minister, you can't be bigger than the party. Maybe that's the message you want to send to them. No matter how highly placed you are still subject to the supremacy of that party. So if you are a governor, as Governor Oti is in Abia State, and then they find you to be, whatever you are doing, to be culpable or to be maybe some other things that are improper to the general welfare and general health of the party, well, the party has to come straight with the stick, to wave the big stick. So I think that's the message that the Abril-led faction is trying to send to everybody. Look, the party supremacy is what is paramount. Whether you have won election, doesn't matter. If you are not, you don't subject yourself to the whims in quote whims and caprices of the party, then again, we have to weed you out. It's either you shape up or you ship out. So that's why I say it's a yes, and I hope I'll be able to answer the yes and the no.
Yes, I get your point. We're out of time now, but let me ask you this, Libros, very quickly, Libros. Just hold on. Let me ask you this very quickly, Libros. Do you think this crisis will be resolved the moment INEC recognizes one faction over the other?
I doubt. I very much doubt. But before I quickly answer your question, I agree with Charles. The question you will ask yourself, if Abure does not see the governor and the lawmakers as members of his party, suspending them is almost like seeing people who are not, members of your party, just waiting them up. Because if he believes that he's the alpha and omega of the party, and these people are not kowtowing to his whims and caprices, suspending them already means they were out. So it was just like taking a decision that has been a done deal. But I do not see this crisis being resolved because even if INEC recognizes one faction against the other, they are still going to go to court. But that is why, before INEC can even recognize any faction, there must be an attempt at calling for a NEC meeting or a congress of the party. And so, how do you call a congress of a party when it is obvious that almost all the state executive members are in one side, apart from a few? And that is why you still have, the National Working Committee of the party, the executive in one area, supporting Abure, and some persons also on one side as caretaker committee. So they are not saying that they are the executive, but they are caretakers. So it will be difficult for them to even call a congress of the party and elect, officials that INEC will recognize. So that's why I said I do not even see them having candidates in the election if they do not sit down to either agree to agree and agree to disagree.
Charles, what do you think?
Well, I also think, but I think Labour, thankfully all of us will use the computer. There's a time you use computer, what they call the thing is hanging. I mean, it's lagging. So there are two options are left for you: is to allow you to finish lagging and then to come back, or you reboot. So I think Labour needs to reboot, because the way it is now, the system is hanging. They need to reboot so that they can breathe fresh. They can give it fresh breath. Because the way it is now, Labour cannot, with the way they can't go to 2027 election because it's factionalized. Labour is maybe is suffering what they call stroke, and there's no way to have strength to muster to go into the election. So what they need to do is to plan for election maybe 2031, because the way they are now, there's no way Labour can even win even a councillor seat anywhere in this country. So what they need to do is that they have to shut down the system, in a manner of speaking, reboot it, and begin to rebuild the game for future elections. They should just forget 2027, because it's going to be a waste of time, waste of resources, and then they are also going to be, disgraced in the election because they may not do well at all with the way it is now.
Well, it's a pity. What a way to waste the enormous goodwill they got from 2023 election. It's a huge pity. It's a huge pity. Gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for coming on the program. I appreciate it. Libros Oshoma, thanks a lot for your time. Charles Ideho, thanks a lot. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred. The truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, Nigeria is set to begin exporting locally manufactured military equipment before the end of 2025, marking a major step towards a major step forward, I should say, in the country's push for self-reliance. The nation's defense minister, Mohammed Abubakar, made the announcement during the 2025 ministerial press briefing in Abuja, where he revealed that the Defense Industries Corporation of Nigeria is partnering with the Ajaokuta Steel Company to boost local arms production. The minister added that by December 20th now, the firms are expected to be in full production, paving the way for Nigeria's first ever military exports. According to the minister, the move is expected to enhance Nigeria's national security capabilities while generating foreign exchange through arms exports. Take a listen to some of what he said.
The President and Commander-in-Chief have signed the DICOM bill, which I believe you are all conversant with. As of today, 53 companies have an MOU with us. Most of them are at different stages of construction in their factories. I think about 10 of them have started production, including some light drones, MRAPs, pieces, and many other equipments, helmets.
We're glad to have you join us on News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I am Joy Uchejim. We begin in Borno State, where troops of Operation Hadinkai have killed at least 60 insurgents in a fierce overnight encounter in the Bita area of the state. The attack began around 1 a.m. on Friday when the insurgents assaulted troops of the 26th Task Force Brigade. In a post on X, the Nigerian Army described the operation as decisive and coordinated, adding that a land and air assault obliterated the terrorists. According to Zakazula Makama, a counter-insurgency publication focused on the Lake Chad region, the troops engaged the attackers in a prolonged firefight that lasted until approximately 3 a.m. of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Buba Marwa, has disclosed that 2 individuals who ingested cocaine allegedly en route to Saudi Arabia for the annual Hajj pilgrimage were recently arrested. Marwa, speaking at the opening of a meeting of the Ministerial Committee on Drug Use Control, said the 2 suspects posed as true Muslims heading to the Holy Land to practice their religious obligations. Marwa expressed concern over the continued exploitation of the Hajj season by criminal networks to traffic illicit drugs across borders, warning of a recurring pattern. Now, despite financial constraints affecting the full implementation of the National Drug Control Master Plan for 2021 to 2025, the NDLEA chief said the agency remains committed to its mission of combating drug trafficking and abuse. Now move over to political matters, as having obtained his nomination and expression of interest forms, Barry Johnson has officially declared his intention to contest for the chairmanship of Abuja Municipal Area Council, EMAC, in the 2026 election on the platform of the Labour Party. Barry disclosed this at a news conference in Abuja, highlighting his commitment to transforming the local government and addressing long-standing issues. Johnson's vision for AMAC, christened Good for AMAC, aims to bring positive change and development to the community through initiatives such as good governance, quality education, healthcare, security, youth and women empowerment, as well as infrastructure development.
We can see how other political parties who held sway to the leadership of AMAC for years now have totally destroyed the council and looted it to its feet with no remorse, therefore branding people of AMAC with poverty and starvation. We shall go forward and win with the people behind us at all times to display a quality leadership that must breed good governance that is made with the willpower to do the right thing at the right time for the good of the people. The reasons why I aspire to become the AMAC chairman are rooted in my core values and vision for our community. I believe in 1, integrity, leading with transparency, accountability, and honesty. 2, capacity, demonstrated ability to deliver results and drive progress. 3, capability, strong leadership skills to navigate changes and seize opportunities. 4, dignity, preserving the dignity of every citizen through inclusive governance. 5, respect, fostering the culture of respect, empathy, and understanding. My vision from AMAC includes good governance, ensuring effective, efficient, and citizen-centric governance. 2, quality leadership, providing visionary leadership that inspires and motivates. 3, respect for the rule of law, upholding the Constitution and ensuring justice for all. 4, quality, free, and compulsory education for our children, ensuring every child has access to quality education in AMAC.
And still on politics, the lawmaker representing Idore Federal Constituency in Ondo State, Olarewaju Akingbasho, has formally defected from the People's Democratic Party (PDP) to the ruling All Progressives Congress (APC). His defection, later read by Speaker Abbas Tajuddin during plenary, cited internal crisis within the PDP and a desire to align with President Bola Tinubu's development vision. However, the move was met with resistance from House Minority Leader Kingsley Chinda, who argued the defection was a personal choice rather than a mandate from Akingbasho's constituents. Chinda called for the enforcement of Section 68 of the 1999 Constitution, which addresses the legality of such defections, a call that the Speaker ultimately upheld.
I hereby wish to inform you and notify the House that I have decided to decamp to the ruling party All Progressive Congress (APC) and align myself with the party's ideology and the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President. This is due to internal conflicts within my former party and my desire to position my constituents for the great benefits of Mr. President's renewed hope government.
To draw our attention to Section 68(1)(g) of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, particular interest is of this morning, the letter read this morning. My dear colleagues, if you had listened to that letter, you will understand that our colleague used singular noun all through. I. Not his constituents, not the people he's representing. It's a personal decision. He's on a frolic of his own. Our prayer is that APC should not treat him in the APC way.
And as President Bola Tinubu marks the second anniversary of his administration, Nigerians reflect on a journey defined by bold promises and significant challenges. Since his swearing-in on May 29, 2023, the Tinubu administration has pledged to revive the economy, enhance national security, and improve everyday lives through the Renewed Hope agenda. But today, opinions remain sharply divided as citizens differ on whether those promises are being realized. TV360's Victoria Kande completes this report.
On May 29, 2023, President Bola Tinubu stood at Eagle Square and pledged to lead Nigeria into a new era of bold reforms, renewed hope, and restored confidence with his Renewed Hope agenda. Now, halfway through his first term, the question on many lips is, has that promise translated into progress for the Nigerian people? From the beginning, the administration took decisive steps. The removal of few subsidies and unification of foreign exchange rate were hailed by economists as necessary reforms for sustainable growth. Yet, these bold moves came with immediate consequences. Soaring inflation and a rising cost of living sparking discomfort among many Nigerians. The reaction across the country is mixed. Some Nigerians acknowledge the administration's commitment and recognize progress. Others remain skeptical about the direction and tangible impact of governance.
It's the best we have ever seen in the history of Nigeria. We know there is hardship outside, we know. But we know that the reform that he is doing, at least in the next 8 years, we are going to be seeing the outcome of the reform. At least there is no student loan before, there is student loan now.
You never do enough. You understand? Things are hard. Especially with pensioners, we are suffering. Pensioners, we are suffering. Our pensions have been hanging. Most of us have not been paid for some months now. So we need to do something about retirees.
We are just trying and praying. Because even people working are complaining. Likewise, people that are not working. The things are so hard. Everything is expensive. It's not easy.
Experts' opinions reflect a similar divide. While praising the courage to implement difficult reforms, they criticize execution and political distractions, notably the prolonged legal battles early in the tenure that delayed full governance focus.
If I were to give the Tinubu government a scorecard after 2 years, I'd say perhaps a C plus or a B minus, because the will is there to improve the lot of Nigerians. I truly believe that they have the right mindset, but whether the prevailing circumstances, geopolitically, globally, economically, whether those will now give them the liberty to do all the things they want to do, I'm not sure about that at the moment.
Score this administration overall, I think I'll score them 40%, between 35 to 40%. That's what I'll score this administration in terms of governance. But in terms of politics, if you ask me to score this particular administration, I'm sure they are very, very good at that. I'll score them 70 to 80% when it comes in terms of politics. But when it comes in terms of governance,
into allegations of marginalization and irregularities within the National Pension Commission, PENCOM, uncovering discrepancies in employment and promotion records. Now, chairman of the committee, Senator Olwell Onyeso, who spoke to journalists after the investigative session, said the exercise was yielding results, though several issues had been flagged. The committee is probing how federal institutions have adhered or failed to adhere to the principle of equitable representation in employment and appointments across Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones.
The theme is the inequality in representation. I have taken that on board, and we will see how we will try and balance that with merit. So you're right. I mean, the evidence is there. It's not evenly represented. I mean, employment in PENCOM is not evenly represented across the geopolitical zones and even the states as well. So I take the feedback on that. We will work on that in our next recruitment, and we will try as much as possible to ensure that there is some equality in representation. we will take that comment on board. Because I'm talking in this light, I would like to answer another question that asks what exactly I intend to do to correct that. I think what we'll need to do is, we already sent you the report, is to look at the reports and look at states that are underrepresented here.
The investigation is going on very well. We've been going through the books. Today, we're interfaced with the PENCOM. So far, so good. There are mistakes, but we have made recommendations on how to handle the mistakes. So, it's still ongoing. One or two discrepancies here and there, but with time, we'll get it right. Not a very bad exercise.
And President of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, has announced that a special joint session of the National Assembly will be held on June 12 to commemorate Democracy Day. Now, this comes as the Senate adjourned plenary until June 17th in observance of both Democracy Day and Eid el-Kabir celebrations. Akpabio noted that Senate Leader Okoyemi Bamidele, the Minority Leader Abamoro, and Senate Services Chairman Sunday Karimi will collaborate with their counterparts in the House of Representatives to coordinate the event's agenda and logistics. The Senate President also revealed that President Bola Tinubu has graciously agreed to attend the session in person.
Mr. President has graciously agreed to be in attendance. So I hope all members will make out time to come for that special session to celebrate democracy in Nigeria. In the absence of any further announcement, the three-man committee of the Senate will join with the three-man committee of the House of Representatives to plan for the June 12th celebration. And then this Senate wants to wish all our Muslim brothers Barkat al-Salah in future, and also wish all of us happy 29th May swearing in celebration, and also wish you happy Democracy Day celebration, which is June 12th.
That was a very good business. Yeah. The furniture you brought was very perfect.
That's how we roll.
Because let me do you receipts.
Yeah. How much of it again?
1 million naira.
Okay, write 2.5.
The deal was for 1 million naira now.
Okay, write 3 million. I'll give you 500.
Oh no, I don't do business like that now. Yeah.
That can give me back my check. Let me go and look for vendor that understand business.
Take.
Your loss.
It is only for incorruptible customers. What are you talking?
Now get out.
What kind of this?
You will just die.
No,
you will die.
That is the door. Now get out from here.
Rubbish.
Look, my people. Make una only add money for original invoice price. That's not corruption. Say no. Not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
And in case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Lamex World TV and AVO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
The new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
And on business, the on solid minerals has suspended Arab contractors' quarry operations for blasting just 431 meters from the host communities below the safety threshold set by Nigerian regulations. Honorable Jonathan Gbefui, who chairs the committee and represents Karu Kokona in Nasarawa State, announced the suspension during a meeting with the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development in Abuja. Gbefui described the company's activities as injurious to the host community and disastrous to health, emphasizing that the blast distance violated operational rules. And still on business, President Bola Tinubu has congratulated President Mohamed Ghazouani of Mauritania on the election of Sidi Ould as the 9th president of the African Development Bank Group. Tah was elected on Thursday at the annual meeting of the African Development Bank Group held in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. After his election on Thursday, the presidency said Tinubu commended the transparent process that led to the emergence of Tah on a telephone conversation from Lagos with the Mauritanian leader. The presidency disclosed that Nigeria recently approved a $500 million capital replenishment for the Nigeria Trust Fund in May 2025, extending the fund's operations by another 15 years. And oil prices were on track for a second consecutive weekly decline on Friday, weighed down by expectations of another OPEC Plus output hike in July, and fresh uncertainty after the latest legal twist kept U.S. President Donald Trump's tariff in place. Brent crude futures slipped 21 cents to $63 a barrel. U.S. West Atlantic crude fell 22 cents to $60 a barrel. The Brent July futures contract is due to expire on Friday. Both contracts have fallen 1.3% so far this week. And on the foreign scene, flights were temporarily disrupted at Liberia main airport on Thursday night after a private jet carrying President Joseph Boakai almost crashed while landing. Part of the presidential jet's landing gear malfunctioned while approaching the runway, causing a rough landing, according to airport authorities. The incident, which sparked panic at the airport, forced the cancellation of all scheduled flights for the night. President Boakai, who was returning from a trip in Nigeria with his entourage, was safely evacuated unharmed as authorities announced an investigation. And still on the foreign scene, more than 1,000 Indians have come back or been deported from the United States since January, India's foreign ministry has disclosed. Spokesperson Randhya Jaiswal said that around 62% of them came on commercial flights without providing more details. This comes in the wake of President Donald Trump's campaign against undocumented migrants to the U.S. Trump had earlier said that India will do what's right on the deportation of illegal migrants. And on Lagos State is raising the curtain on a bold cultural renaissance, investing over 8.4 billion naira in more than 140 creative festivals, music concerts, fashion shows, film events, and empowerment programs between May 2024 and May 2025. The Commissioner for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Toke Benson Awonyika, revealed this during the 2025 annual ministerial press briefing, marking Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's second year in office. The funding, she disclosed, was driven through the ministry's Creative Arts Department to amplify Lagos' presence on the global cultural map.
The Ministry of Tourism and Arts and Culture has also established strategic partnerships with 4 leading creative academies to provide world-class training and capacity development for youth residents in Lagos State. The partners institutions, Del York Creative Academy and Ebony Life Creative Academy and the African Film Academy have collectively trained over 10,000 youths in a wide range of industry-relevant disciplines, including filmmaking, screenwriting, animation, sound design, digital media, production management, acting, cinematography, and many more. It gives me great pleasure to announce the commencement of the reconstruction of the Lagos Theatre in Oregun, Ikeja, a major milestone in the ongoing efforts of the Lagos State government to revitalize the creative and entertainment landscape of the state. The landmark project underscores the administration's unwavering commitment to restoring and enhancing public cultural infrastructure and expanding access to artistic expression, live performances, and creative learning opportunities for Lagos residents. It is worth recalling that Oregun Theatre, once a pivotal space for artistic engagement and community enrichment, was among the public assets tragically destroyed during the NSAS protests in October 2020.
And finally, on sports, Super Eagles coach Eric Chell has hailed Nigeria's home-based players, saying that they have qualities to perform at the highest level. Now, many coaches who have managed the Nigerian senior national team have faced constant criticism for overlooking home-based players. But speaking to the press following the Super Eagles 2-1 win over West African rivals Ghana in the Unity Cup in London, Chell, who used some home-based players in the match, disclosed his intention to give them more chances. And finally, on sports, Chelsea are keen to rival Arsenal in the race to sign Real Madrid winger Rodrigo for their manager Enzo Maresca this summer, according to AS. Now, this is coming after Chelsea reached a deal to sign Liam Delap from Ipswich Town. Rodrigo's future with Real Madrid remains unclear, with reports in Spain claiming the 24-year-old has grown unhappy with his role at the Spanish La Liga giants. The former Santos player could still leave Santiago Bernabeu this summer. And that wraps up our bulletin on News Now. Many thanks for joining us. I am Joy Ucheji. See you next time.
Hello? Yeah, I found your wallet in front of a supermarket. Meet me at Apple Junction. Yes, I'll be waiting for you.
Now you find out. 2 of us.
Thank you very much, officer. You know, it's surprising that men like you still exist in the police force.
Yes, so... Oh, yes.
This is just a token of my appreciation.
Oh, no, you don't need to do this. We're only doing our job.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okoche Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
The yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these. We'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially, what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements. And they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can choose God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about... we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, then as long as there's plenty, poverty is evil. Affluent poverty. That's what we live in Nigeria. We're living in affluent poverty. The news recently broke that a British international primary school, charter house located somewhere in Lekki, Lagos, was charging as much as 42 million per annum as school fees for its pupil in a poor country like ours. However, the school management issued a statement clarifying the claim that the school fees are currently 26 million naira per annum and not 42 million. Oh boy, now wow. 26 million as school fees per annum for Pekin when they primary school in a poor country like Nigeria, where many states can't even pay 30,000 naira as minimum wage. And many of our public schools in the country are public slums. And unemployment rate is frightening as fraud is now celebrated as a profession. 26 million. Well, I know some of you will go to defend them now. They say, if education is expensive, try ignorance. And others will say, well, it's the school is attended by expatriate, kids of expatriate. Even at that, not before Nigeria that they make the money, whether they pay the expatriate salary. Must education be beyond the poor in a country like Nigeria, where ostentatious lifestyle is the attitude of government? So if you pay 26 million naira for a kid in primary school, that means you go pay 62 million naira for that kid in secondary school. And maybe 112 million for the same child when he enter university. And then the child will graduate, there won't be jobs. And then you send the child abroad. Is that not overhead? Go to countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. Charles University and the University of Warsaw are some of the cheapest universities where top-tier programs are offered at an affordable rate. Although universities in all the Nordic countries are relatively affordable, but public universities in Norway remain free for everybody from both within and outside the EU, with the exception of a few specialized programs. But here in Nigeria, go to Edo University in Iyamo. It is ranked as the most expensive state-owned university in Nigeria. Yet, the other state university, Edo State University in Ekpoma, under the previous administration of Godwin Obaseki, suffered from lack of infrastructure and adequate funding until the recent administration in Edo. So what that means is simply this: rich separated themselves from the poor. Now, wow. How many people still remember, the craze those days about British International School? But with the current school fees of 4.6 million and 6.8 million, for boarding, I guess the super rich now, when they pay 26 million as school fees for primary school children, would think, oh, that's poor. So came Chatham House, and yet government go look the other way in a poor country. We know job despite the expensive school, and you expect people not to steal? Yeah, well, what am I even saying? What can government do? When even Nile University in Abuja, where most of our government officials and Abuja politicians, they go get their degree, especially in law, no come cheap. And even some churches, when collect tithe and offering from members to build schools, most of these members that contributed the tithe and offering cannot afford to send their children to these schools. So what do you expect? Even recently, remember Wigwe University in Isiokpo in Rivers State was in the news, not for the death of its founder, but as the most expensive university in Nigeria, with school fees ranging from 12 million naira. And some of these fees are priced in dollars. And our government is pretending to be looking for solution to our dollar problem, while they turn a blind eye to this open segregation in a country where our collective welfare is supposed to be their responsibility. Oh boy, to your tent, oh Israel. You won't blame them though. Don't you see how we openly spray monies in parties as if money is going out of faction? So that's why they think we are rich. Yet, there are no roads to our villages and insecurity is ravaging the country. Even as our public officials drive around our dilapidated road and public slums in exotic and expensive cars, the cars will neither produce nor assemble here. Yet, with retinue of aides and barrage of mobile police, where the future generations are either emerged in prostitution, hookup, or fraud, Yahoo, as a means of livelihood. Outrageous display of affluent poverty, you would say. This is the reason why some properties without any special infrastructure around them in some area, some area never get road, apart from the fact that there's so much money to waste, are so expensive and priced in dollars in places like Maitama, Sokoro, and environs in Abuja, and Banana Island, and in some places in Lagos, in a poor country like Nigeria. The properties in Miami waterfront in rich America, So no matter how much we all condemn or criticize these things, it will not go away, because the reality is that most Nigerians want to be like these people who are physically rich but mentally poor. As we only criticize them when we are poor, but the moment we become rich or hold public office, we will create segregation, poor and the rich. We move over to expensive slums like Lekki, send our children to special schools, meant only for the rich, occupy government positions and steal public funds, ride expensive cars without identifiable or sustainable means of livelihood, and display wealth irresponsibly and spray endlessly at parties. That's just our life. So, no go stop. So if I lie, anyway, check those occupying public offices today. Between 15 and 12 years ago, they were mostly critics of the attitude of the government then. But today, they are all in government and repeating exactly what they once criticized, even if not even worse. So I will therefore advocate, until we see government as a vehicle for public good, social justice, creating job opportunities, infrastructural development, equality, and a vehicle for impacting our community positively, people will continue to chase wealth, material possession, and position as a way of life and end up not living at all. Government must take job creation as a priority and endeavor to consciously and consensuously celebrate and compensate hard work, and create regulation in every sector to avoid a society of wealth without work. The attitude where government officials are at the forefront of displaying affluence in the midst of poverty must be discouraged, as it pushes people to acquire wealth without work. Lastly, our orientation should help improve our mindset to the fact that voluntary and selfless service helps write our name in gold in the sand of time. That even when we die, our name will be so engraved in the heart of the world that time will never erase it. Well, I don't want to talk too much. Make I pause and here to enable you make your own contribution in all our social media platforms shown on your screen. Also help us to share the message so that we can collectively change our society. For no matter how expensive education is, without commensurate effort to promote and create job opportunities, you will still end up as poor. No be me talker. Remember, the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. See you next week.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome once again to your favorite program, our favorite program, The Conversation, coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name is Nelson Ekujumi, and I have here with me in the studio Comrade Razak Oladiolokoba, popularly called Comrade Lokoba.
Thank you.
Welcome to the program today.
Good evening, brother.
Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
Yes, The Conversation is a topical issues program in which we look at happenings in Nigeria and in the diaspora. On The Conversation, there is no host. We are both having a conversation. On top of the bill today, we want to look at the latest happening in Nigeria, which is the recently released University Tertiary Matriculation Exam, Joint Admission Matriculation Board exam for admission into the universities. According to the results released by the Examination Board exam, over 78.5% of our students scored below 200 marks. The examination is 400 marks because you are expected to write 4 subjects of 100 marks each. And from the result release, over 78.5%, and it has become the talking point in town. A lot of people, to the extent that people have gone to the social media to claim that JAMB need to have a review of the marking scheme, forgetting the fact that some people have also come up to say that during the examination, that a lot of the students, that some of the students in some examination centers where they witnessed that they didn't know how to make use of the computer. And these are students, if you do a thorough survey, some of them are with the latest launched GSM phones. So you wonder where the priority is for a student. And people have started putting the blame on our educational system. Well, if you ask me, I would say one, JAMB has, since the assumption into office of Professor Ishaq Oloyede, JAMB has been able to put its house in order. A lot of the exam fraud centers that they call magic centers are no longer in existence. In fact, in my own area, I know of one. When the JAMB examination registration fee was about 5,000, I don't know what it's less than 10,000 officially now. People were paying as much as 45,000, 100,000 to get magic score.
Claiming that it's coaching.
Yes, JAMB coaching center. But now, all those things have gradually faded away. So it's either you sit down to read and pass, or you sit down to do other things and fail. And if you look at the JAMB results in almost 10 years now, it has been a steady decline.
Yes, you see, we have always known that the racket in the educational sector will come to an end one day. That is, if we are serious. And thank God we have someone like Isaac Oloyede there. Except if you want to be dubious with our assessment, the man is doing very well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So the latest incident now was because JAMB took measures to avert
examination
malpractices.
Yes.
So of course the new style of
computer-based test, CBT.
We have done CBT. I do CBT in my last semester.
In fact, almost all examination in life, CBT has become the way of life.
So in 10-15 minutes, you become acclimatized with what they ask you to do. It's just use your mouse to click the answer. Yeah. There's no big deal.
There's no big deal. In fact, some of them don't know how to use the mouse.
Yes. It's a lie.
You don't be. I saw
under 15 minutes.
I saw somebody who told me that he was in a I said I saw somebody. I know the person.
And what I'm saying is that under 15 minutes. Yes. You will be able to do no one point cursor at whatever you want to pick under 15 minutes. So that might contribute to it. But the major reason why we had this terrible outcome from performance from our children is not because of that. You have mentioned it. The racket going on. So it's been foiled. That racket has been foiled.
Yeah.
See, we have to call it.
But even with the parents, don't we have blame?
Okay. You want us to start talking about?
Of course. Where should
go do preamble and come back to the?
No, let us see the. Where do we live? Is it about pointing finger, forgetting that phone is pointing back at
the parents? When you were writing my way in Babayaba, we call Babayaba that time, it was like a god, a thing god to us. If you want to go and write, you will read and read and read, and you still fail again.
Yes.
Then suddenly, we, our own generation, my own generation, we are the biggest culprits in this matter.
No, because let me even tell you.
They say they don't want children to pass through the rigor you pass through. Whereas rigor is part of development.
It's part of development. It's what made us what we are today.
In primary 5, you will say you should not do primary 6. They will take them to university.
Yes.
And that university, they won't be able to cope. It has affected even my own children. He got double promotion 3 times in primary school. So he couldn't cope in secondary school. He was being bullied. Is it affecting him today? I'm just trying to make him cope. Back. But you know our mothers, which is, and we say parents, is the mothers that we should blame most. Because they are the one they will go and look at other people's children. And say the speed at which that boy is going, my own boy must go in that speed.
Let me even give you my own personal history. My daughter, I met her with the mother discussing, and I said, "What are you guys saying?" They kept quiet. When immediately I came in, they both kept quiet.
And they know fathers will not.
So when the mother now went out, and I asked my daughter, I said, "Please, what is it you people were discussing?" My daughter said some of our mates, our colleagues, our classmates, they already have their GC 5 credits. I said, how did they do it? He said somebody wrote it for them at a special center. He said, but my mother said you will never agree.
Yes.
I said, but you know I will not agree.
I will not agree.
So my daughter now told me that, what about if I write it and I fail? I said, then you write again.
Again.
If you fail, he said, then you'll be wasting your money. I said, this is my money.
The point is even that we should be prepared for the consequence in future, rushing them.
Yes,
because in
and teaching them how to navigate, how to circumvent.
Because if you rush them to an extent, in the next 20 years now, we are going to face a lot of challenge in production line. Because people graduate 17, 18, primary school is less than 10, is the out of university. At 40, they will be retiring. Because 30 years is the mandatory retirement period. So, who is going to fill in the production line for them? When we have the population of a young man that has retired at the age of 40, 50, out of circulation, countries slow down education deliberately so that they will meet up. So that they won't go and rest early in their life and be watching to do what they get. When they should be active. Yeah. So, this is one of the exposure to the concern me and you have been raising all the time. And I think JAMB should continue. Parents should have a rethink that you are not helping your children if you write JAMB, if you do GC, if you do all sorts of things for them. You are not helping them.
Comrade, look about for the benefit of our viewers. Let me go back in history. That in 2016, 64% scored below 64.24% scored below 200 marks. In 2017, 73%. You can see how we are dropping. In 2018, 74.1. Look at it from 2016. 2016 it was 64. 2017 it was 73. 2018, 74.1. 2019, 77%. 2022, 77.8%. That's 76.7%, sorry. 2024, again, 76.1%. God below. Now, 2025, 78. So, if any parent or any rational, dispassionate mind, when you look at our trajectory in the last 10 years, it's just like the Yoruba saying that Ogede Mbaje, Elon Pon. The rots started not today.
Yes.
We laid the landmine for this rot.
Yes.
Where, like you have rightly said, a boy or a girl will be in primary school, allow her to finish or him to go through the full rigors of primary 1 to 6. There's a reason why it's in the curriculum.
Yes, there's a reason.
You circumvent it, say you want, the son of my neighbor, he has gained admission.
But you can't cope with the exam. Someone will write it for him.
Somebody will write it for him.
And you are creating a problem for them in future because a friend will tell a friend, when they now want to contest election, they will now bring it out, that your exam was written by somebody for you. And there will be evidence.
Of course.
By the time we have half of our population suffering from this kind of challenge. How do you run? That's why I kept saying that the young people at their own time will lead. But with this attitude, they may not lead well. They will lead. So now, parents should know very, very well that they must tighten their belt. We have to tighten our belt if you want our children to meet up with other children in the rest of the world.
We have even misplaced our priority.
Yes.
As a parent, when we were growing up, none of us had the luxury
of using phone.
Anything you want to investigate, you go and
you go to the
library. But now they even have the phones on their feet.
So that library is on your palm.
It's on your palm. But no, they will be throughout the day. They will be on TikTok.
Yes.
And other things. So when you are not monitoring or mentoring your children in the academic field,
and you want him to excel,
you want him to excel,
that's a contradiction.
And again, we parents, we are fond of one thing. we abdicate all our responsibilities to our children, to the school.
And government.
And government.
And government.
The other day when my children, they went on a midterm break, we went to the school, you know, it's just for 3-4 days to take our children home. Then one of the parents, about 2 parents now said, Mrs. Ajayi, please, I don't want this child to go with me. His wala is too much. Let him stay with me.
Imagine.
A child you get birth to.
Yes.
So it is that teacher that should die.
Yes.
Helping you to take care of your own
I say she doesn't have her own affairs.
Our own children to take care of.
So parenting is a very, very big challenge. And it starts from, I know I say that from my own generation. The mothers today who are in their 30s, 20s, they came from us.
Yes.
Who are in our almost 60s now. So, because we didn't give them that education about marital issue, parenting, and they also gave birth to the children. And you now imagine what kind of mother they will be. If you don't train them well, they can't become good mothers. So, it's not beyond redemption, though.
It's not absolutely.
We have to quickly reverse our step.
Yes, we have to look ourselves in the mirror.
Yeah, and that is where government come in. JAMB has done its own now.
JAMB has done very well.
Anybody that has failed, JAMB should not reverse that trend. That
no, if they are calling for it, JAMB will review and the facts will come out.
Yes.
JAMB will
not. I mean, JAMB should not review that less than 200 can invest. No, that should be the consequence.
No, of course, yes. If we have to have lower intake, let parents go and sit down.
And
school people that are allowing their children to write in special centers,
measures should be
there's no way for them again.
There should be penalty and consequence for people who write exam for people. That's one. Two, there will also be consequence for people who don't finish primary 6. Because that's how it begins. The people who have done it might have escaped. But henceforth, you should not be allowed again.
But you know, at times there are exceptional students. It's allowed in any society.
My brother, that's any society.
Yes.
You see, a butterfly who wants to give birth to it, must go through some rigor. There's no how you cut the larva out if it didn't pass that to God. If it come out that out, if you help it to avoid that rigor, there will be problem. It's not only knowing how to write and pass the exam, the maturity, staying with his colleague and age, it's part of education.
Of course, I agree.
By the time I allow him to jump, look at Michael Jackson. The greatest problem Michael Jackson have is because it means his childhood. Yeah, he started mixing with small children at the later stage in life. So if you
take him away from
that childhood, he will missing it.
He will miss it
so
for life.
Immediately you take him to miss primary 6, the picture, the end of the fun. Yeah, the fun. Don't allow him to miss it. It's part of education. So when people put their argument, say, hey, don't put the boss life in danger. See, if you rush him and become a graduate at 17, where are they rushing to? All the rest of the world slow down the education. It's deliberate so that they will not become retarded early in life. Well, if they be working at the age of 17, it's natural for them to rest after 35 years of their life. Once they rest at 47 or 50 years of age, they are supposed to be in production line because there will be deficiency. Certain population of the country must be in production line. You not retire them. There will be deficiency of production.
Thank you very much, Komele. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard it from both of us that the JAMB result outcome for 2025 is a reflection of years of rot in which we have all contributed. So people should stop scapegoating anybody. Go and check yourself as a parent. Are you doing what you are supposed to do? As a teacher, are you doing what you are supposed to do in school? And for JAMB, we must commend Professor Ishakolede-led management board of JAMB for raising the tempo of our examination. Our examination now is world-class standard. There may be some little hiccups here and there, but the era of special centers, magic centers, is gradually becoming a nullity. It's no longer existing. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Please continue to watch the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You are still watching the conversation committee from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name remains Nelson Ekudimana. I see with me in the studio, Comrade Azar Kolade Olokoba. Comrade Olokoba, thank you for staying with us on the program today. Much. Yes, the next topic we are looking at today, we are looking at the issue in Rivers State. Recently, the governor of Rivers State was captured in a public event where he told his supporters to shift their confrontational style, that they are making matters worse for him. We are looking at how do we restore democracy to democratic rule to Rivers State that is in suspension for 6 months by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in line with his constitutional powers, in order to avert an economic, disaster that was staring us all in the face because of the political crisis engineered, aided, and abetted by the suspended governor, Similaye Fubara, who aborted the legislature in the state and ruled like a dictator. That was what the Supreme Court, that was how the Supreme Court described him, that there was no government in Rivers as at then, because it was just one man ruling at his whims and caprices, which was in total violation of our constitution. We also saw the Minister for FCT, His Excellency Nyesom Wike, also did a media interview where he said, he affirmed, like we have heard, that Fubara is reaching out. And but if you look at the facts on the ground, I watched Fubara at the program for late Pa Edwin Clark.
Yeah.
I also watched the interview for the Minister for FCT, Nyesom Wike. And for me, I want to believe strongly that the person that needs to make peace most, who is the one at the receiving end, is the suspended governor.
Of course, you are right. Because as it is now, is the one that has been thoroughly decimated by his own making.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, he did it. Nobody pushed him. He undid himself.
The moment he did that to the parliament, an arm of government, I knew that this man may not likely end well as the governor of Rivers State. So, and he didn't reflect on what he did. We thought he did it momentarily, that, what did I do? Begin to reverse his step. He didn't.
He didn't.
He became so
more brutal.
Yeah,
more
but he was becoming more confident that he began to do more and more things. After that, he didn't take budget to the
yes, there was no parliament.
Then he cut ties completely with his
benefactor. Yes, his benefactor.
Which is everywhere in the world. Andrew Carnegie, John D. Rockefeller, the Clintons, the Bush in America, they play a role in who becomes, and they mentor them.
Mentorship is part of life.
When Papa Enauro wanted to move the motion for independence, Awolowo was sitting behind him. So you call that the Godfather too?
Yes.
And which is Godfather?
Of course.
So I don't know where we get it from, where that you say that people should not be mentored. People should just imagine. In the life of people, you want to put 10 million people in the life of an individual.
An individual.
And you say you should not be mentored.
You should not be mentored.
Till tomorrow, Tinubu still calls some people for consultation.
Absolutely.
And that is why he didn't leave Lagos alone.
Yes, now.
He will guide Fashola.
Even former President Muhammadu Buhari, as a president, now, just like you have said, he was still taking consultation. He was still going to some people that what do I do here?
Yes. Even if Tinubu goes to meet Buhari, Buhari will still consult.
Yes, because we have
what do we do?
Yeah, we are Africans, and we have this saying that yes. You cannot have the wisdom of the elders. There are some people who came before you.
The young people might be vibrant.
They have seen life more than you.
So, in the case of Fubara, he thought he can go it alone. I know in every crisis there are beneficiaries.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Just like in the oil, the oil
but
sector.
when the chips are down, you bear your cross alone.
He's bearing his cross alone now.
Yes.
He's in the history of this country, if he didn't come back, he would be the most disgraced governor out of office. Because he had all things to succeed. Your state is prospering.
Yes.
Nothing. Just have your mentor discuss with him and see if he makes.
Ogasio, this is what we are planning to do.
That's okay.
He's not going to direct you how to go because you are an adult.
I heard later that it was the same person that Wike was trying to protect from being decimated by people who doesn't want him to come to government. So, is it the same person Wike was protecting that time before he became the governor? So, it's the same person that behaved like that. That's not fair. It's not. You don't treat your mentor like that. I'm not talking and say we are not saying that the pocket of rivers should be handed over. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely not.
For someone who navigated the rivers for 8 years, you said I should not have an input in
what becomes after.
No.
Nobody can allow it. Let's we must be honest.
Like you have said,
sincere when we are talking about
very correct when you said that the situation on ground now, it is Fubara that is injured thoroughly. Politically is the one the most injured. So if he wants the situation to go away, he must be willing to be completely humble.
Yes, he must go the whole hog.
There's here an air of arrogance in him. One, you are not willing to talk to Wiki until you are impressed to. You don't want to talk to member of the family and say the way he even discouraged his followers. He said that you have to persuade them because there's something they see in you. That's why they follow you, even with his money.
Yes.
Even if it's because there's a benefit. Yes. Even if because there's a Good Friday every Friday for them. Yes. There's a reason.
There's a reason.
So you have to placate your followers. And it is the same spirit that he also insulted the Wiki. You don't discard people like that. So, and that's why I blame Wiki. He didn't give him that tutelage very well. Because for him to behave like this, don't you lecture him about the complexity of governance? Don't you tell him that the road might be, so that he will be prepared? But, and you know, there's something you will always disagree with me.
But wait, Comrade Lokoba.
Like in Kwara now.
Before you
the governor of my state is a businessman throughout his life. But he's not behaving like as a governor. He's running affair in Kwara as if he's running his own oil company. And that's why INEC should give all these people political education. All the benefits he inherited when he became the governor in Kwara. They fought him, Lai fought him, Bemsola fought him. Even Salu Mustafa, Lukman Mustafa, everybody have become his enemy. So that's why, see, INEC needs to educate these people.
INEC doesn't have that powers under the. That's what I'm saying.
That power must be there. That that's what I'm advocating.
Yes, that's INEC does not have it now.
There must be that legislation to give INEC that power to educate them. But if you want to become the president, if you lose this election, that's not the end of your life. You must be willing to become a progressive opposition. Even if you now win, don't decimate your opposition. That should be that. Given that so that you keep reminding them. Whether it's our duty or I don't know. Maybe it's our duty.
I believe there
or maybe it's duty of Nigeria. I don't know.
I believe there are institutions of states that when you get into public office,
protocol.
You are made to undergo some tutorials.
It's protocol,
yes.
Not political.
So if you see,
it's majorly protocol.
Yeah, but even as at that, the character the attitude a lot of us exhibit is what we come from our homes. So if we are talking about a Fubara today that is at the receiving end, you expect that those actions he took, those unconstitutional and illegal actions he took, he should have learnt
those periods.
Yes, when he was, because from the records, he was once the Accountant General of Rivers State.
Okay.
So for you to hold that key position in a state, it means you have passed through
certain tutelage.
Yes. So you don't expect him to have behaved the way he behaved.
Maybe we should be more conscious than that. We should be more deliberate in that. More deliberate about it. See, in the last 5 years, the most bashed governor of any state is Sanwo-Olu, but he maintained his calm. He's responsible for everything that is not his business.
Of course.
COVID-19, not his business.
Yes.
NSAS, not his. He maintained his calm. He didn't misbehave. There was the late governor of Oyo State. When he was talking to you, he said, we are the constitutional authority. May his soul rest in peace. But he didn't see Sanwo-Olu behaving like that.
So, Ajimobi. Late Ajimobi. Abiola Ajimobi, yes.
So Fubara needs more political education. And if he goes to come out of this, he needs to go and sit down with somebody so that people will teach him how to navigate it. He has to be extremely humble and really be willing to concede.
Well, you can't put it better than that. Like Comrade Lokoba, like you have rightly said, we are more interested in the return of constitutionalism to Rivers State. We recognize the necessity why the state of emergency was declared, even though some parties are in court today and they are seeking the judicial interpretation of that action. But we on the conversation, Nelson Ekujimi, I stand behind President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because it was a political crisis that was degenerating into an economic crisis. And as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, who is responsible for the security and welfare of Nigerians, he
the
cannot
right decision.
allow any part of Nigeria
Yes,
to go up.
He took the right decision.
He took the right decision. He took a presidential decision, and on that we stand. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is how far I want to go today on the conversation. We've had a very beautiful conversation. We have two beautiful conversations. Till we come your way again next time, please consider to watch the conversation on TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
da kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ga hamada saboda ni na dauka waya kuma yi ne kamar yanzu kamar ana mutum yana cikin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada ko gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan ka babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi kana wani gangare in ka diga ko ka dan ka sai ya fi da kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake ma karuwa ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma su
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed: rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadejia Nguru wetlands.
ina magana akan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, duk da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na
da kwararwa hamada. Mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zo ne har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su faru da kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwan da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan jari hamada ta riga ta cika cikin lokacin gama ta yi nisa ta ci sosai ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma ɓangaren gwamnati dai.
The challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan? Akwai. Na je kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka gaba kayyana?
Kai kamar 100.
Okay, wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Take kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. They move southwards for water and for grazing the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent, more often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They will have to move. They may not have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While if during the rainy season approach, they go north, since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
Ruwan ba irin na ba, saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba, gashi kuma ga wurare gonaki ko ina fili ya kare ba gurin yau to shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamiɗin mu anan mun yi da mu da su akan mu kore su muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarin sa abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da ba kuma ba din nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka su yaran suna gabar ni ina tafiya gun su gabar su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa
kai kana so ka iso wajen su
su kuma wannan
shan makiyaya kuma sai suka zargu
a cikin gona
sai suka zargu suka fara harbi
sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran sai na tafi gun yaran fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbinsa ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya tafi da gudu sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu
adda?
Da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa ya yanke itacen kuma ya yanke hannu hannun yanzu haka babu yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi ba zai zama hannu ba
shi ne wannan kibiya ɗan kibiyan kenan?
shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi
kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 din abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa
kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba to dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su suka shiga ka zauna kuma abinda sauran shinkafan masu ma rashin kiyawa da miyadin suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfin mu gaskiya mu na maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. They are also facing more problems from herders whose cattle are on the
to gaskiya wannan dai inda dai dade da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba
kowa ya taka rawa ciki
gaskiya ne
yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abin
hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12 da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa yanzu
sosai ba sa ɗaukan su kamar muhimmanci
gona biyu haka aka ce kowanne a baya ina samun 30 gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
They are all affected in the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm.
90%.
Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm farming more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Ok, kana ga da ka ɗauka
babu sun cinye shi ne ya yi kuma ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da za mu iya ganin za mu iya ɗaukan hoton
da can waje a
dukkan su.
To a tsarin mu na uku kare na ba sai mu ya ja wani gaba da wannan.
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani comes because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su wayansu manoma duk sun je sun kakkare sun je sun yi shuke-shuke da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An kare ma an kashe burtali da sauransu. Kuma hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiyaya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. Suka zo kuma ba sa tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane, kuma ba sa tsoron faɗa.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing roads, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution. that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they knew nothing apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again? Seed. Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga daren mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da rigar da samu a cikin kwari.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés. On a initié, intégré les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension et on nous a déguerpi et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'avons planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Pour les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Notre projet d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom. I'm Opeyemi Owoseni, and these are the major stories we're tracking at the moment. The Nigerian Air Force said airstrikes from its operatives with Operation Adenkai have killed scores of terrorists and destroyed their strongest hold in Borno State. The service air mission, which was carried out in the early hours on Friday, was conducted on fleeing Boko Haram elements in Bita, a non-insurgent enclave in northwest. According to a statement on Friday by the Director of Public Relations and Information at the NAF headquarters, the coordinated air assault marks a substantial milestone in effort to degrade the operational capacity of the terrorists threatening national security in the region. And the governor of Edo State, Monday Okpebolo, has offered an unconditional political amnesty to the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in the 2024 governorship election in the state, Asue Godalo. The governor, in a statement by spokesperson Freddie Toa, noted that his offer of political amnesty to Godalo, who has allegedly been sidelined by his political benefactors, is a show of true sportsmanship. Okpebholo described Asue Godalo's situation as comforting since he was defeated during the election in 2024. The Nigeria Governors Forum has commiserated with the Niger State government on the flood which has claimed many lives in the Moka local government area of the state. In a statement signed by the NGF chairman Abdurrahman Abdulrazak on Friday, the forum said it was shocked by the magnitude of the flood which has claimed many lives and property in the community. However, it commiserated with Governor Usman Bago, the government, and the people of the state for the loss of lives and property. And the Nigerian government has reiterated its commitment to empowering Nigerian youth and promoting human rights and social inclusion as key drivers of national development. Speaking at the launch of the Good Governance Advocacy Program tagged #Voice Sharing in Action in Abuja, the Director General of the National Orientation Agency, Larry Onilu, emphasized the vital role of young people in shaping Nigeria's future. Represented by the agency's Director of Youth Research, Engagement and Inclusion, Onyema Ngozi, Onilu described youth as the powerhouse of the nation. And on business, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has congratulated President Mohamed Ghazouani of Mauritania on the election of Sidi Ould Tah as the 9th president of the African Development Group. Tah was elected on Thursday at the annual general meeting of the African Development Bank held in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. And on the foreign scene, South Korea is set to break a record in early voting as more than 12 million voters cast their ballot in advance of the country's upcoming presidential election. The figure for early voting as of midday on Friday represents more than a quarter of South Korea's 44.3 million eligible voters. South Koreans are set to choose who will replace impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol. And on sport, Jannik Sinner ended the retiring Richard Gasquet's career with a one-sided victory at the French Open on Thursday, while Novak Djokovic successfully continued his Grand Slam record bid at Roland Garros. World number 1 Sinner had no trouble in seeing off the 38-year-old Gasquet, playing at the tournament for the 22nd and final time, 6-3, 6-0 and 6-4 in under 2 hours. And those are the stories making the rounds from our newsroom at this time. We'll update you at the top of the hour.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a show.
kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ga hamada saboda ni na ɗauka waya.
Kamar yanzu kamar a nan kai yana cikin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada ko
gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan ka babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi ni kana tafiya wani gangare ka shiga ko ka gani ka sai ya fi da ba kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed: rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadejia Nguru wetlands.
ina magana akan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, duk da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na takwararwa hamada, mu dai faru lokacin gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zo ne har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su lokacin gama, kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwa da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan dai hamada ta riga ta cika lokacin gama ta yi nisa ta ci sosai, ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba, amma bangaren gwamnati
the challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan? Akwai. Na je kai kaman gidaje ko rugaje ko mutane nawa za ka gaba kayyana?
Kai kamar 100.
Wato wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Take kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. If they move southwards for water and for grazing the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent. More often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They don't have to move. They don't have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While if during the rainy season approach, they go north. Since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
Ruwan ba irin na ba, saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba, gashi kuma ga wurare gonaki ko ina fili ya kare ba gurin yau. To shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin mu anan mun yi da mu da su a kan mu kore su. Muka yi mu kore su, abun ya gagare mu, muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarinsa, abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma, duk kowa ya san da ba kuma ba nan ba daga wani guri suke ba, daga Jigawa.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can, su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka, su yaran suna gabar, ni ina tafiya gun su gabar, su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa.
Kai kana so ka iso wajen su?
Su kuma wannan
makiyaya kuma sai suka zargu
a cikin gona.
Sai suka zargu suka fara harbi.
Sai suka kama harbi. Suna harbi na, suna jifa, ni ban sani ba ma. Ni da na gani haka dai, ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa. Amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba, ban gani ba ma. Ashe wai su harbi suke. Sai na fasa tafiya gun yara, sai na tafi gun yara Fulani din. To ina tafiya, ɗayan yana yin harbinsa, ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare. da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa. Shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan. Sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda. Kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya tafi da gudu. Sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu. Adda? Da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa. Ya yanke itacen. Kuma ya yanke hannu. Hannun yanzu haka babu, yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi. Ba zai zama hannu ba.
To shi ne wannan kibiya ɗan kibiyan kenan?
Shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi.
Kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su. Amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 ɗin abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa.
Kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa. Wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba. To dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda Fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su. Suka shiga ka zauna kuma abinda saboda shinkawan masu ma rashin kiyawa da mai suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfi mu gaskiya mu muna maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers of Yusuf, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. They are all
to gaskiya wannan dai inda dai da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba. Da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da Fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba.
Kowa ya yi taka rawa ciki.
Gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun? Ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abin hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tun da daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin su. Da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12 da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa
sosai ba sa ɗaukan sa kamar wani muhimmanci.
Gona biyu haka aka ci kowanne a baya ina samun 30 gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama. To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
They are all affected in the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm.
90%.
Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bags I buy me more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Kama kaman buhu 30 kuma ana ringo bai ko ɗaya ba samu ba.
Ok, kana ka ɗauka.
Babu sun cinye, shanu sun cinye, ina yayi. Kuma ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da za mu iya ganin za mu iya ɗaukan hoton
da can mutu a
cikin su.
To a tsarin mu na mu kare na ba sai mu ya jawo.
Gaba da wannan.
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani come because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su wayansu manoma duk sun je sun hakkare sun je sun yi shuke da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An kashe burtali da sauransu. Amma hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. Suka zo kuma ba ka tsoron hannatar da kayan mutane kuma ba ka tsoron fada.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing roads, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they are all what they knew nothing about apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again?
Seed.
Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga darar mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu abin da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da rigar da ya samu a cikin kwarin
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogunbadejo Fola. So when he came to the school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs are even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding hands. Then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
the only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my purse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, and then, build it up to lintel level, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on a daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. You see the restroom, you see the classroom, you see the offices, you see the type of furniture there. It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, you know, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. You know, in fact, they were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
People passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can ease the going and coming of the students. So it's in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what they used to say it in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now, I can boast. This is the school I passed out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank Deji Badmus for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it would be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words, but if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section? It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what, an old student has done. And then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something. And not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have, been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person, I'm not rich. It cost me so much. And, but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that, people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
Welcome back to the newsroom. I'm Okpeyemi Owosheni, and these are the stories we're tracking at the moment. Suspended Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has expressed deep appreciation to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his intervention in the political crisis in the state. Fubara described it as a timely and stabilizing effort that allowed him and his deputy to continue in his office as governor and deputy governor. The suspended governor spoke during the May 29 event organized by supporters under the banner of the simplified movement of their secretariat in Port Harcourt. And Governor Diko Umar Rada of Katsina State has renewed calls for citizens to actively support security efforts by providing actionable intelligence that can lead to the arrest and elimination of bandits terrorizing communities across the state. Speaking during a mid-term briefing to mark his second year in office, Governor Rada emphasized that the war against insecurity cannot be won by the government alone and urged residents to collaborate closely with authorities. Rada noted that upon assuming office, 26 of the 34 local government areas in Katsina State were affected by banditry and other forms of insecurity. The Nigerian Immigration Service Lagos State Command has handed over notorious crime suspect Obi Levi Obieze to the Lagos State Police Command for further investigation. The development was confirmed by the Lagos State Police Public Relations Officer CSB Benjamin Udein in a statement released on Friday by his ex-handle. Obieze, also known as Levi Oboyeka, was arrested on May 29, 2025 by operatives of the Nigerian Immigration Service at the Gbaji checkpoint along Badagry Seme Road while attempting to flee the country on a motorcycle. The Executive Secretary of the National Board for Technical Education, Idris Bugaje, on Friday called for the continuity of President Bola Tinubu's government beyond the 2027 general elections. He made this call in Abuja during the launch of the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Initiative at the Tedford Auditorium. Bugaje specifically told the gathering that Nigerians should give Tinubu's administration another 6 years to continue with its development strides in the education sector. And on business, the Importers Association of Nigeria has said they can clear their shipment of goods at port in as little as 3 hours and increase turnover as the members adopt the national single window. Speaking to journalists, the president of IMAN, Kingsley Chikeze, said that importers anticipate improved turnover as the project promises to cut the time they spend on shipment clearances. And on the foreign scene, France will be banned smoking in outdoor areas where children are likely to be present from July 1, 2025. This includes beaches, parks, bus stops, school entrances, and sport venues. Health and Family Minister Catherine Vautrin made this known on Thursday, May 29th. According to her, anyone who breaks the rule may be fined up to €135. And on sports, Real Madrid has signed defender Trent Alexander-Arnold from Liverpool on a deal until 2030, the Spanish giant announced on Friday. Right-back Alexander-Arnold, who had just won the Premier League title with Liverpool, came to the academy of his boyhood club and won the Champions League in 2019. And those are the stories making the rounds from our newsroom at this time. We'll update you at the top of the hour.
Corruption not in my country.
Cut. All right. What's your name again? Kemi?
Yes, sir.
Good. Are you ready for us for next week?
Yes, sir.
Next.
Ndewo, sir. Ndewo.
Look, what we need here is one who can speak fluent English. Give her a chance.
I need a angel to hold me. Hold me, my beautiful angel.
Cut! It is Angel, not Angel. Please, I'm done with you. Excuse us. Kemi was far better.
It's not about our rendition. It's not about our performance here. By the time she and her friends join us in our hotel rooms, you will know how far.
Can I have her phone?
She has a robust profile.
Real robust profile. I do not undercut profile.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Sydney Okafor. In keeping with its administration commitment to delivering quality education for students in Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has officially opened state-of-the-art classroom blocks, complete with a mini football pitch and a multi-purpose sports court at Keme Balogun Junior Senior College in Ibeshe, Ikorodu. The inauguration marked the commissioning of 16 state-of-the-art classroom blocks for secondary schools, facilitated by the Special Committee on the Rehabilitation of Public Schools across the 6th Education District in Lagos State, in line with the state's Team Plugs agenda. Please take a look at the new state-of-art classroom blocks for secondary schools.
The commissioning of the new classroom blocks is expected to enhance the school's learning environment and improve the quality of education. Governor Sanwo-Olu, who was received by a large crowd of residents and students, said the simultaneous inauguration of 16 new blocks of classrooms across the state is a testament to his administration's commitment to providing top-quality education for all residents. The governor further emphasized that the construction and renovation of these schools not only improve educational quality but also create jobs, stimulate the local economy, and provide livelihoods for workers involved in the projects.
Do one commission or two, we have to do it in concurrent and in large number. And today, in the past 1.5 months, we've been commissioning roads, we've been commissioning drainages. Now is the education sector, which is under a Teams Plus agenda. For some of you that are monitoring, earlier today, we went and commissioned the very ultra-modern, beautiful classroom block in a brand new school of Ajegunle Junior High School in Koshofe local government area on our way here. Also earlier today, with the Permanent Secretary, Tutor General, and 1 or 2 cabinet members, they've gone ahead to commission the Odogunyo Junior Grammar School, also here in Ikorodu. You can see that these ambitious events consolidate our commitment to development and pursuit of educational excellence and the social economic development in our state. Education, we say, is a cornerstone of our Teams Plus agenda. It's the engine that drives economic growth. It reduces inequality and empowers individuals to break the cycle of poverty. By investing in these schools, we're investing in the social economic fiber of our various communities. Earlier today, and you could see it from the video, I was deeply moved when we went to the Ajegunle Junior High School. This was a community that has been denied for the past almost 15 years. When heavy flooding ravaged the entire community and they lost the only school that they had. But about 2.5 years ago, they did road to us passionately and we did responded. Driving into that community this morning brings a nostalgia of the real essence of governance. When government make a promise and you keep a promise. Not only have we done the road into that community, that school had almost 150 pals. We did not consider the extent of what resource we needed to do to give that community a befitting world-class educational institution. And they also have the sporting grounds because a canteen and a football pitch was also constructed for them.
In the address, other speakers say the structures would not only enhance academic excellence, but also provide a conducive environment for learning.
Your action consistently reflects the premium you place on learning, demonstrating a deeper appreciation for its transformative power. Indeed, this is a shining testament to your dedication to educational advancement and holistic well-being of our students.
Keme Balogun got our attention following instructions from Mr. Governor when he got information that the first set of the classroom blocks had 3 bungalows here before. To my left here, you see 2 bungalows still existing. In between those 2 bungalows, there is another one. So when we came here, we realized that they are all in derelict situations. We conducted some soil tests, and the result of the soil test immediately advised that we need to demolish one of the bungalows. When we did that, it became obvious that the classroom to student ratio was not adequate. The population spiked, and as a result, when we approached Mr. Governor, the situation we are having here, he instructed the construction of the edifice we are seeing to my right. Thank you very much, sir. To do this building, typical with our modus operandi, standard operating procedures of scripts that have been laid down by Mr. Celibo, we conducted a structural test in this environment to be sure of the type of foundation we are going to put this building on. Because we don't want to assume that Ikorodu is solid soil. So what we do generally as a standard operating procedure that Mr. Governor has insisted we go through is to do a soil test to be sure, because we don't want to have any collapse.
The Lagos government says it has constructed about 1,290 blocks of classrooms across the 6 education districts of the state and also rehabilitated over 4,000 classrooms in both primary and secondary schools in the state within 6 years. It's promised to deliver some of the ongoing road projects in Ikorodu and build more primary and secondary schools for the benefit of the residents.
Education is the future of any nation. So it's to be paid, to pay close attention. But where I want improvement is the teachers, because teachers can only teach what they know. So our teachers in those schools need more trainings, because they can't give what they don't have. What I've observed is that some of the teachers are not even qualified to teach. So they should pay attention to this. Their trainings, they need to be trained to train. If they don't have the training, no matter what facility they put down, nothing will, because it's what goes into the hearts of the children that will come out in the society. So education is very fundamental. It's a vital key to the development of a state, a nation, or any country. So that's my take on that. They should pay attention to the teachers. Because if you have a teacher that knows what they are teaching, the children will learn well and they will understand what they are learning. Teachers determine how, because these teachers are like leaders, they're like role models to the students.
We shouldn't even be thanking them for that. It is the right of every Nigerian to be educated. Constitutionally, at least from the primary school to secondary school, at least, every student, every Nigerian child has that constitutional, right to that educational, stages of the stages. You understand? For me, I believe we are still lagging. So many out of school children, especially in the north, we are better off here in the south, but we can do more. We have always taken the forefront in terms of education. We continue to do more. There are so many of our children out there who are not in school today. If the education is made affordable, if classrooms are moved closer to those children, there wouldn't be any need for them to trek miles before getting to their school, or entering buses that will take them kilometers before they get to their school. Schools should be brought closer to them, and if it's not brought closer to them, there should be programs, facilities that will ensure that they are taken to school and brought back home. Then again, it must be affordable. It's even, I believe it should be a criminal offense for any family or parent not to send its ward to school, especially where the government has provided the needed classrooms. And I believe, while I do not want to thank the government because it is right of every Nigerian to go to school, I believe they should do more, and they are trying. I want to appreciate them for that.
Corruption not
Hello. Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello? Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I will just call you. Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we are in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait. Do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. That is truly commendable by the governor. Our next story focuses on the commissioning of the new bus terminal in Abule Egba suburb of Orile Agege Local Council Development Area in Lagos State, which has now been integrated into a expanding network of modernized public bus stations connecting various communities in Lagos. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu officially commissioned the newly completed Abule Egba bus terminal, aimed at improving and facilitating seamless mass transportation between suburb and other parts of metropolis. Can you take a look?
This new Abule Egba bus terminal has officially been opened to the public by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu alongside his deputy Femi Amzat and other stakeholders. The launch is part of Governor Sanwo-Olu administration's commitment to build a seamless and integrated transportation network that will provide Lagos residents with improved daily commuting. The governor, speaking at the event, disclosed that the project is a fulfillment of his pledge to upgrade the public transportation system for the people of Lagos.
Today, here in the ever-bustling Abule Egba, we're here to hand over to the people another public infrastructure that will aid their seamless commuting from here to other parts of Lagos and even perhaps to other parts of the country. This infrastructure reflects our commitment to continuously enhance our public transportation system. We're strengthening connectivity and we're improving the overall experience of our commuters. We are dedicated to taking ongoing steps to advance and to modernize public transportation across the state. You see that in addition to the blue line, to the red line that are in operation, you are aware that we are making moves to kickstart a 68-kilometer green line from Marina to the Lekki Free Trade Zone. You are also aware that we're in discussion stage, haven't done some feasibility on the purple line, which is a 60-kilometer from Volkswagen, which is an offshoot from the blue line, to all the way into Ogun State, the redemption camp by Mowe. We believe these are all connectivity that will enhance the rail infrastructure. You recall sometime last year that we went and signed MOU with Czech and the Ministry of Finance Incorporated to bring about the fusion of the Green Line. And I'm happy that work is starting very soon. Discussions are in advanced stages. Designs and drawings are being completed. And before the end of this year, you will begin to see the construction of that all-important Green Line project. That project, when completed, even has the capacity to carry well over 600,000 passengers at its peak. And so this is big public transportation solution that we're about. I'm happy that I'm happy that our rail infrastructure continue to contribute to the mobility of Lagosians. To further enhance that, we are also improving and enhancing our bus services. We are anticipating the arrival of new CNG buses and electric buses by the third quarter of this year. They are being produced as we speak, and I believe everything will be done preparatively to begin to receive these buses before the end of this year. This, we believe, would be a major addition to our current fleet, which will improve availability of buses and reduce waiting times at all bus corridors.
Lagos State Commissioner for Transportation Oluwaseun Osiyemi, through his permanent secretary, said the state policy reflects the government's commitment to safe, reliable and affordable transportation for all residents.
This is more so as the movement of commuters, goods and services from place to place are vital and inseparable aspects of global and urban economic survival. Over the years, the Lagos State Ministry of Transportation has reflected the contemporary realities and the vision of the present administration as regards bequeathing Lagosians with an efficient and effective transport system. This informed the various policies the ministry adopted to ensure reduction in traffic congestion at places where otherwise motorists and commuters spend many unproductive hours in traffic. You will all recall the executive order signed by Mr. Governor on traffic management, following which very critical junctions were identified and remodeled to mitigate traffic gridlock. The government has worked on these junctions to engender better traffic flow. We can attest to the salutary effects of such improvements on Allen Roundabout, Lekki First and Second Roundabout, and the ongoing improvement at Toyin Okpebi Allen and at the border subdivision areas. To better manage traffic-related issues such as overspeeding and indiscipline on the road, the government, through the ministry, has installed ITS in some areas of Lagos State. We have installed e-police signs at Allen Avenue Junction and Nuruddin Olookoko Road. We have also installed road signs to inform motorists of these regulations. About a year ago, Mr. Governor unveiled the state transport policy, a roadmap to Lagos' brighter, more effective, efficient, and sustainable future. Mr. Governor informed that the policy became necessary to eliminate the barrage of transport challenges facing the state's transport system, ranging from traffic congestion to pollution and inadequate infrastructure. The Lagos State transport policy is built upon a foundation of inclusivity, sustainability, and innovation. It embodies the government's commitment to providing safe, reliable, and affordable transportation options for all residents, regardless of their socio-economic status or location within the state, as well as integrating our various modes of transportation. The soon-to-be commissioned Abelegba bus terminal therefore reflects the letters and spirit of the Lagos State transport policy. It is to provide a central place for connecting to different parts of Lagos, and based on this, I want to congratulate Mr. Governor on commissioning yet another impactful and life-changing infrastructure for the Abelegba community of Agege and the entire Lagos State. Mr. Governor, please be assured of our desire to continue to work until the last hour of this administration to bring your vision and that of the state government to reality.
This administration prioritizes traffic management and transport as the first pillar of its Themes Plus agenda. The Lagos State government has been and is still investing in the provision of infrastructure for public transportation, including rail, bus services, and water transportation. To properly coordinate bus operations in communities, bus terminals are necessary and are thus provided. Bus terminals are important because they provide a central location for passengers to board and exit buses and connect to other forms of transportation. To date, the Lagos State government has provided bus terminals in Ikeja, Oshodi, Transit Interchange, Aja, Oyingbo, Yaba, Ojota, Ifakoijaye, and now at Abule Egba. Iyano Ipaja bus terminal is currently also under construction. Like other terminals before this, Abule Egba terminal has loading bays, a terminal building with a customer service area, a waiting area, spaces for restaurants and other commercial services, offices for ground staff and other BOCs, public conveniences, a water treatment plant, and provision for green energy, amongst others.
This development has integrated Abule Egba, located in the Orile Agege Local Council Development Area, into Lagos's growing network of communities connected by modern public bus stations. Abule Egba residents have commended the governor for the project but urged for affordable bus fares.
Abule Egba too is moving forward. If you look at the Abule Egba, they've changed it compared to 5-10 years backward because I lived at Songo, something like that. But they've changed the face of Lagos as a whole, and they are building gradually. So I will tell Lagos State as a whole that they should remember us in Badagry. Presently, I reside in Badagry. God will help them. They've tried concerning the express road here, and God will help them to do more and more to all sectors, all areas in Lagos State. Up Lagos State, up Nigeria.
When you are partaking in BRT buses, it applies to everyone, whether you own a car or you don't. It decongest the traffic on the highways, so everybody don't have to put their cars on the road. So sometimes, if you don't have a special function, you can just leave your car back home and make use of the public transport, like the BRT. So the one in Abule Egba, I think it's like, you know, and because that place is heading towards Ogun State, Abeokuta. So if you are able to get there faster, you can, you know, continue your journey to other areas. And people that are staying there, they can easily live like in outskirts of Lagos, while they live there. And they can go to work and come back on time without wearing out. So it's helping the masses a lot.
Sanwo-Olu added that the state expects new CNG and electric buses by the third quarter of 2025 with the aim to enhance Lagos bus services. He also urged residents to take ownership of the project to prevent vandalism of the infrastructure.
Welcome back. Lagos residents are truly reaping the benefits of taxpayers' money. Kudos to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his team. Well, that's all we have on this episode of Lagos Voices. I'm Sydney Okafor. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, you know, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually moving from I move around a lot. So when I move, she has to change school. So I was thinking maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So, as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan, because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results.
Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, no other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's kind of can be very, very tasking. And also sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well, and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids, it has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life, so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and that will be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they thought that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Goree Island or in Saint Louis in north of Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At that time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is the punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hope. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right, and that you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment at the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million. Very emotional, but he knows it very
in a higher level the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he know exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Welcome back to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. Now, the Court of Appeal sitting in Abuja has overturned the ruling of the Federal High Court in Kano regarding the local government elections conducted in October 2024. The APC had filed a suit with the Federal High Court seeking to stop the elections based on allegations that the chairman of the Kano State Independent Electoral Commission, Sani Malumfashi, alongside some commissioners, were card-carrying members of the ruling NNPP. Justice Amobeda ruled in their favor and ordered a halt to the polls, but the elections were conducted regardless. And at least 60 terrorists in the northern part of Nigeria have been neutralized by the troops of Operation Hadinkai of the Nigerian Army. The Army headquarters disclosed this in a third statement on its Facebook page on Friday, May 30th. According to the post, the land and air operation took place in Bita, Borno State during the early hours of Friday. And following the declaration of a sit-at-home order by the indigenous people of Biafra and its sister groups to mark this year's Biafra Day celebration, the Nigerian Police Imo State Command, under the leadership of CP Aboki Danjuma, has enjoined residents of the state to disregard the order and go about their normal engagements. The command also assured that it has deployed its personnel to all strategic locations to forestall any breakdown of law and order. And the Commissioner of Police, Niger State Command, Adamu Elman, has warned officers against the use of torture in conducting investigations on suspects. The CP stated this during a strategic conference with senior officers of the command, which included HODs, tactical commanders, area commanders, and DPOs across the 25 local government areas of the state in Mina. And on business, the Securities and Exchange Commission has expressed fresh concerns over Nigeria's appetite for investing in Ponzi schemes, despite the availability of safer, regulated investment products. The head of the Enforcement Department at the SEC, Sahad Abdul Salam, made this observation at the Capital Market Enlightenment Program organized for the Capital Market Correspondents Association of Nigeria at its Lagos office. And on the foreign scene, British actor and comedian Russell Brand has pleaded not guilty in a London court case on Friday to rape and sexual assault charges involving 4 women dating back more than 25 years. Brand, who turns 50 next week, denied 2 counts of rape, 2 counts of sexual assault, and 1 count of indecent assault. He also said not guilty after each charge was read in Southwark Crown Court. And finally, on sports, the nationwide League One has warned clubs against luring of players from non-professional teams. The NLO stated that the behavior is unacceptable according to the rulebook. The league body said that the action is a punishable offense. It also pointed out that the Federation of International Football Association, FIFA, stipulated that all amateur players' transfers are free because they are not on contract, but that does not translate to poaching or inducement. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at the moment. We'll bring more updates out of the hour.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
Welcome to the program. I'm Okpeyemi Owosheni. We start off with business news. Nigeria's external reserves witnessed a net increase of over $260 million within a single week, signaling a modest improvement in the country's foreign account. Latest data from the Central Bank of Nigeria revealed that the increase began on May 9th, when reserves stood at $38.12 billion. The figure had risen to $38.21 billion by May 12th. It continued again, reaching $38.30 billion on May 14th and $38.33 billion on May 15th, before closing the week at $38.38 billion on May 16, 2025. Now, the rebound follows a challenging period caused by pressure from external debt repayment, falling oil production, and volatile forex demand. And the federal and Lagos state government have called for investment in production of local goods as well as consumption of made in Nigeria products to boost small and medium enterprises in the country. Speaking at the 16th meeting of the National Council on Industry, Trade and Investment, organized by the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, the Lagos State Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment highlights the urgent need to diversify the country's economy from over-reliance on oil. TV360's Victoria Akonde completes this next report.
Recent global shifts in energy policies, coupled with declining oil demand and volatile crude prices, have underscored the urgent need for Nigeria to reduce its reliance on oil revenues. At the state level, the Lagos state government says it is already making efforts at creating an enabling environment that will attract investment, support industrial growth, and empower businesses to thrive. While advocating more investment in producing local goods and consuming them rather than relying on importation of foreign goods, the Lagos State Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment, Folashade Ambrose, urges both federal and state governments to explore new markets, unlock the potential of the country's youthful population, and embrace the digital economy as a catalyst for industrial and trade expansion.
Our strategy is rooted in two far-reaching frameworks. One, the proposed Lagos State Industrial Policy, LSIP, 2025 to 2030, which redefines industrialization as a deliberate, inclusive, and technological-driven enterprise focused on local value addition, manufacturing excellence, and green industrial growth.
In his address, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, says Nigeria must swiftly implement necessary measures to diversify its economy.
Build up labor-intensive sectors, all right? And of course, produce locally for domestic consumer market. I made a reference earlier on that economic activities are in three planks: production, consumption, then exchange or trade in between. Now, my recommendation with respect to production is that we should look at what India did. India began to promote a concept. They called it Make in India. Not made, Make in India. Which speaks to the fact that we make our geography conducive to manufacturers to produce within India. Now, the same thing can be done by every subnational.
Other speakers urged the governments to adopt policies that will make Nigeria's manufacturing sector conducive for both local and international manufacturers.
Studies have indicated that flexible work hour arrangements within the clusters, and that's what our study shows, have led to improved employee performance and retention, highlighting the importance of adaptive human resource practices in manufacturing setting. However, like I said, challenges such as infrastructure deficit and overregulation by government agencies, 3 tiers of government agencies, persistently result in suboptimal performance. I move to another part of the country, Aba manufacturing cluster. The Aba policy measures and reducing bureaucratic hurdles are essential to create a more attractive environment for businesses within these clusters. Provision of tax incentives can encourage investments and growth, simplifying trade procedures and reducing import duties on raw materials will lower production costs and improve competitiveness.
All the speakers say Nigeria has the potential to become number one in Africa in the industrial sector. They also call on the government at all levels to aggressively explore the non-oil sector, which they argue holds strong potential for revenue generation, job creation and economic transformation. Victoria Akonde, TV360 News, Lagos.
We'll go on a break now and be back with company news. Welcome back. The Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN, has reassured the public of the stability and safety of the country's banking sector, describing recent media reports questioning the financial health of a Nigerian bank as misleading and unfounded. In a statement issued by its president and chairman of the council, Pius Olariwaju, the institute emphasized that such publications are intended to disrupt ongoing reforms and undermine the steady progress made in strengthening the financial system. Now, aligning with the Central Bank of Nigeria, the CIBN urged the public to disregard false narratives and rely solely on information from verified sources. Now, there's more ahead when Money Matters return. We'll break down why the Central Bank of Nigeria is holding interest rates steady again. Stay with us for more details. Now, for the second consecutive time in 2025, the Central Bank of Nigeria has retained the monetary policy rate, which benchmarks interest rate in the country at 27.50%. Now, this decision is part of the outcomes of the Apex Bank 300 Monetary Policy Committee meeting. The CBN Governor, Olayemi Cardoso, reviewed that the committee retained the cash reserve ratio at 50% and liquidity ratio at 30%. TV360's correspondent, Tamilore Akinkolie, has more details on the outcome of the CBN's MPC briefing in this next report.
The CBN governor says the decision to maintain MPR at 27.50% was unanimous and reflects a conservative policy stance aimed at consolidating the effects of earlier tightening measures. He also said the committee noted the relative improvement in some key macroeconomic indicators, which are expected to support the overall moderation in prices in the near to medium term, such as the narrowing gap between Nigeria's forex market and BDC windows, as well as easing price of PMS.
Retain the MPR at 27.50%. 2. Retain the asymmetric corridor around the MPR at plus 500 to minus 100 basis points. 3. Retain the cash reserve ratio of deposit money banks at 50% and merchant banks at 16%.
Referencing the latest inflation figures released by the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS), which eased to 23.71% in April 2025, down from 24.23% recorded in March, Cardoso commended the federal government's efforts in boosting food supply and addressing insecurity in farming communities, noting that these steps contributed to moderation in food inflation. However, the committee also acknowledged ongoing inflationary pressures, including high electricity tariffs, persistent foreign exchange demand, and lingering structural issues in the economy.
This improvement was driven by both the oil and non-oil sectors, with the services sector being the major contributor. Gross external reserves increased by 2.85% to $38.90 billion as at 16th of May 2025, from $37.82 billion at end of March 2025.
On the broader economic outlook, the CBN governor said the naira has become more competitive, attracting increased interest from foreign investors and boosting confidence in the economy. While acknowledging the challenges faced by the current leadership over the past 18 months, Cardoso assured Nigerians that ongoing reforms are geared towards correcting past policy missteps and restoring public trust in the central bank.
There are a lot of areas that we literally need to reset completely and start all over again. And we're doing so. But those things do take time. They do take time. But what I want to assure you is that we will be consistent as we have been over the past 18 months. And we believe that once we continue in that direction, we will be successful in building back the trust that has been so badly eroded over a period of time.
With the Monetary Policy Committee opting for stability over change, all eyes will now be on how inflation and currency markets respond in the coming months. Tamilore Akinkwole, TV360, Lagos.
Now, to unpack this decision and its wider impact, I'm now joined by financial analyst Femi Oladele. Thank you for joining me on the program, Mr. Oladele. Now, why do you think the CBN has chosen to hold the interest rate steady for a second consecutive time, despite moderating inflation? And also, what will you say are the underlying risks it is prioritizing?
Thank you so much, and good morning once again. So I would say that all of the reasons as adduced by the CBN governor are clearly stated and highlighted, but I would say personally that one of the significant reasons would be that it's a learning phase for the CBN, really. Many things are going on in the monetary space, including the fiscal space, and it looks like knowledge is a bit out of touch and we want to learn what is happening. So I believe that significantly, while they might say, oh, inflation figures are going well, FX demands, and there's a bit of stability in FX and all of that, I believe more significantly is the fact that it's a learning phase and you want stability when you are learning. And so that's, in my opinion, what the CBN is doing at this time. They want to understand the effect of all of those policies and see how they impact the economy before they now shake the tables. That's what's, in my opinion, is the reason for the retention at this time.
All right, speaking of learning phase, after 6 rate hikes that we saw in 2024, now what does this double oath suggest about the CBN's monetary policy outlook? Would you also call it a learning phase, and also about its confidence in current inflation trends that we've seen so far this year?
So generally, 2024, I would say, is a roller coaster for Nigeria. Generally, we saw unprecedented figures and it was out of touch. Many people, many analysts were shocked by the results that we saw last year, but this year has been quite stable. And I would say generally that it shows that the CBN is also learning quickly. So I wouldn't call it in this sense right now a learning phase anymore, but I would believe that they are learning quickly and understanding how things work generally in Nigeria, especially when we have just recently rocked the boat. Because at that time, many things were happening. There was heightened political tension. Security was a big deal, especially in the food-producing areas, Benue and Plateau. There was also the issue with people having not come out of the shock of the elections. And so many things were happening at the same time. And then we now brought in the monetary policy reforms, which didn't sit well. And that's why I believe we had those significant distortions or instability in those figures. But right now, I would say that they have learned significantly and they are understanding the terrain very much and handling it well. I would highlight two things that I see, especially with respect to what is happening now. We see significantly in the fiscal space that a lot of activities and policies, including programs, are going on, helping to stabilize the economy, although they are not achieving the expected results. Expected, I mean now, from the masses. We want inflation to go to single digits, if you ask me. We also want FX to go to maybe $1 to, let's say, 500 naira, but that's not. So that's the expectation bits that I'm talking about. But we also understand that things are generally improving. Generally, I say generally carefully because there are still things that are quite, and the CBN governor also noted it. You recall that he mentioned about electricity. It's a significant issue. Even internet access and so many other things, health services and all of that. Although we understand that there is a growth trajectory for the pharmaceutical industry in Nigeria based on research. But looking at it generally, we have seen improvements and a bit of stability. And I think that that's a very good one for the economy at this time.
Right, so let's now speak about the organized private sector. They've raised concerns about retaining the MPR consecutively. Now, what would you say are the likely effects of sustained high interest rate on credit access now for businesses, especially SMEs and manufacturers?
Thank you. So many times retaining the MPR does not necessarily mean that the finance cost will be retained. It does not mean that to be retained at all. So now we have 27.5%. It does not mean that when you go to the bank, if you had a previous loan of 33%, it doesn't mean that it's going to be stable at 33%. It's even likely to increase because the retention does not mean that things are slowing down. If it was a reduction, then we could say, oh, the rates would be retained. But now that we have a retention, I fear that some facilities would even receive increased rates, and that's not too good for businesses. So while it looks like retention on face value, for businesses, it actually means a bit of uncertainty or risk. And I fear that some facility holders would begin to reach out to their debtors to say, see, we are increasing this rate a bit. They won't increase so much. So I don't expect a significant increase in rates. They're looking at maybe between 1% to 2% just to ensure that there is a bit of stability also for them. But it increases finance costs, in my opinion. I am expecting that there will be a little bit of increase, and that also affects productivity, that affects access. That if you want to take a new loan, you wouldn't be taking it at the rate you took the last one. So I believe that it impacts especially small businesses. And when you now combine it with the fact that we live in a collateralized economy where your cash flows don't necessarily matter in getting access to significant finance. So I fear that it's going to slow down borrowings.
All right, now, speaking about effectiveness and retention, do you think the current MPR of 27.50% is still effective in curbing inflation, or is it now doing more harm than good to real sector productivity, I meant to say, bearing in mind that the main reason why they kept on increasing MPR last year was because inflation was over 30%. So now that it has reduced, do you think it's still very effective in curbing inflation?
So I have significant reservations with the inflation figures. You know, I earlier mentioned one time that I don't know the methodology, I mean the intricacies of the methodology used to just change those figures from the previous methodology. But I have reservations, even with respect to the inflation figures that were recently released. But let's leave my reservations. But the truth now is that if you consider that the reason why we're pegging the MPR to inflation figures and other economic indices is to see how to manage inflation. I don't think that MPR alone is enough to manage inflation. I had mentioned it many times that for public policy, you cannot use just one metric or one system to change the entire thing. It needs so many things. There will be political factors, there will be economic factors, there will be social factors. And I had mentioned also that Nigerians are perceptive. So just hearing about it alone can change things, swing either ways. And so I wouldn't say that retaining it at 27.5% does any significant difference to the inflation figures if we don't address those other factors that are significant in managing inflation. I've mentioned them: infrastructure, energy, security. If those things are not dealt with significantly, there is no magic that the MPR would do to that.
Right now, let's speak about the high cash reserve ratio of 50% on commercial banks and overall liquidity in the economy. What will you say are the short and medium-term implications of maintaining such a high cash reserve ratio? It's like about 50%. Do you think it's a good one?
So I don't think it's not good. The reason why, because it's also moderated. If you retain that at 50% and for merchant banks at 16%, there's also a moderation. So having that, I don't think it's a high figure really, because if commercial banks want to access more than that, they know how to do that. And so that figure is actually, in my opinion, it's more theoretical than practical. In the practical sense, if there is a need to reduce that figure, even the bankers committee know what to do. And so that won't be a problem at all. And in my opinion, I think it's more theoretical than practical. I mean, the figure.
Now, how effective do you think the monetary policy alone is in addressing Nigeria's inflation? I know you already mentioned that it is not very effective. Now, let's look at structural issues like electricity pricing and food supply constraints, and most importantly, insecurity. What other things do you think the government needs to do to put a balance between the MPR and other things to maintain inflation, basically?
Okay, so aside the real sector that I've mentioned, enhancing, improving infrastructure, improving energy, but when we talk about improving energy, we also have the responsibility of higher costs, and higher cost translates to higher rates for consumers as well. And then we look at other areas that we are currently having difficulty: data costs. We know what is happening in that area at this time. And so when you look at all of them together with the MPR, then a difference can be made. And that's why I said that we shouldn't look at the MPR in isolation, because in isolation, it can do little. If we imagine we are doing it theoretically and we run a regression analysis, the percentage control that MPR has over inflation will be very insignificant if we exclude all of those other factors. And so I don't think we should focus on isolating the MPR. Yes, that's the issue for discussion in this interview, and I understand that it's important that we discuss its impact. But more significantly, I think we should take it as a whole and not just the MPR alone. The MPR can do significantly if other assumptions are met. Right now, where we are in Nigeria at this time, we haven't met those thresholds for the MPR to begin to pull numbers that would ensure that the inflation rate goes down significantly. And so if you ask me what else can the government do, I would say that aside the real sector, if you look at what rent is doing at this time, you would understand. And many states are beginning to raise concerns that landlords are increasing rates, and the landlords' argument are that the economy is also difficult. So go and talk to the government. And so if we don't address structural issues, there is nothing the MPR can do. Even if we choose to reduce the MPR to 20%, which I know that won't happen, if we choose to reduce it to 20%, it won't automatically have the inflation figures. So in isolation, it can do just little, in my opinion.
All right, so now one of the things the CBN governor mentioned during the MPC meeting was the fact that the Naira has become competitive against the United States dollars. Now, to what extent would you say the CBN's current policy stance has contributed to exchange rate stability and also foreign investors' confidence? Because according to him, many investors have been coming into the country.
Yes, so but my question would be as what? As FPI or as FDI? Because we need to make those distinctions. Yes, I understand that investors have been coming, but how have they been coming? Because we cannot rely on FPIs alone. We need FDI. It takes time. And I've mentioned this, and I'm an advocate for patient capital in Nigeria. If we don't have patient capital, it will be very difficult for us to develop. You can't develop you can't develop the real sector with short-term investments. We need investment into the long term. And I give an example of mortgage. You see mortgages in other clients for 25 years. But in Nigeria, when you talk about access to finance, you're looking at 12 months, 1 year, 2 years. That cannot give us the kind of spin-off that we need. And so we have to look at that in that area. And so if I would profile a solution, I would say that we need enough significantly sufficient patient capital where people can now build. Yes, investors are coming in, but are they patient enough to ensure that we build an ecosystem that can sustain itself, or they're just going to come in and pull out after a few months or maybe 1 to 2 years? That's not good for our economy. And I hope that the CBN is doing its best to monitor the inflows and not just have those inflows come in and go out at will. I'm really hoping that we get FDIs to develop our real sectors.
All right, so briefly, just before I let you go, do you think there are any risk of over-tightening the economy, especially with such elevated interest rates and restricted liquidity?
No, I don't think so. But in the next MPC meeting, I'm hoping that rates will be reduced. This is my own hope, that the rates will be reduced so that it gives a bit of, because we are looking at a 2025 where we make more impact, especially in the MSME sector. And if that is to be done, then we need more access to finance. And if we need access to finance, we need them to be affordable also, so that you can ensure that we can produce well and also contribute significantly to the economy. So I don't think we should be looking at tightening anymore, and so we should be looking at reducing the rates in the coming days.
Well, we'll keep monitoring what the CBN will do ahead of the next MPC meeting. Financial analyst Femi Oladele, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program.
It's a pleasure to be here again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, that's it on this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okpeyemi Obosheni. See you next time.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they thought that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Goree Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. at the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water, and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million. Very emotional, but he knows it very, in a high level, the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, then as long as there's plenty, poverty is evil. Affluent poverty. That's what we live in Nigeria. We're living in affluent poverty. The news recently broke that a British international primary school, charter house located somewhere in Lekki, Lagos, was charging as much as 42 million per annum as school fees for its pupil in a poor country like ours. However, the school management issued a statement clarifying the claim that the school fees are currently 26 million naira per annum and not 42 million. Oh boy, now wow. 26 million as school fees per annum for Pekin when they primary school in a poor country like Nigeria, where many states can't even pay 30,000 naira as minimum wage. And many of our public schools in the country are public slums. And unemployment rate is frightening as fraud is now celebrated as a profession. 26 million. Well, I know some of you will go to defend them now. They say if education is expensive, try ignorance. And others will say, well, it's the school is attended by expatriate, kids of expatriate. Even at that, not before Nigeria that they make the money, whether they pay the expatriate salary. Must education be beyond the poor in a country like Nigeria, where ostentatious lifestyle is the attitude of government? So if you pay 26 million naira for a kid in primary school, that means you go pay 62 million naira for that kid in secondary school. And maybe 112 million for the same child when he enter university. And then the child will graduate, there won't be jobs. And then you send the child abroad. Is that not overhead? Go to countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. Charles University and the University of Warsaw are some of the cheapest universities where top-tier programs are offered at an affordable rate. Although universities in all the Nordic countries are relatively affordable, but public universities in Norway remain free for everybody from both within and outside the EU, with the exception of a few specialized programs. But here in Nigeria, go to Edo University in Iyamo. It is ranked as the most expensive state-owned university in Nigeria. Yet, the other state university, Edo State University in Ekpoma, under the previous administration of Godwin Obaseki, suffered from lack of infrastructure and adequate funding until the recent administration in Edo. So what that means is simply this: rich separated themselves from the poor. Now, wow. How many people still remember, the craze those days about British International School? But with the current school fees of 4.6 million and 6.8 million, for boarding, I guess the super rich now, when they pay 26 million as school fees for primary school children, would think, oh, that's poor. So came Chatham House, and yet government go look the other way in a poor country. We know job despite the expensive school, and you expect people not to steal? Yeah, well, what am I even saying? What can government do? When even Nile University in Abuja, where most of our government officials and Abuja politicians, they go get their degree, especially in law, no come cheap. And even some churches, when collect tithe and offering from members to build schools, most of these members that contributed the tithe and offering cannot afford to send their children to these schools. So what do you expect? Even recently, remember Wigwe University in Isiokpo in River State was in the news, not for the death of its founder, but as the most expensive university in Nigeria, with school fees ranging from 12 million naira. And some of these fees are priced in dollars. And our government is pretending to be looking for solution to our dollar problem, while they turn a blind eye to this open segregation in a country where our collective welfare is supposed to be their responsibility. Oh boy, to your tent, oh Israel. You won't blame them though. Don't you see how we openly spray monies in parties as if money is going out of faction? So that's why they think we are rich. Yet, there are no roads to our villages and insecurity is ravaging the country. Even as our public officials drive around our dilapidated road and public slums in exotic and expensive cars, the cars will neither produce nor assemble here. Yet, with retinue of aides and barrage of mobile police, where the future generations are either emerged in prostitution, hookup, or fraud, I beg no verse, yahoo, as a means of livelihood. Outrageous display of affluent poverty, you would say. This is the reason why some properties without any special infrastructure around them in some area, some area never get road, apart from the fact that there's so much money to waste, are so expensive and priced in dollars in places like Maitama, Sokoro, and environs in Abuja, and Banana Island, and in some places in Lagos, in a poor country like Nigeria, than properties in Miami waterfront in rich America. So no matter how much we all condemn or criticize these things, it will not go away, because the reality is that most Nigerians want to be like these people who are physically rich but mentally poor. As we only criticize them when we are poor, but the moment we become rich or hold public office, we will create segregation, poor and the rich. We move over to expensive slums like Lekki, send our children to special schools, meant only for the rich, occupy government positions and steal public funds, ride expensive cars without identifiable or sustainable means of livelihood, and display wealth irresponsibly and spray endlessly at parties. That's just our life. So it no go stop. So if I lie, anyway, check those occupying public offices today. Between 15 and 12 years ago, they were mostly critics of the attitude of the government then. But today, they are all in government and repeating exactly what they once criticized, even if not even worse. So I will therefore advocate, until we see government as a vehicle for public good, social justice, creating job opportunities, infrastructural development, equality, and a vehicle for impacting our community positively, people will continue to chase wealth, material possession, and position as a way of life and end up not living at all. Government must take job creation as a priority and endeavor to consciously and consensuously celebrate and compensate hard work and create regulation in every sector to avoid a society of wealth without work. The attitude where government officials are at the forefront of displaying affluence in the midst of poverty must be discouraged, as it pushes people to acquire wealth without work. Lastly, our orientation should help improve our mindset to the fact that voluntary and selfless service helps write our name in gold in the sand of time. That even when we die, our name will be so engraved in the heart of the world that time will never erase it. Well, I don't want to talk too much. Make I pause and here to enable you make your own contribution in all our social media platforms shown on your screen. Also help us to share the message so that we can collectively change our society. For no matter how expensive education is, without commensurate effort to promote and create job opportunities, you will still end up as poor. No be me talker. Remember, the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. See you next week.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has fixed the governorship elections in Ekiti and Osun states for Saturday, June 20th, and Saturday, August 8th, 2026, respectively. INEC Chairman Mahmoud Yakubu made this known on Friday during the swearing-in of 6 newly appointed resident electoral commissioners recently confirmed by the National Assembly. Yakubu also said the commission is finalizing arrangements for by-elections to fill vacant seats in the national and state houses of assembly. And the Court of Appeal in Abuja has reversed the judgment by a federal high court in Kano, voiding the composition of the Kano State Independent Electoral Commission and the local government elections the commission conducted on October 26, 2024. In 3 unanimous judgments, a 3-member panel, presided over by Justice Biobele George Bill, held that the lower court lacks the jurisdiction to entertain cases bordering on the composition of state electoral bodies and the qualification of members of such bodies. And the Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo has offered an unconditional political amnesty to the candidates of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) in the 2024 governorship election in the state, Asu Ighodalo. The governor, in a statement by his spokesman, Fred Itua, noted that his offer of political amnesty to Ighodalo, who has allegedly been sidelined by his political benefactors, is a show of true sportsmanship. And the Nigeria Governors Forum has commiserated with the Niger State government on the flood which has claimed many lives in the Mokwa local government area of the state. In a statement signed by the NGF chairman Abdulrahman Abdulrazak on Friday, the forum said that it was shocked by the magnitude of the flood which has claimed many lives and properties in the community. And the House of Representatives Committee on Solid Minerals has suspended Arab contractors' quarry operations for blasting just 431 meters from a host community below the safety threshold set by Nigerian regulations. Honorable Jonathan Gbefwi, who chairs the committee and represents Karu Kokona in Nasarawa State, announced the suspension during a meeting with the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development in Abuja. And on the foreign scene, France will ban smoking in outdoor areas where children are likely to be present, starting July 1st, 2025. This includes beaches, parks, bus stops, school entrances, and school venues. Health and Family Minister Catherine Vautrin made this known to journalists. The rule will also stop students from smoking in front of schools, and anyone who breaks the rule may be fined up to $135. And finally, on sports, a former British Marine appeared in court for the first time on Friday, charged with allegedly driving his car into crowds celebrating Liverpool's Premier League win, leaving 79 people injured. Paul Doyle faces 7 charges, including dangerous driving and causing grievous bodily harm with intent during Monday's incident in the northwestern English city, which marked the port city huge celebrations. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at the moment. We'll bring you more updates out of the hour.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria.
Hello and welcome to another electrifying episode. E360 is back with more exciting contents than ever before, and I am your host Queen, bringing the latest in the world of entertainment, fashion, comedy, food, anything you can think of entertainment. I got you covered. So before we go into what we have today, let's take the latest news in the world of entertainment. So last weekend we had the African Magic Viewers Choice Award, and it's been amazing seeing our own Nigerian celebrities nailing it with their outfits, with what they know how to do best, likes of our actors and actresses being nominated for specific categories. And I'm really happy seeing everyone even being recognized for what they do. So first on the list, let me just talk about the category. Two categories that stood out for me. We had the Indigenous Award, Language Award, which went to Lishabi. If we've all seen that movie, you know that they literally deserve the award. Lishabi is beautiful. The content and everything was just amazing. Like seeing them being recognized, like they put so much work into it, likes of Lateef and his wife. Like his wife even played a role in this movie, and you even notice that he's like, maybe they're married or something. Like everything was really amazing. They nailed it for me and they deserve the award. I was really happy that they got recognized for this particular category. So the next one that actually got my attention is Seven Doors. Trust me, the actors of Seven Doors, likes of Femi and Choma, they nailed it. And it was just amazing because Choma, his wife, is an Igbo lady in the movie, and he's a Yoruba man, and he had to go leave the city to go back to the village to maybe rule, to be the king of the community at that point in time. But he had issues and issues. If you guys have not seen it, please go back and see it, because this movie nailed. And it's really amazing seeing Choma. Choma did not just start now. Like she has been in this industry for a very long time. Like since I was little, I know Choma, and I'm really happy seeing her. She won the best lead actress for this movie, and also him, so he won the best lead actor. Like I'm really happy seeing them actually excel in this particular category. So now moving away from the category, let's go to the outfits. Trust Nigerians to always come through. Like Nigerians are good. We are talented. I don't know what you guys talk about, but like everybody is just, all these designers, they just have one or two things they always want to chip in. Let's just say Vicky James. Vicky James every year comes out with her own designs, and guess her favorite moves? It is Osa's. Osa's dress was beautiful. I don't know if the nature of let's just say the theme for the AMVCAs this year was nature, because I saw so many designers trying to create nature, trees, fruits and other things, but Osas nailed it. She was styled by Vicky James. We have another one which was actually contradicting. That's Desmond Elliott. Desmond Elliott came out and was like, who is this? Like, we've not seen you, so where are you coming from? It was very funny, but his outfit was good. It's not that bad. But everyone kept on talking about the lion in front of him and one at the back. It was really amazing seeing them actually excel. So last on the list, we have our very own Davido, our OBO. Davido's album, all the songs for me nailed. Like the one that actually I like the most is With You, where he featured Omale, and that song is just amazing. I don't know, and I like Davido for the fact that he's a calm person, he's full of life, he's generous. He even gifted a TikToker that actually just danced to his song, like just flowed with it and everything. It was very funny, but it was amazing. And Davido is always giving us back-to-back hits. So that's it we have for entertainment. So today we dive into the world of fashion industry. So sit down and relax. Let's explore the magic screen together. I'll be right back. Welcome back. Here with me in the studio is Akin Oluwasewu, who is a fashion content creator and a stylist. Hello and welcome to the show.
Hi, good to be here.
Yeah, nice meeting. I love your outfits. Like it's giving like what you do. Literally, it's amazing.
Thank you
I like the glasses, signature on the tie and everything, and the colors. You know what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so tell me about yourself. How did you get into the fashion creation and everything? You styling it and all. Just tell me a bit about yourself.
So yeah, just like you said, my name is Akinlulu Oluwasewu.
Okay.
Most people know me as Akinlulu Certified.
Oh, good.
And I am a fashion content creator and a fashion stylist.
Okay.
What my motivation for getting into the fashion space. Like I've always been a fashion person, like way back since when I was young.
Yeah.
But like it got more pronounced when I was in school, like uni.
Okay.
I just loved looking good to class, basically. You know, because I went to a private school.
Oh, okay,
so
okay.
Yeah, I know.
You have a good advantage there.
Exactly. So I went to a private school, and we were almost, let me say, forced to wear corporate clothes to school and all of that. So that's what sparked up the interest more in me.
Okay.
And also, I feel like the use of social media also influenced me a lot.
To show
When I saw so many people that were doing what I wanted to do, what I felt like I could do.
Okay.
And those are some of the things that sparked the interest more in me.
Oh, that's
like,
good.
for fashion.
So now let's talk about your education. Like you talked about, you started from school. So did you study fashion, or what did you do? Because I know most people like to just deviate from what they actually studied. We all do that, fine. But like, just tell me what you did and what actually attracted you to go into what you're doing now.
So I studied architecture in school.
Oh.
BSc, MSc.
So is there like a connection? Yeah, there may be a connection.
Exactly. So I believe anybody that goes to architecture school, it's kind of sparks some form of creativity in you into whatever you are doing.
Okay.
Either if you're designing furniture, if you end up doing whatever, even if it's fashion, there's some form of creativity that architecture brings into you. So I feel like so what I studied in a way, even though I'm not actively practicing now.
Okay.
So it kind of sparked something in me. So I studied architecture in school.
Oh, that's good. So what would you describe your styling in 3 words?
So my style, I would say dandy. I would say prim and proper.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. So tell me what fashion item you can't live without.
I would say my suits.
Your suits?
Yes, my suits.
Now I know where the corporate thing comes from.
I'll say my suits. I have so many suits. Like it's literally my life. Like.
Okay.
So suits. I can't live without suits.
Okay. So will you tell me about you coming up and the influencers you get to or you saw that actually attracted you, or people you look up to?
Okay, good question. So just like I said earlier, like social media kind of influenced me getting into fashion. So some of the people I looked up to while I was like in my early years were people like Akin Famino. I don't know if you know Akin Famino. Is a major stakeholder in the fashion content creation space.
Okay.
But outside Nigeria, like internationally, there's Blake Scott, there's Steve Onoja. Those are the people I looked up to. And to the glory of God.
You've been nailing it. Okay, good. So now tell me what inspired you to start sharing your fashion content online.
Okay, so I have always loved social media. So I just saw social media as a platform for me to show what I do. Yes, like to voice out without doing too much. And that's why till now, like if you've gone through my content, I hardly talk too much.
I've not seen one. I actually went through. I'm like, wait, I need to hear your voice. I don't know how you sound.
Exactly. So I just saw social media as a means to, put myself out there without doing too much. It's more of like my portfolio.
Yeah.
So
let's say, what's the most defining moment of your life or of your career? Like when you started, what moment did you really say, "Oh, I did this"?
So So for me in fashion, there have been so many defining moments. But like in the early years, I would say winning awards in university for fashion, like best dressed in my department, best dressed in the school. Do you understand? So those were some of the, and I've been recognized by so many well-known blogs, even in Nigeria, Bella Niger, and I've been featured on Vogue too. So like I feel like that's like the peak
of where.
Yes.
That's good. So, like, tell me about how you balance being creative and staying relevant, like keeping up with everything you have to do, keeping up with your daily life as a content creator and also a stylist.
So, for me,
Did you find any difficulty anywhere?
Definitely, there will be difficulties.
So, tell us about it. So, in case we want to be like Oluwase, what do we do?
So, just like I said, definitely there are difficulties.
Okay.
But I feel one thing that makes you, keep pushing is just the goal you have in mind, and there is nothing that has an advantage that doesn't have a disadvantage. So, for me, it's just me looking at the end goal and saying, oh, let me persevere through this. Let me do all I need to do to get to become the kind of person I want to be. So, like, it helps me, be able to maneuver these obstacles in my way. And yeah, so on so many days I have multiple things on my schedule and all of that, but I just find a way to properly manage my time, you know, to meet up with all of this, and also deadlines, basically. Yeah.
That's good. I know, like, it must have been really, really stressful, but like, can you walk us through one day, like a day in your life, the process, what you have to do? Do you style your clothes yourself, your outfits?
Yes, I do.
Would you have someone that styles you?
No, I style right.
Do you style people too?
Yeah, I style people.
Oh, good. So, like, just walk us through you meeting deadlines and you taking pictures, because I don't know. I feel it's a lot. It's a lot. Like, one thing I know, maybe styling it and you actually waiting for it to come out the way you want it to be. So, like, the positions you stay when you're taking pictures and creating content and all like that. So, walk us through a day in your life.
Okay. So, as a fashion content creator, I feel Pinterest should be your friend. You know, because I feel like there is no idea that is really original. So you can always go through Pinterest. So let me use myself now, just like yours. I always go through Pinterest, you know, scroll. Sometimes when I see things I like or feel like I see things I feel like I could recreate, I save them, you know. But there's sometimes that ideas just come like off the top of my head. Like I'm just doing something, I just pass through somewhere, I see something, I see someone online, I see someone wearing something online, or just the combination just makes sense. Like, yeah, there's that too, and there's just me just being myself, and trying to evolve on what I'm already doing. You understand? So like right now, like my kind of style, it has evolved over the years. Not just from like corporate outfits. Like now, the way I am, it's kind of, you could say it's kind of corporate, but it's not corporate.
Casual corporate, like in the mix.
Exactly. So it's a mix. So it has kind of evolved over the years. So like a typical day in my life is when it comes to like fashion content creation is, you know, ideation, reaching out to, I have like a team, like my photographers, majorly photographers, because I love,
must be really good.
Yes, so and they're also very creative people, so we rub ideas to let us know what we need. Either if there are some props you also need, you know, try to put it in place, get it before the day of the shoot, and we shoot. And even on set there are some other ideas that pop up.
They have to.
Yes, I also implement into and that's how we make it happen.
Seems like a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot.
Because like, you know, when people just see a picture, wow, this is beautiful, this is good. They don't know the process. They don't know how difficult it was to go through just to achieve that result. Now let's talk about you combining colors. Trust me, not everybody in Nigeria literally knows how to do that. Not everybody in the world, like, just so both colors are, you like purple and orange. How will this go? How have you been able to maneuver that phase?
So for me, I would say it's just my kind of person. I've never had to think about, will this color go or not. Okay. I've never really had to do.
Sorry to cut you. Have there been any situation where you see yourself say, this color did not gel?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just really my kind of person. So so many times if I feel something will work, it actually just works. I don't know how, to be honest. It might it might be God. It might be
God is good.
It's even God. I credit that to God, you know. So like so many times I just try out things, try out colors, and also as an advice to people, I'll just say, you know, try out different things in the comfort of your home. Don't now go out and be looking like tetracycline in front of other people. So you can, like, your house is like your comfort zone where you can try out things. Let your family members insult you.
Oh, good. I was about to ask that.
Exactly. Let your family members insult you before you go outside and embarrass yourself. Exactly.
Okay, because living alone maybe and you're trying to match colors, you may not exactly get to
your mirror. Your mirror is there for you.
Oh, your mirror is there, but sometimes
and open your eyes.
Sometimes you look at yourself like, I think I look good, but when you step out, you don't look good at all. So now tell me how you've been able to, how social media has changed the way you work as a stylist.
Well, social media actually has so many benefits, and it has really helped me. You know, it gave me some form of influence.
Okay.
And the reason is because I actually started early enough. I started way back in 2015. Not too many people were doing this back then.
Not everybody.
Exactly. Not too many.
It's also a thing.
Exactly. So in like the university space, people actually knew me. Like when you talk about people in Covenant, people in Redeemers, these are people that actually do fashion at that time.
Okay.
So many of them knew me at that point. So social media has really changed and helped me like with my style and how I really approach things in general. Like I would give so much credit to to social media.
Okay.
Yes.
So now speaking of social media, what platform do you use the most and why?
Majorly Instagram.
Okay, why
because
Instagram?
that's where I started from.
It's a good platform, Sha.
It's a good platform, and that's where I started from. Just when Instagram first started, it was majorly for pictures. There was no even video. It's just I think 2020 that they started reels and all of this, and so just like that, I also tried to evolve and advance, and start creating video content also because if you don't evolve, you won't be relevant. Do you understand? So I started evolving also, start creating video content on social media. So yeah, Instagram works for me the most. But right now I'm trying to I'm already doing that. I'm already trying to like diversify my platforms. Yeah, TikTok, Pinterest. Because I got to, yes, exactly. I got to discover last year that there's actually a very big market on Pinterest.
So you'd have been yelling that.
Exactly. So I'm doing that right now.
That's good. I like the fact that like you're evolving and you're changing, and social media is helping you to become better in your field. So let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. We'll go on a quick break, guys. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Here with me in the studio is still our stylist and our fashion content creator. So now tell me about, have you faced any criticisms online and how have you been able to manage it? Because I know the word out there is not easy for anybody, but like, tell me how you've been able to maneuver and just keep pushing regardless.
So, because of my kind of personality, I have not really faced criticism that much because I believe I was using platforms like X, which was formerly Twitter. I would have received a lot of even when I know I talked about diversifying my content. Yeah. And there are sometimes I post something on TikTok on X and you see some kind of comments that are just really man. But like on Instagram, everybody's all over light.
Yes, everybody's
all over light. So I've never really had to face that form of criticism, and because of my kind of person, I don't like putting myself in a situation where I am in that place where people have like different
things to say about you.
About me, so,
okay.
I believe it's just my kind of person.
Oh, that's good. So, who is your favorite fashion icon now, and why?
Well, my favorite fashion icon, I believe it's not one currently.
Okay, just mention and why.
Okay, so Pharrell Williams.
Okay.
Pharrell Williams is a grand commander of style. Yes. Grand commander of style.
And I agree to that.
Yes, and I believe our kind of styles are similar, so that's why I connect more with Pharrell Williams.
Now I'm drawing the line. Now I'm drawing the line in your pictures. Yeah. Wow. Okay, that's good.
So it's Aproki too. It's someone's style that I love a lot. It can be very minimalist. It can be quite edgy too. Yeah. So like not giving yourself a box. That is the reason why I like Isaproki. Yeah. So those two.
I like Isaproki as well. So now, if you're going to style any celebrity, who would it be, and what style do you think you would put on them?
Locally or internationally?
Let's do two. Let's do Nigerian and international.
Okay. Locally, like within Nigeria.
Yeah.
I would like to style the video. I really like to start the video.
It can be fun, Sha. So whenever I hear the video, I just want to jump.
I really like to start the video.
In what way?
Putting up something for him that just gives him the superstar vibe. To like project him more as a superstar that he is.
Okay.
Yes, because on some occasions, sorry to say, on some occasions I've seen when he has worn some kind of outfit, and I'm like, no, the style should have done better. So yes, and that's my reason for choosing the video.
Okay.
And internationally, let's say Idris Elba. I mean, he has a great sense of style, but like it would just be an honor to style someone like that.
It's amazing. It's amazing you're mentioning people that I know. No, that's good. That's good. So, what's the most challenging shoot or project you've ever worked on, and why?
Off the top of my head right now, the most challenging shoot. Okay, so just like I mentioned, I've been featured on Vogue once.
Okay.
But it wasn't my idea, it was the photographer's idea.
Okay.
So it was something that brought me out of my comfort zone. Because if you see that picture, I was looking kind of homeless. And because it was an editorial image, just that I wore like lace and stuff. So I feel like that kind of that was kind of difficult for me to do because it was not like my normal kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, who doesn't want to be on Vogue? So yeah.
So it was really, really difficult.
Yeah, it was kind of difficult for me, but I believe, but like for like my own personal stuff, I mean, in the early stages, it used to be quite difficult. But like right now, I believe it's almost like it's almost easy for me, like very easy for me to just because I have like a system. You understand, that makes things work easier for me.
That's good. I know Lagos is like a fashion zone entirely. So have you been able to attend events and let's just say GTCO Fashion Week and other fashion shows that we have? And have you been able to, do you attend them?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Especially Lagos Fashion Week, because Lagos Fashion Week is one of the biggest fashion weeks in Nigeria. So like it's even like, don't let me not to talk down India, but like it's one of the biggest fashion weeks. So there you get to meet even people you look up to in Nigeria, you know. So I attend Lagos Fashion Week a lot. Every year I've been attending since I think 2019, till even last year, and I'll still attend this year.
Oh, good. So tell me about GTCO Fashion. What do you think about it and the idea behind it? Because last year I got to attend one for my very first time. I'm like, oh, this is amazing. I love every single thing happening here. So will you want to be in that position, styling people, and what do you think you will bring up?
You mean styling attendees or styling?
Let's just say styling models.
Models on the runway. I mean, it's something I'm very open to. I mean, GTCO Fashion Week is also a very big fashion week in Nigeria. So yes, it's something I'm very open to. You know, working with a designer to put out their pieces in the best way possible on the runway for everyone to see.
Okay.
Yeah,
so now you creating content like on Instagram and other platforms that you work with. How do you get your inspiration from? Like, do you see, not only for Pinterest, but the ideas of you creating videos? Like, what do you think? Or is there like a brain box, someone that just says, oh, I think you should work this way? Or do you just bring everything, every idea you do? Because the videos are amazing, trust me. So like you working this particular way, looking up this way, is there someone that directs you? Or you do everything? So
first and foremost, I'm a believer, so I'll give the glory to the Holy Spirit. Like the Holy Spirit helps me a lot, gives me direction on so many things. Yeah, and also that's why I mentioned the team that I work with. So like there's just this synergy between us where some of the ideas come from me, some of the ideas come from them. So it's just easier that way. I believe every creative, if you are looking to build a team, you should actually look for people who share the same ideas and who share the same visions like you, so that whatever you're looking to achieve will be easier. And so that's basically what has been helping me. So so many of these videos that you see, they are basically some are my ideas, some are their ideas, and we bring them together.
Because you pass off like a model, like maybe you don't even do anything, but like the way you just position and taking photos and everything. I will call you model.
Yeah, it took so many years.
Okay.
It took so many years, you know. I believe in my early stages I wasn't that comfortable. Like when I started this, I didn't like taking pictures in public.
Oh.
But right now, if you put me in the middle of the road,
anywhere I can
take pictures easily, like, because that's what I'm born to do.
Okay, but you know, like you standing out, like with your styling and everything, your outfits actually draw attention of people.
Exactly.
So like now you said before you were shy. Were you a shy person?
Yes.
Okay, so you wearing those outfits, it was like.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, to get to a stage, there's a point to do something to a point of mastery, where you are no longer shy.
So you're used to everyone looking at you.
Yes, like I'm already used to it. I've done it a lot of times. I'm already used to it. So yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good. So, what advice we give to anyone trying to go into this fashion content creating business?
So, any advice I'll give, especially to younger people?
Yeah,
I would say start as early as you can, and be consistent, because consistency in anything just makes you better.
Okay.
You get, and the earlier you start, the earlier you can make the mistakes you're supposed to make, which will make you better. Okay. So I'll just say I'll pass out two advices. I'll say start early and be consistent in what you're doing.
Okay. So let's go on a quick break first. We'll be right back. So guys, we'll go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. So before we end this show, let's just take 60 seconds, 10 games, questions rather, just in and out. So let's just say your favorite celebrity couple. Who would it be?
It's Rocky and Rihanna.
Thank you. Most outstanding day of your life?
Most outstanding day of my life?
Yeah.
Most outstanding day of my life has to be... There are so many. Well, let's say the first day I was recognized for what I'm doing right now.
Okay. Yeah. Football or basketball?
Football, basically.
Favorite relaxation sports?
Favorite relaxation in Lagos or anywhere?
Anywhere.
In Lagos, I would say Landmark Beach.
Okay. So, movies or novels?
Movies, I'm a movie person.
Favorite city you like to visit or you have?
Favorite city I would like to visit? Mauritius.
Okay. So, favorite indoor sport?
Favorite indoor sport? Let's say indoor basketball.
Okay. So, favorite food?
Favorite food, jollof rice and chicken.
So, mention one thing on your bucket list you like to tick off.
Favorite thing on my bucket list I would like to tick off, especially this year, is like travel to as many countries as I can.
Okay. So, let's just say sneakers or corporate shoes?
Corporate shoes.
Okay, good. So, if you're giving $10,000 to stay in a well-furnished apartment without anybody for 6 months, just you and food, no internet too, will you stay?
$10,000 to stay. For how many? For how long?
6.
No, I won't. No, I won't.
You won't. Okay, let's reduce. Let's say 2.
2 months.
Okay. Yeah, 2
no
months.
Internet, no food.
No internet.
I can run mad.
No, there'll be food.
Okay,
There'll be
food.
good food.
There'll be food?
Yes, but no internet.
No.
No, you can stay.
Because I feel like all I do, like, it gives you some sense of purpose, you know.
True.
So all of that within 2 months, like I can't.
So what if there's internet? You're going to stay.
There's internet. We are getting there. So, yeah, internet. With internet, I'm good.
No problem. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
It's really nice seeing you and what you do and everything.
Thank you.
So is there anything you want to share?
Yeah.
Where can we watch you? Where do we see you?
Okay, so you can check me out on Instagram. My handle is at akinlolu.certified. I'm also on X. I'm also on every other platform. Yes, so these are the platforms where you can check me out, and it's so nice being here.
Oh, thank you so much for coming on the show. So guys, that's all we can take on this episode. Thank you so much for staying with us. So see you next time. Bye for now.
My name is Bintu Salihu Garba, IGB. From secondary school, I moved on to Kano Polytechnic. That's where I started painting. And I'm happy I was the first female to start painting the Kano State. When I was a child, I used to draw. By then, I didn't know what painting was. I guess you understand what I mean. Then my uncle, then Aladidia, late, he now took us to London. That's where I saw paintings of master's paintings, very beautiful ones at the National Gallery of Art in England. So from there on, I just love painting and I pick up interest from there. Because I noticed after every painting, a painter will now inscribe his name at the bottom of the painting. That was what inspired me. I said, boy, I would love to paint and then inscribe my name on that. From there on, I just pick up drawing and then I continue drawing from there. That's it is to painting. Honestly, if you say dominated by men, possibly it is only here in Kano that painting is dominated by men. Other places, women do painting. If you say challenges, well, there are quite a lot of challenges, but I was able to go through it because the men I'm working with then, they were also helping me to see that as a female, they kept encouraging me, even the lecturers, they encouraged me to paint. So I now pick up painting and I continue doing it, and I truly, really worked hard to get to where I am today. I started teaching drawing. I got employed into Kano State Senior Service Management Board, that is secondary school. So I continue drawing, painting, and then teaching at the same time, and then making money from there because it's a job. It is what I do. You understand? It's what I do. I teach painting. I paint. People tend to commission me for some paintings. Some of them I even say flowers, some fruits, some vegetables, etc. I just continue doing it, and that's how I tend to make it as a business. As I've earlier mentioned, I told you I've been teaching for past decade now. You understand? So I am passing this knowledge down. Now that I've come to this age, I'm in my studio, I allow teenagers to come. I teach them painting free of charge. Some of them, all they do is to buy the materials themselves. And then I do teach them, I do coach them, because you don't teach painting, you coach. It is some talent, like person has talent and then you now coach him, you develop his skill, you understand? So that is what I do now. I get teenagers and even adults, some of them are even interested. They do come to my studio and ask me, I would like to paint. I would like, fine and good, since it is what I've been doing for over 30 years now. So I now find it easier to even teach anyone that is even interested in painting. For over 30 years. I cannot tell precisely how many. Like I told you, it is school. I teach in school and I take many classes. You understand? And I've taught in so many schools now in Kano, so many. so many schools, and all of these schools, no class is less than 45 students that I taught. For the past 30 years, that is what I have been doing. So how many I teach now, I cannot tell. But I know I have taught a lot of people painting. The outcome of it now, I can see people are developing interest in painting, and alhamdulillah, they see female in it. People are now coming out to appreciate painting. Like though I forgot to mention to you that we have this Society of Nigerian Artists. We are shouting out to people, getting people, reaching to them, so that they will now understand painting, and that it is not only drawing, it is a way of life, because some people don't even know that painting is a profession. They don't know it. So now myself and members of the society, we are reaching out to people to get them to understand painting and drawing as well. Over the years, my painting, I delve mostly in culture. Any environment I find myself, I now tend to go into I see the culture, the kind of people that are there, like I now work with what they have there. My painting is mostly culture and educative as well. Anytime we hold an art exhibition, I do sell painting, and besides, when I was in school, visitors used to come and buy my paintings. That is why I lost count of my painting. Then I didn't know I should be counting them. As I'm working, people tend to come in and appreciate the work. By the time I'm working, they will tell me, okay, if you are through with this, I'm going to buy it. Some, by then, I even used to give it free of charge. I didn't know it is something that I should be counting or something I should keep as a side. But much later now, I come to realize that every piece of my painting is like a child to me. So from there, then, I've started counting them. But the previous one I did, I cannot precisely tell their numbers. Now people are buying art and decorating their houses, and even places of interest now. And if you go around Kano, you will see that there are places that are decorated with paintings. You understand? So that is how we are reaching out to people. Even the government now, they do commission artists to come and do paintings in strategic places like what do you call it, recreation centers. Even in hospitals, we even have paintings in hospitals where we educate people, you understand, on, say, a kind of disease. Like now we have this COVID-19 around. You need to see the kind of illustration painters are doing to make it easier for people to understand what they should do and what not to do. Of COVID-19, honestly, I've been able to make 1 or 2 paintings to illustrate COVID-19 here in Kano using the kind of materials I have around me. For instance now, okay, it's there behind you, so you can see, yes, after I will show it to you. It's something I use, a plant that comes out in ball like this. So I use that kind of plant now. I paint it and I use it and I name it as COVID-19. I would like to advise the government, because anyway, almost everything on earth, people will say government should do something, government should do very well. But would I go to encourage artists and help us appreciate the work of art we do? Anytime they have anything to do with illustration or like kind of needing to inform people about something, we would like them to encourage us artists, to involve us artists to do those kind of things for them, instead of them going outside getting those kind of illustration, billboard around, whatever, where there are artists around. So we like government to encourage us, like they do release funds for agriculture, they release funds for education, they should release funds for visual artists too. They should do that. Yes, government should do that. We also like people to appreciate our work. People should not just sit and say, oh, drawing. Drawing is a way of life. And art is not only drawing. Like you're standing there, you're wearing a hat, a cloth, a long trouser, it's art. You combine things on you to make you to beautify yourself, isn't it? So that is art. Art is a way of life. COVID-19 have affected the patronage very, very well. Yes, it has. But that is not withstanding, that is not stopping us from doing what we're doing, because it is not only foreigners that patronize our paintings. It's not only foreigners. So we are doing what we do, and then, painting, it is something you can do and keep. With time, those foreigners will come. You are a client, you say, I want so thing to be painted. From there, I, as an artist, I will now see and I'll sit down and think of what it is you want. First, if I like, I can make sketch on paper. Then I will now move on. Possibly it is a design you want. You mention the size of the design you want. Then I prepare my canvas. The process in preparing canvas, you need your easel, like what you see here is the easel stand, and then you need canvas, like I told you, this is it. You need, this is a white cloth that we use on it. Then you use emulsion paint to coat it several times so that it will be hard. Then you now use your oil color. If it is oil color you use, or acrylic color, you have so many medium.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air.
Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth, and from there we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and to give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and save from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that
we can go all year round producing food, more like you can choose what's and having to depend on the rain and all, and everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here, and so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about... This is, we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Hello and welcome to the program. The recent wave of defections by federal opposition lawmakers to the ruling All Progressives Congress is the biggest talking point right now in Nigeria's polity. This comes as the country's major opposition parties, especially the People's Democratic Party, the Labour Party and New Nigeria People's Party, continue to grapple with internal crisis. Now, members of the opposition parties have accused the APC of taking advantage of the crisis and luring their members and in what it described as the APC's plot to kill opposition and quiet dissent. Reacting to the defections, the leadership of the Senate dismissed arguments that members of the opposition were moving to the ruling APC to avoid prosecution or for other sinister interests. Speaking recently during the defection of PDP Kebbi senators, the Senate leader, Opeyemi Bamidele, dismissed claims that they were coerced into defecting to the APC, insisting that the decision is voluntary and rooted in the spirit of national unity. Here's some of what the Senate leader said during the defection announcement.
The President of the country, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, is working with his party, the APC, to turn Nigeria to a one-party democracy. We are not at the polls. No one is being coerced. If anyone will be coerced, definitely it is not the Senator Adamu Alero that I know and that all of us know. It is not Professor Yahya Abdullahi that will be co-opted by anyone. Neither is this Senator Medoki, who had also made a mark in the private sector before he ever ventured into politics. They are not in politics so that they could feed.
Bamidele further emphasized that the move was not an attempt to weaken the opposition or build a one-state party, but rather a step towards consolidating a government of national unity. He described the decision of the defectors as one made in the national interest, calling for less political grandstanding and more cooperation now to address Nigeria's pressing challenges. Well, let's discuss this. I'm joined by a political affairs analyst, Muyiwa Akin, today. It's a pleasure to have you on the program, sir. First of all, let me get your thoughts on these several defections to the ruling APC. Are you surprised at all by the number of people joining the ruling party?
All right, thank you very much for this opportunity. I would say I'm not surprised. Many more will join APC. Build up to 2027 general election. Because the truth of the matter is that the politicians we have now in this era are politicians who only think about themselves, about what is it that will benefit them, and not necessarily about the people that they represent. So in the build of the 2027 election, we are going to have more defection than we have now. Because the truth of the matter is that the opposition political parties have not been able to put their acts together. They keep blaming the ruling party of, poaching their members, of threatening them with corruption charges, trials, and all of that. But the fact is that if the table were to be turned the other way, this same opposition party would behave the same way that the APC is behaving now, which is to look for more members as we get into the general election proper. This year is the only year that we have for governance. Towards the last quarter of this year, we begin real politics. And what APC is doing, which PDP and other opposition parties will do to are in power, is to get the system ready for that battle that is almost upon us. So that's where I see. I don't usually pity politicians because they have a written up sentiment, but what they do behind the door among themselves is quite different.
Now, these defections now beg the question, the place of ideology, in Nigeria's political system. How come the Nigerian political system is not built on ideology, rather it is built on personal gains, like you mentioned earlier? And what then is the future of politics in Nigeria, particularly democracy now?
Well, I think we are practicing a new form of politics, a new form of democracy in Nigeria now. I think we are practicing a new form of democracy. And some people are worried, I'm also worried, that we may end up having a one-party state. There are other countries where we have one-party state, and it's good for the people. For as long as the Nigerian people want a one-party state, it will happen. Only the Nigerian people can stop a one-party state. Why I say that is that if you look at members of political parties, I think it's only APC that has come up with the number of members that they say they have across the country. That's 40 million. And if you look at the number of registered voters, it's far more than that. So which means that if you remove, and you can be sure that not all members of the political party will vote during election or even vote for their political party because of a lot of issues within the party, internal crisis and all that. So if the rest of Nigerians decide that this is what they want, APC is in power, and they say, okay, we don't want APC anymore, we want to try another party that is even new on the block. Nigerians are the ones who will determine whether they want a new political party, whether they want a multi-party democracy that is really truly multi-party, in which you have an opposition party that is effective, or whether they want, a new political party to take over. Nigerians have been complaining at every opportunity that you find them, at every platform that they can use. They've been complaining about the difficulty of this time. The government itself has been explaining that it's been doing a lot, and these difficulties were not caused by the government and all of that. Nigerians are the ones who will determine whether they were in a better position in 2023 when they last voted, general election, and then compared to 2027. I don't think that this movement will be led by politicians. it should be led by Nigerians, because politicians only go to where they find their own personal benefit. I mean, imagine now that the whole of the structure of the PDP in Delta State has been collapsed into the ruling party at the center. This is the first time in the history of Delta State that you are having the party move into what you can call a social welfarist party. The party has the PDP has the Delta State has always a conservative party. I mean, to go back to the question you asked about the ideology, in the way we practice politics in Nigeria, there is really no ideology anymore. It doesn't really matter. Somebody can wake up on the so-called welfarist side this morning, and by the evening it's going to the capitalist side. It doesn't really matter. The whole thing is very free. So you now have a situation in Delta State where the party, the state that produced the running mate to the PDP in 2023, just about 2 years ago, that same individual has now crossed over to the opposition party. That same individual who, got a lot of votes or whatnot, couldn't beat Labour Party in the presidential election, Delta State, has now moved. The governor himself, who was massively voted by the people of Delta State on the ticket of PDP, has now moved to APC. So what are we talking about? We are saying that there is really no distinction between party A and party B. And so the issue of ideology does not really exist in Nigerian politics. That's my take on it.
Well, but a very vital question now is, do the people actually have the power, to speak against what is currently happening? Because like you rightly said, these numerous defections have triggered the conversation that Nigeria is edging towards a one-party system. People, are saying that very soon there will be no opposition to stand against the APC in elections, like you have said, like you have mentioned. But then the people actually have, what it takes to speak out and insist on, insist on not wanting the return of the ruling party?
I will tell you clearly that people have it. The people have the PDC. Nigerians always believe that votes don't count. And I say that votes do count. Yes, there will be malpractices, we've seen all of that happen, alteration of figures. But what I always, the way I look at it is that if we have 500 voters registered in a particular polling unit, and then we are able to mobilize 350 people to come out and vote. It doesn't matter which political party they vote for in the first instance, but 350 people are able to come out and vote. Any political party that is going to manipulate the result in that polling unit will have only 150 votes to contend with in terms of manipulation, adding and subtraction. The problem we have had, and if you look at the figures for mileage for our election, is a low turnout of voters. People complain about poor governance, they complain about hardship, they do all of that. And then when it comes to election day, everybody sits down in their sitting room, watching TV and monitoring radio and doing all kinds of playing on the
It's another factor that should be considered, because there's a very high level of voter apathy. So what's the guarantee that people are ready, to stand up to this impression or this fear that Nigeria is sliding towards a one-party system?
Okay, this stage did not start overnight. This issue that we're talking about did not start overnight. So we can't actually expect that we cure all the ills or most of the ills in our politics overnight. I'm saying by 2027, let's begin the process of getting people educated about the need for them to vote. The truth of the matter is that the power is in the hand of the electorate. Your PVC is your power. But people always have this perception that even if whether I vote or not, the result is already known. I'm sure you must have come across that kind of conversation almost every time we're having an election. I mean, it takes a lot of my having to convince so many people to say, look, you have your PVC, go and vote. You are going to the polling booth and you see so many people doing all kinds of things on election day. And you are asking them, have you voted? They say, what's my own? What's my business in that? So majority of Nigerians are the cause of our problem politically, because we don't trust the system. And if you are not part of it, you are not part of it, there's no way you can have the kind of result that you desire. And we have to adopt the approach of a marathoner, long distance runner. This thing cannot be achieved overnight. Let's start with 2027. Let's see how far we can go in 2027. The result may not come the way that majority of us expect. But I think that if we sustain that momentum, by 2031, by the next election, some things will begin to change. And that's what I'm asking Nigerians to do. Don't just sit down there and say, votes don't count. It doesn't really matter what I do. Votes will count if we all come out and exercise our franchise, or majority of us come out and exercise our franchise. The vote will begin to count.
Now, the defectors from these opposition parties, particularly from the People's Democratic Party and the Labour Party, and even the NNPP, have cited the leadership crisis in their camps. Now, the PDP has accused the ruling party of taking advantage of the crisis and luring its members, especially those who have been accused of corrupt practices. People actually refer to a statement made by the former national chairman now of the APC, Adams Oshiomhole, back in 2019, where he said, in quote, "When you join the APC, your sins are forgiven." Although Oshiomhole has said that the statement was taken out of context, but then could there be some truth to this allegation leveled against the ruling party?
Well, I would say that to some extent it could be so. But I will look at what Oshiomhole said as a marketing tool, just a way of getting people into his own political party, which is fair enough. I mean, when you are campaigning, you look for all things that are legitimate, including those that are not practically legitimate, and throw into the mix. But the reality is that there are a lot of APC former governors too, who have also had to face EFCC or are also facing trial. So it's really not foolproof that if you join the ruling party, you are safe from being prosecuted. It's not true. It's not really true. It's just that politicians look for excuse for everything that they do. I mean, why will it become? The thing is that all of them want to belong to the winning party, and they fail to realize that if all of you in the opposition party, stay within your political party, come together, galvanize yourself, you won't be able to defeat the ruling party. After all, in 2015. The ruling party, PDP, was defeated because there were a lot of, deflections from PDP, the NPDP, the APC, the NPP, the CPC, and a fraction of the ABGA. They all came together in the build of the 2015 election and decided to work together. And they defeated the sitting president. It is not impossible, that's what it means. I mean, look at the last election. The president that we have now, Bola Tinubu, lost in his own state on the presidential election. He lost in his own state. So it means that some of these things are possible only if the people come together and decide to do the right thing. What I'm saying is let Nigerians realize what they want. The cash and carry politics can never go away, but maybe if you say you are hungry and you want to collect the money, but at the end of the day, you have to realize that you are actually paying for the pains of the 4 years by collecting the money that you probably will blow within a minute or 5 minutes or even within that day. So what I'm saying is that Nigerians should know that they can actually replace a ruling government. And I've given an example. It has happened before. It can happen again.
Mr. Akintunde, we'll continue this conversation after this break. Do stay with us. The program will continue shortly. Welcome back. We're still discussing the gale of defections to the ruling APC. Political affairs analyst Moyiwa Akintunde is still with me on the program. Mr. Akintunde, as it currently stands, these fresh defections have raised members of the PDP in the National Assembly, that's across both chambers now, the Senate and the House of Reps, to 265, while opposition lawmakers have been reduced to 202. You think this is a threat to Nigeria's democracy?
Well, you look at it that way, yes, it's a threat to Nigerian democracy because we are expected to have a multi-party National Assembly to be able to stand whatever the executive is bringing and scrutinize it. Not necessarily, I don't believe in opposition for the sake of opposition, but if you have something that is better than what the executive has presented, you should be able to, put it forward. It's all in the of the country. But let's be realistic. When let's say the issue of Natasha, when the issue of Natasha came up, and all of the emotion that issue brought into play, when they were going to vote, people did not vote across party lines. Let's remember that. Secondly, when we also had the issue of state of emergency in Rivers State, and the president brought, as expected, as required by the Constitution, brought it to the National Assembly, the Senate and House of Reps, there was no dissent, particularly in the Senate. Yes, they said they had to do voice vote. No, sorry, they had to do acclamation, not counting senators one by one. But there was no single party senator. And in that Senate, we have Labour Party, we have PDP, we have NNPP in that Senate, just as we also have in the, I think there's even SDP in the House of Reps. None of them, the other opposition party, raised any issue about this. So that means that politicians have agreed among themselves that this is the way we want to go. I'm talking about those who are leading us in the National Assembly. I am for multi-party democracy in the region of the world. I am not happy that we are beginning to have a Senate or House of Reps where the overwhelming majority belong to one political party. But what about those who are still there, even if it's only one or two people that are in the opposition party? What have they done to really show that they want something different from what the ruling party is doing? So that's what I think we should look at.
Focus to the opposition parties now, specifically the PDP, Labour Party and New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP. Right after the 2023 elections, the internal wranglings in the parties began, and there seems to be no end in sight to this crisis, which of course is why the members are leaving. Now, recently, the acting national chairman of the PDP, that's Umar Damagam, mentioned that the APC is taking advantage now of this crisis and luring their members. Do you in any way agree with Damagam, and what would you say has fueled the inability of these parties to come, to sort out their differences?
First is self-ambition. Every politician wants to be, the leader, president, governor, whatever. If they can subdue their self-ambition and look at the collective interest, I believe that some of these things will begin to work out. Okay, let's look at what happened in 2023. PDP has institutionalized zoning. In 1978, when PDP was founded, leading to the 79 election, they decided to agree on zoning the presidency. If the chairman of the party comes from the south, the presidential candidate will come from the north. That's what they have been doing in 2023. When, for whatever reason, you knew that we had a president from the north, whether it is a PDP or APC or any party. The president, outgoing president, Muhammad Buhari, had ruled 8 years and was from the north. One of the problems that PDP created for itself, and generally for the opposition party, is to insist that they will have a candidate also from the north. It then means that if PDP had won the 2023 election, in the country, I believe in merit. Anybody can come from anywhere and become leader. But we have to also understand the diversity of this country. So that means that if PDP had won that election, we'll have had a northerner rule for 8 years. And then another one ruling for almost for 8 years. It should be like, because there's this story about Atiku saying it was only one term. It's just a story. The moment he gets into office, he wants to take a second term. So what I think that the opposition party should do is to first subsume their selfish interest. Even now that everybody is galvanizing, you still find the likes of Atiku Abubakar still determined to be. What if in 2023, for instance, Peter Obi was not virtually pushed out of PDP? Because Peter Obi knew that they are likely to give that ticket to Atiku from the north, that he left PDP and then moved into PDP and Labour Party. And look at what Peter Obi was able to galvanize, even within a short space of time that he joined the Labour Party. Assuming he had run, assuming a strong candidate, maybe not an Atiku, but a strong candidate from the north, not the running mate that he had, who could not even win his polling booth. Assuming a strong candidate from the north, I also contested against it. APC had a problem of the Muslim ticket. In a country like Nigeria that is very, when it comes to religion, we are really very tense. And yet, you couldn't put your house together. And the same thing is repeating itself for the opposition party now. I expected that, like I said before, in the period of 2015 election, by this time in 2013, what became APC had galvanized itself. Those who were in the new PDP, NPP, those who were in the then ACN, those who were in the AMPP, CPC, had come together and formed a new political party called APC. And they started galvanizing themselves. What is the opposition doing now, the coalition of opposition? What are they doing? They still don't know whether they want to, and rather than even getting stronger, they are becoming weaker. Do you know how many governors that are on the waiting list now to do what Delta State Governor Bolo already did last month? Many of them are governor of Akwa Ibom already fled his allegiance to the second term of President Tinubu. Although he says that he doesn't want to pick with PDP, he has already openly declared his support for President Tinubu. So what kind of opposition are we having in this country? It's painful that we don't have opposition that really can stand and look at the political party in power and say, you are not doing the right thing, So that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that for opposition to look at themselves first, remove remove all this issue of the pressure from the ruling party. If the table were to be turned the other way, if the opposition party were to be the one in power, they would do worse than what APC is doing to them now.
Will be quite sad for the opposition parties if their members keep leaving for the APC, particularly as far as the 2027 elections are concerned. And Mr. Muyiwa Akintoye, thank you very much for coming on the program and for sharing your thoughts. Thank you, sir. That's all on this episode of the program. Thank you very much for watching. Join us next time.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me.
This is village.
I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation building process of Afghanistan.
even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion.
Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV, 360 Sport. As usual on the program, it's definitely going to be another exciting moment on the show. A moment that even after the show, you have a lot of reasons to go and visit us on all our social media platforms to get those parts of the program you miss. I have two important guests in the show, and these two guests from two different parts of the world. One from the side of the federal government and also a private sector. A lot of people have been talking about private sector and public sector involvement to enable a lot of things go further. And I'm sure these investors, these entrepreneurs have done so well for themselves to really collaborate to ensure that equestrian sport gets to where it's. A lot of people are also surprised that we have equestrian sport in this part of our world. Well, without so much ado, let me go straight to Abuja, where we have the president of Equestrian Federation, that's Nigerian Equestrian Federation, talking about Dr. Anthony Obiora. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Also, in the studio with me is we have Madam Vanessa Asuni, who is also into equestrian services. She is the owner of Gidi Equestrian Services. A lot of things has to do with animals, horses, and Gidi horse ride. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah. So we go straight, I'm sure a lot of our viewers are wondering, we go straight to Dr. Anthony Obiora. As the president of Nigerian Equestrian Federation. What was it all about? Because it's still a sport that 90% of Nigerians don't know that such sport exists in this part of the world. What can you say about that?
Yes, thank you so much. Let me begin by saying that we're really happy to be on this platform. Thank you for the opportunity to, speak about these very important sports. Nigeria Equestrian Federation was established on the 9th of December 2022, and we are the governing body that regulates equestrian sports in Nigeria. We regulate the FEI equestrian disciplines. By these disciplines, I mean the show jumping, the dressage, the eventing, the vaulting, and endurance. These are new disciplines which we are trying to establish, trying to develop, and these are the Olympics disciplines. So we are working in hand with some stakeholders like the Giddy Up Riding Academy to promote these sports. And this is a sport that has a lot of following globally. I'm sure you must be aware that equestrian sports has huge economic impact globally, over $300 billion. And it is sad to say that Nigeria hasn't yet tapped into this enormous potential. So it's a good thing that is a wake-up call, and we're happy that platforms as yours is seeing the importance of having this discussion so that Nigeria begins to also tap into these enormous potentials.
Well said, and I'm sure a lot of people agree with that. But do you see any reason why we lack in the sport, why we are so behind? There's some sport that are local sport that you know that from generation to generations, there are sports that has been always around us. This equestrian sport, do you think it's a sport that has been with us in ages and we decide to leave it behind, or we have nothing to do with the sport from inception of the country?
All right, so equestrian sports, as you know, is an elitist sport. It's very expensive, and it's not like it hasn't been in existence. It's a sport that has over a century existence. Prominently, we have the polo and the horse racing. These are the prominent equestrian sports we have in Nigeria until recently, when we decided to introduce these new disciplines. So it's a sport that is very expensive, and I believe it's one of the reasons why it hasn't gained that prominence, because of how expensive it is. People having access to horses is difficult. Horses are very expensive, and their maintenance and all that. But the good thing now is with the likes of Giddy Academy, with the likes of other riding clubs that are coming up, and of course with the support of Nigerian Equestrian Federation and other stakeholders, we are trying to open up this access so that you don't necessarily have to own a horse before you can participate in equestrian sports. You can actually come to these riding academies or centers and register, and then go through the training procedures and preparations towards competing. So the sport has been in existence, but access points and of course some other challenges, had made it not gain the required attention, such as funding and challenge, such as infrastructure. We have limited infrastructure across the country. We have also the quality of horse care is not as it ought to. So there are several challenges which we are trying to overcome. So that's why it hasn't been that prominent as it ought to.
Has there been any time given that you are aware of that the government, as the Nigerian government, whether the state level, the local government level, or the federal level, has dedicated a particular fund or a particular time or a particular innovation to elevate the sport?
Yes, currently we are having several discussions with the ministries, the National Sports Commission, the Olympics Committee, and you see, the thing is, the existing equestrian sports, right, the polo and the horse racing are not Olympics disciplines. And I should also think it's part of the reasons why government have not really given the kind of support. Now, this industry, before now, like the polo, the horse racing, they haven't given it that economic outlook. Okay. Now, the federal government, with the coming on board of Nigeria Equestrian Federation, which has the Olympics registered discipline. Now, it means that people who participate in these sports can compete at the Olympics, and which is where the National Sports Commission, Nigerian Olympics Committee comes in, because now they can train athletes to participate in international events. So the government has actually shown serious interest, and we are having that discussion with the Olympics Committee. We are having that discussion with the National Sports Commission to promote the sport. So it's at the moment, I would say, gaining that required attention, but a lot needs to be done.
Well said. We will just come into the studio where we have Madam Vanessa Asuni here with us. You are from the private sector, and you obviously agreed to some of what you said. What brought you to the sport? Because it's obvious that you probably be the only one in Lagos or thereabout, not less than 5, doing this. What's the motivation behind a sport that lasts so much of followership?
Thank you. You know, equestrian sports and working with horses is something that requires the knowledge, the passion, and also a great deal of dedication. And this is one of the reasons why you don't see many people doing it. You have to bear in mind that we're working with live animals that are huge, and one really needs to know what they're doing in order to do it properly. So the way it started for me was that I started very young at 5.
Okay.
Yes, we had something called the Ikeja Saddle Club here in Lagos, and my parents were members of that club. I started riding there, fell in love with horses, and was able to turn my passion into a career by starting the Lagos Polo Club Riding Academy and then Giddy Up Horse Riding Academy. So those are the 2 riding facilities, academies that are available here in Lagos.
Well, sir, and probably for a sport like this, there'll be so much challenges. You on the private sector angle point of, what have you done to overcome these challenges?
You see, we don't look back, we keep going. And because I'm fueled by passion, there's no need to wait for anybody. And once they see like what is happening now, they're seeing what we're doing, they're seeing how Giddy Up is empowering the youth, not just those that are able to afford equestrian sports, like Dr. Obiora and you stated correctly. It is quite an expensive sport. So what we do at Giddy Up is we also empower the youth. We empower those kids who on a normal day would not even dream of coming near horses, which is why we have our equine youth empowerment program. So kids from the barracks, kids that would usually not do it, we bring them in, we train them, we teach them how to ride in exchange for helping out at the stables with the horses in their free time.
Obviously, you have. Let me bring Doctor into this particular conversation now. She has stated so well what she's doing and the passion. On the side of the government, is there any model avenue or a model infrastructure in place to also encourage those that we want to be part of this? Like she has rightly stated, a passion. So far, so good. Has there been anything on the side that the government have pushed to the forefront that will probably enable people like her to continue their passion?
All right, so we are currently making some propositions to the federal government and state governments to develop infrastructures for equestrian activities in the states and the federal level. And like I mentioned, it's a sport that hasn't gotten the required attention until recently. But the federal government is we actually proposing to set up a national equestrian center.
Okay.
It's part of the proposition the federation is in to open up that access point for clubs, for youth, and even for international events to hold, because as it is now, assuming there's an international event is to hold, we don't even have a very standard equestrian center that we can use for such. Yes, we do have some polo club has their own pitch, horse racing pitch and all, but for also these new disciplines, we don't have a center that we can actually have such sports. So we are having discussions with the federal government to maintain some of the existing infrastructures in the states, equip them with infrastructure, equip them with what the youth can use for their training and performance. And then also setting up the National Equestrian Center that would open up that, gives it that international link, so that if tomorrow the FEI wants to host an international event in Nigeria, such centers can, be a place, especially also as we are looking at beginning the Nigeria Equestrian League next year. It's also a league that can attract investment and that can open up the sector as well.
Okay. Well said, Doctor. And Vanessa, let's not look. He was also there when the second edition. What's the whole equestrian giddy game what's all about? Because we saw a lot of different kind of horse races. Tell us about.
Okay, so the Giddy Up horse riding and show jumping competition is for, the kids to come and showcase their talents and what they've been doing. So equestrian sports and horse riding is not just something you do. It's more of a lifestyle. It's a hobby. It's something that you keep doing. These kids eventually want to be able to own their own horses and, take care of the horses and keep riding. Horse riding has so many benefits. So we had the obstacle course competition for those that were on the lower level that can't jump yet. And this showcased how well they're able to control their horses. We also had the show jumping on junior division and senior. So for the seniors, we allowed the kids from our Equine Youth Empowerment Program to come and also showcase, and which we gave cash prizes to them, thanks to our sponsors. So this is what it's all about.
So, what areas do you think we need the president and the public sector to encourage such sports? Now that Dr. Obiora was there yesterday, from the government's angle of collaboration, what role do you need the government to do to strengthening the sport in the country?
Well, that's a very good question. I think Dr. Obiora is on track when he says we need a center that actually knows exactly how to groom these youths to learn about the whole equestrian sports and just the facilities, the horses. I'm also very big on animal welfare. It's not just about getting horses and keeping them there. It's, can you maintain the horses? Can you maintain the facility? Are you able to, give them the proper care so that when people see, if you see our horses, they're very well looked after, and we put a lot, that comes first. Without the horses, there's no equestrian sports. So it's very important to put these animals who are serving us, giving us the opportunity to do this, put them first. The people that are taking care of the animals also take care of them and empower them, teach them the right ways and the wrong ways. And when we're able to do that, everything will go smoothly.
The other parts that I need to say before I come to Dr. Obiora is there's a connection between some of the riders and the horses. How long does the take to connect? Because I know for a dog, the connection is maybe divine. But for horses, does it come that way? What does it take for a child to get connected to an horse? Because I can see some of the child controlling the horse, and the horse is really obeying some of them.
Yes, that's a very good question. And to answer that, horses are even more intelligent than dogs. They recognize sense. They recognize people. They remember. And they can sense everything. They know who is scared, they know who is anxious, which is why we have something like equine assisted therapy.
Okay.
So if you, at our event, we actually had one of the riders compete who is on the spectrum,
Okay.
and he comes and rides and he loves it, he enjoys it, and you know, it's an honor and a pleasure to be able to give this kind of opportunity to kids in this part of the world.
Okay, and I'm sure there's so much you need to do to ensure, and that should be for Dr. Obiora right now, there's so much the government needs to do to ensure that the sport penetrates. Is there an initial resistance of interest in the sport? I mean, there should be so much to do on the grassroots. What would you think the role the government needs to entail that the sport gets to the grassroots, even if not in practice, in knowledge?
All right, I can tell you that we don't have resistance. There are lots of interest. Actually, there are lots of interest among youth. You know, we've had some grassroots programs across the country, and the enthusiasts are very passionate. One thing about this sport is passion, you know, and that passion can drive you to any length. So we could see that passion among the youth who want to get involved. And by the way, Nigeria has a rich cultural heritage in horses.
Definitely.
You know, it's a heritage that has spanned over a century. So it's not new to us. It's something that we love. But then with the right collaboration, with the right investment, with the right support from the government, and truthfully, it's not just about the government, because the government has lots to do, you know. So that's why we are really encouraging the private sector to come in and support, you know, sponsorship, training, providing this infrastructure and all. And it's something that can really open up the equestrian space, create opportunity, job opportunities, and even boost local economies. So it's a big space, it's a big sector that with the right support will really do a whole lot. In one of our conversations, I did mention that this sport has the potential of bringing in about $500 million annually into the coffers of Nigerian economy. This is the fact, when it's properly harnessed.
Well said, but one aspect I think probably will do so well for development of the sport is train the trainers. I saw there were 3 judges on that day, and how many of the judges do we have, or how many of the technical know-how person is the federation having, or what are they doing in ensuring that other people get to know about the sport, and training the trainer kind of scheme that will also I tell you, it's a big privilege for me. My years of sport journalism, broadcasting, this is my first time of having anything to do with this sport. So what's the government, the role of the federation doing to ensure that there's always a training the trainer scheme to ensure that people know the rules? Because journalists, we need to put down our reports, we need to write the technical, who won, how the scores are being counted. What role is the federation doing in regards to that?
All right, so the federation has a national coaching program.
That's
level 1, level 2, and level 3. So it's a national program for people who are interested. Currently, we have about 20 coaches and judges who have undergone this training. So, and it's an ongoing program, and it's open to every individual who is interested to be part of this industry. So it's a program well structured that takes you from grassroots to advanced level of coaching and officiating the events.
Okay. So Dr. Obiora, Vanessa Asuni, we'll go on this quick break where we'll come back. There'll be so much question to ask, and definitely to get a lot of people aware about this beloved and noble sport. Don't go away. It's TV360 Sport Nigeria. Welcome back. Still 360 Sport. If you want to be part of the program, you can join us on all our social media platforms where the conversation never ends. And if you're just joining us, we have Vanessa Asuni, who is the founder of Equestrian Giddy Up Services, and the Federation President, that's talking about Dr. Obiora Anthony, who is the President of Nigerian Equestrian Federation. On the final note today, I want to go with Vanessa to tell us the list of 1 or 2 things that can just change the sport around under 2 years.
So this exposure that we're having is great for equestrian sports. This is something that will really put us on the platform and enable us to cement our youth in that global equestrian space. It's something that once people are more aware of, we know that they will want to come and do it. And with the support of our government, it will really help us, accelerate this goal, and also the support of the Nigeria Equestrian Federation as well.
Okay. Also, Doctor, I want to use the example of the Archery Federation, which have been involved for a very long time in the development of the sport. So there's a lot of issues going on between the Archery Federation presidents and also the stakeholders. Something I'm aware of, and I've played a great role in that. Meanwhile, while everything is going on, there's so much of private sector that has made archery go beyond the federation. How much are you going to collaborate with so much of your private sector, like Giddy Equestrian Services and the rest? How much support are you willing to give? Because I know that the private sector in this part of our country always do so much innovation that also encourage the public sector. So tell us about what you tend to do to ensure that it is not just the private sector involvement, the government will always support, like you support, collaborated with Madam Vanessa Asuni.
All right, thank you very much. So the Nigerian Equestrian Federation is open to collaborations because we believe this is one of the ways these sports can thrive and gain the accelerated attention it requires. And like you rightly pointed, we collaborated with the Giddy Up Riding Academy. We sanctioned this event because we want to encourage them. We want to encourage the Riding Academy to do more. And because we want to make this event known globally, we want to make this club known globally. We want to showcase them to the world and inform the world that what they're doing, we are in support. It increases their credibility. It gives them that national recognition. So we are also open to every other riding club across the country who are interested in developing this sport. We are also open to other private sectors. The people also, the private sector that also want to get involved, and we have that collaboration. Like Nigerian Equestrian Federation has collaborations with different other stakeholders. We have collaboration with Kano Polo Club.
So, Doctor, in the next 2 years, where will we be seeing this sport before we round up the show? Where should we be seeing? Is there a trajectory for where we should be expecting the sport in the next 2 years?
Yeah. In the next 2 years, we envision these sports gaining the required attention. We envisage in 2 years, Nigeria should be in the first World Equestrian Games. We already have one of our members who is pursuing his qualification. And we are very, very also certain that Nigeria will be in the next Olympics in 2028. So these are part of the things we are positioning for this federation and for Nigeria entirely.
Yes, this is all we take on today's program. It's been a wonderful time. I want to say a big thank you to my 2 guests. One in the studio here. On my left is Vanessa Asuni, and in Abuja is Dr. Anthony Obiora, who is the president of Nigerian Equestrian Federation. And we want to thank you for giving us your time and for the development of the sport in the country. Thank you very much, Vanessa Asuni. Thank you very much, Doctor, for giving us your time. If you check your time, It's time to round up today's program. It's been wonderful. Like I said earlier, want to join us? You can join us on all our social media platforms where the conversation never stops. For everything that has to do with equestrian services, you can join us on our YouTube page to also listen again, watch this wonderful program, and probably the first TV station to talk about equestrian services in Nigeria. Thank you very much, our viewers. Same time next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sports. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome. Governor Umar Zulum of Borno State has spoken about what he thinks could be responsible for the resurgence of the Boko Haram attacks now in some parts of Borno and the northeast axis, alleging that some influential politicians, members of the armed forces and local communities were acting as informants and collaborators for the insurgents. The governor, who made the allegation in a televised interview, also criticized the current state of military equipment, noting that devoid of politics, Boko Haram could be wiped out in 6 months. According to him, the Nigerian government needs to prioritize security by investing in drones to combat insurgents, just as a campaign now for the fusion of both kinetic and non-kinetic approaches. While also stressing that military force alone cannot bring about a total end to insurgency, Zulum urged President Bola Tinubu to pay attention to ground-level intelligence and professional advice from the military. The governor vowed to deal ruthlessly with saboteurs, frustrating the efforts of his administration in tackling insurgency in the state. Now, recall that Zulum had raised a land that Borno State had suffered a significant setback in its fight against terrorism, noting that the renewed attacks showed that the state was losing ground to the insurgents. So far, more than 50,000 people have been killed in the Boko Haram attacks, while millions have been displaced from their homes since 2009. Joining me now to discuss this further is retired Major General Chris Olukolade, who is the former Director of Defense Information when he was in the military. Thank you very much for coming on the show, and thank you for making out time now to talk to us. What the governor of Borno State has said is not something new. It's something you have heard even when you were in service. But give me your take on it.
Listening to, by the way, thank you very much for this opportunity to make a comment on that very disturbing situation as narrated by His Excellency. And listening to Governor Zulum, one can really understand his plight, his concerns. One thing one cannot take away from Governor Zulum is his passion in tackling the insecurity, bedeviling not just the state but the nation. And from the way he has, made his points, they are very clear, and they demonstrate a lot of passion. That's what we expect of leaders. That notwithstanding, there are other aspects of that remark that should give some concern. Concern both for the authorities to address the system, but also concern for the implications of those remarks he has made and the way they were presented they definitely have some implications for national security, which is another angle to his presentation.
Yeah. Let's talk about those angles that have to do with security, that have implication now, security implications for the country. Could you shed more light on that?
Yeah, like I said, the passion is commendable, and naturally nobody will be happy with what we are facing. But if we are to look at the implications of the statement of His Excellency, with due respect, they were looking exuberant and I would rather say eccentric with the way they were conveyed, considering the privileges he has to interact with the federal government and the authorities of the military. Now, going to the extent he made to so publicly denigrate the position of the armed forces can be very disturbing and has a lot of implications. For instance, it undermines national security in the sense that publicly declaring that Boko Haram has more sophistication and capacity than the nation's military, apart from it being
certainly can be correct.
It can be correct, but it also has implications on morale and national security, and this could be very, very disturbing to the morale of troops. I know we have the burden of time for this program. Otherwise, I would have pointed attention to previous engagements with His Excellency, which always point at this direction of wanting to run down the capacity of our military. It's not a thing to be encouraged. And besides, the confidentiality and protocol of relating with the system has been seriously breached here. Like I said, His Excellency has the access that should not warrant the level of remarks he was making. And it has the risk of causing public mistrust or loss of trust in our armed forces, which ordinarily I don't expect that to be his intention, but that's what it's turning out to be with those remarks. And it has effect on our operational efficiency and the public confidence in the armed forces. This is one of such trends of unnecessary politicization of our security matters, and that's what this has turned out to be, and it could be very disturbing, like I said. Many times I've had opportunity to commend officers who stomach some of the remarks of His Excellency. I've seen him interact with officers in the field and literally dress them down, even in front of their troops, make them look as if they are not working. This is not the first time, and I think those tendencies should be discounted now. His Excellency certainly has access, but should avoid unnecessary politicization and demoralization of our troops. That's why I said some of these look eccentric, and if we must criticize, the criticism should be constructive. Like his demand that the military be equipped is certainly not new, and a lot of presentations are done by friendly quarters, and I think the authorities are conversant with it. So if it is to be presented, it should be presented in appropriate circles, not in public glare to run down whatever. And it could have a sorry
to interject. Sorry to interject, but okay. The governor, of course, is certainly not a military officer. He's not a military man. But when you hear him now making, operational suggestions, military operational suggestions now, like saying that, look, drones should be used and all of that, it tends to give the impression that those in charge of the military probably don't understand the problem better than he does. What do you make of such operational suggestions that he's giving, saying that, look, drones should be used, this is what should be used, this is how it should be done, and all of that?
Well, it's easier said than done. War is not ball game, and definitely officers who face the situation understand what is appropriate. yeah, he can give. That's why I say he will even help himself and help the system by giving these remarks. Some of the remarks he made are actually already noted by officers, and they are making the case in appropriate quarters without, causing unnecessary public sentiment and attention. Anybody can think that war is like film, but being in the front itself is a different ball game. And like I said, running down whatever is in place at the moment is not always the best approach. You mentioned earlier in the introducing that this is not the first time one is confronting this situation. I want to recall that a similar statement was made by the President, Vice President, sometimes was it 2014 or thereabout. Very similar in the sense that he said that the Boko Harams were more motivated than the Nigerian armed forces. Officially I had to respond to that. The fact that one is dealing with unconventional or true people who don't have any normalcy to follow in using the weapons does not mean that we should be comparing them with a well-trained and well-organized system. By now, I'm sure His Excellency knows the difference by virtue of his position as Vice President of the Federal Republic. That's one thing that politicization of these issues can lead to, especially when one is not, facing it squarely. And sometimes one can save himself from this tendency by speaking directly to the authority, where they can correct you. They can give you a clearer picture of the situation than you get from speaking to the public and making some impression. I want to refrain from appearing to be, indicting His Excellency, but I don't think it is proper to vilify our nation's military publicly and before the international audience. It is not the best, and I will encourage politicians as much as possible to refrain from that tendency. The fact that they cannot respond does not mean that the point is taken or it is helping the situation.
Does it bother you, for instance, the allegation he made? Of course, nothing new, and you're quite right. When the current vice president was governor of that state, he made the same allegation as well, that Boko Haram has informants within the military and that some military personnel may be working for them.
Yeah, certainly I will be very incorrect if I in a wholesale fashion, just dismiss that as untrue. Indeed, there are such indications, but the system knows how to deal with it. And indeed, that should not. Where I agree with His Excellency that no patriot should be happy at such tendencies. But even if the reality is there, management of it so that it does not end up compounding our national security issues is what I think we should consider. And if we even look at previous instances, we have seen a lot of trial of personnel who were found in this tendency. The system does not condone it, and it is not proper to present a situation where it appears that the system is enjoying it. No, it's not enjoying it. And I'm glad you also said politicians. Maybe you can deal with fellow politicians. They know how to communicate to themselves, but not to just do a wholesale situation to rubbish ongoing. And if he has very clear information in that respect, like he promised to deal ruthlessly, welcome. But if he has such, vital information about the military system, he should engage where it is proper with appropriate authorities.
But General, what do you think could be responsible for this resurgence we are seeing? Resurgence of Boko Haram and ISWAP. I mean, we're seeing more attacks now, not just in Nigeria anyway, we're seeing them in Benin. What exactly could be responsible? Could this have to do with, say, for instance, the decision of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger to pull out of ECOWAS, and as well as Niger as well pulling out of the MNJTF as well?
I don't want to swallow this whole hook, line, and sinker, but definitely it's a trend that, like we have rightly observed, is beyond Nigeria. And what should be of interest to us is to have to curtail it at this side of the divide. And I also believe that they want to just prove a point. Perhaps they have just landed or be able to acquire some wherewithal to dare the system. And it's left for us in the system to prove them wrong. It is not to give them the impression that they can have their way. I think that the response so far, or the understanding that their latest attacks are provoked, should position us to repel it and ensure that their idea does not stay. One thing I've noted in this latest angle is that it is not like the previous where they try to hold ground. This time they have not been able to hold down to any territory. So each attempt has been duly repelled, and they've not been able to discomfit our system at all. And I believe that with time, with the ongoing reorganization and approach to curtail it, they're definitely going to get a bloody nose this time around.
Finally, General, do you think we can end this insurgency? As the governor said, that in 6 months it can be ended, that Boko Haram can be wiped out.
Well, let every hand be on deck. Where experience has proved that putting a timeline on this has not been very helpful. But I think our target should be to even end it wholesale. There's always the belief, particularly among the terrorists themselves, they believe that it will never end and they will ensure it doesn't end. But we have seen instances where terrorists have been really curtailed to a zero level. If I point at instances such as Sri Lanka, the approach may be different, but they achieved it. I also believe that somehow we can achieve it. We're already in that direction. Someday, we'll be able to curtail the tendency of terrorism and insurgency, as they call it.
All right. General Lulu Kolade, thank you very much, sir, for coming on the show, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you for this privilege, and I wish you all the best in this station.
Thank you very much, sir. I will take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, amid talks of a coalition ahead of the 2027 elections, the Senate caucus of the main opposition People's Democratic Party has asked that the party actually lead any coalition to face the ruling All Progressives Congress APC. Speaking at a meeting in Abuja, Minority Leader of the Senate and Chairman of the caucus, Abba Moro, said the PDP is best positioned to spearhead a coalition capable of strengthening democratic governance in Nigeria. According to Moro, the PDP, as the largest opposition party in the country, has the structure and capacity to accommodate and coordinate such efforts. While addressing concerns over the PDP's internal wrangling, the caucus dismissed claims that the party is on the verge of collapse, noting that other parties, including the ruling APC, are facing similar internal issues. They also warned against efforts to weaken opposition forces, arguing that a healthy democracy requires strong opposition to hold the ruling party accountable. The senators urged party members to stay committed and united, expressing optimism that the PDP will emerge stronger and more formidable. Moro's comment now comes as the PDP's presidential candidate in the 2023 elections, Atiku Abubakar,
explores the option of a merger with other parties. However, governors on the platform of the PDP have firmly rejected merger talks. Joining me now to discuss this further is the immediate past zonal secretary southwest of the PDP, Rahman Owokoniro. He joins us from Ibadan. Thank you very much for coming on the show. Let me start by asking your position on this. Are you in support of a coalition or a merger as being canvassed by Atiku Abubakar? Because earlier we saw the League of Northern Democrats. I'm sure you must be aware of that body, where you have Atiku and some other political leaders also from the north and the south, appointing Amechi and Lieli Moke to, come up with a plan as to whether whether there will be a merger or the adoption of a political party as that coalition. But where do you stand on this? Merger or coalition?
Well, my party, the PDP, has taken a position on this subject matter. And our position is that we as a party, we have very strong institutional arrangements and better organized, and we are willing to work with other parties in a coalition arrangement to fight and defeat the ruling party. So the idea of dismantling what we have in place to now start to set up structures and things. We have those structures in place as far as a PDP is concerned. We have the capacity to bring closer all the other forces, all the other political parties, so that we can form a coalition that is formidable, strong enough. We all know that coalition is required. Working together with other parties is the only way out of this, and we are willing to work with them. So I stand by my own party and the position we have taken to date.
But let me ask you this, sir. If the only way to dislodge the ruling party is by the PDP now getting subsumed in another, another platform, which would you consider, would that be too much of a sacrifice for the PDP to make?
Well, as far as I know, the PDP as a party, we are concerned about the state of affairs in this nation, the hunger in the land, the insecurity that is consuming lives, and the destructions that is going on all over the country is a major concern to us in PDP, and we'll be willing to sacrifice and work with others to make sure that this suffering do not extend beyond 2027.
So in other words, you're saying that, look, even if it requires the PDP merging to form a new political party, so to speak, I mean, the party would not be averse to that.
No, I can't take a decision on behalf of the party. What you are saying is a policy position. The party, as we move on, will get there. I mean, this is a journey, it's a marathon journey that we have embarked upon. And as much as the party is as concerned as all the other parties, I am sure they will get to a stage where decisions have to be taken to make sure that we are able to satisfy the people, we are able to assure and ensure that our people, are rescued from this crisis that we are currently facing.
But does it help the party at all that your presidential candidate in 2023 and the governors of the party, leaders of the party are working at two different directions? Because clearly, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar is walking in one direction and the governors are walking in the other direction. So two opposite directions.
No, I'm not sure you are getting it correctly, because I believe this last week, former Vice President Atiku just told the whole country that he remained a member of PDP. So as for Atiku at that point in time, earlier on, he felt that the crisis in the party was slowing things down, and he was part of the initiative that we have to put some things together to make sure that APC is ultimately defeated in 2027. That's why he embarked on that mission. And I'm sure as it was going on, he will have been consulting the party leadership. And at some point in time, I'm sure there will be meeting of minds.
Now, many of your party members, and when I say members, I'm talking about senior members of your party now, think Atiku Abubakar is the problem of the party. What do you think?
Well, I don't think anybody is the problem. I don't think Atiku, for me,
when I say Atiku Abubakar being the problem, I mean, you know, his ambition. His ambition to contest in 2027, he's not heeding that ambition at all. Many say that is actually the problem, and that, you know, if only he could just bury that, a lot of the problems now facing your party would have been addressed.
I don't share their pessimism. You know, the reason being, Tinubu was a problem in APC, but unfortunately for those who are afraid to have him on the ballot, all kinds of propaganda were being dished out. We have a constitution, and we need to live by the constitution. We have to follow what the constitution, says. So, if any group of people are aspiring or willing to come out and vote, it's okay. Whatever the decision of the party is, ultimately, is what the decision will be. But for me, those are just talk for talk. You can't talk anybody out of the race, and you can't talk anybody into the race. All you can do is to try and raise concerns, and those concerns to me are not legitimate. That is not going to scare Atiku from running. Neither is it going to scare other people who are interested from running. Everybody just have to do their own work. This is a democracy.
But would it be fair for the party to give its ticket to Atiku Abubakar again?
Look, in the game of politics, everything is fair. Everything is fair in game of politics. You can't. It's a struggle. It's a struggle to be at the front, at the forefront. So saying something is not fair. Is the party going to be fair to Atiku if he has to be displayed? So if you are talking about fairness to the party,
but don't you think the party has been fair? Don't you think the party has been fair enough to him? Fair enough. I mean, we're talking about a man who left the party at some point, not just on one occasion, left, came back, and the party still allowed him, gave him all the support and gave him the structure, and still allowed him to fly the ticket of the party. He's run on the platform of the party on 2 occasions now, if I'm not mistaken. So hasn't the party been fair to him enough?
Again, you are moralizing in party. There's no room for that in the constitution of the party. the Constitution says it only describes the legitimacy of individuals who are willing to run for the election. And once you meet the requirements to contest, moralizing, the issue will be out of the place.
So you're saying there's no morality in politics?
What?
Are you saying there's no morality in politics, sir?
Well, I'm not saying there's no morality in politics. I'm just saying that there are fundamental rights, and those rights have to be observed. If what you are saying is to be followed, we might as well the party might as well just sit down and disqualify the individual. That, hey, enough is enough. Don't come again. This won't be a subject for discussion here.
No, but then your party also has been the one championing zoning, and your party also came up with this idea of, rotating the presidency between the North and the South. So
yes,
why is it then difficult to apply it in this case?
I agree with you that the party have that understanding that there must be rotation for balancing of power. There's nothing wrong with that. So that decision will be taken at the appropriate time. We are going for the convention, it can be addressed there. So whatever the resolution of the convention is, that's what the party will uphold.
Yeah, the reason why I'm bringing up all this is because many of your party members think this is where the problem is, and that if there's no clarity on this issue, you would continue to have this current situation that you have now, where quite a number of your members are leaving the party, and the crisis continues to fester.
Well, I believe that, I know that there are crises in the party, but that crisis is not about, so far for now, it's not about zoning of offices, because when we get to that bridge, it's easy to cross. Go to the convention, pass our resolution, but before we get there, there will be noise here and there for people to win their own favors, or to propagate their own interest out there. So for me, rotation, yeah, I believe that is the position of the party for now, and we should live by those rules. So I believe it. I believe there should be rotation.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Romano Okunura, for coming on the program, and thanks a lot for making up time to talk to us.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, that's Romano Okunura, the immediate past zonal secretary southwest of the PDP. He joined us from Ibadan. We'll take a short break now, and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, with ongoing talks ahead of the 2027 elections, President Bola Tinubu has said that the growing popularity of the ruling All Progressives Congress across the country is a reflection of its achievements in less than 2 years in office. The president made this known at the APC Renewed Hope Agenda Now Summit, which brought together key figures
within the party, including the National Working Committee, members of the National Assembly, and governors from the Progressives Governors Forum. At the summit, the party leadership assessed progress made under the current administration, addressed national challenges, and strategized ahead of the 2027 general elections. Now, one of the key highlights of the event was the unanimous endorsement of President Tinubu by all the 22 APC governors now as the party's sole presidential candidate for the 2027 elections, in a major show of solidarity and confidence in his leadership. While addressing the recent wave of defections from other political parties into the APC, President Tinubu said such movements reflect the democratic rights of Nigerians to associate freely and choose their political affiliations. He however assured Nigerians now that the country will not slip into a one-party state. Joining me now to discuss this further is the National Publicity Secretary of the APC, Felix Morka. Mr. Morka, thank you very much for coming on the program. So let's take it off from the issue of the country slipping into a one-party state as, you know, a concern, of course, raised by the opposition. And you have the president, of course, addressing it. And the president said, look, people are free to move, that you just can't stop them. But how would you address this concern by the opposition that, you know, the fact that quite a lot of politicians are gravitating, defecting to the All Progressives Congress could literally mean the country might be slipping into a one-party state?
No, that is not a legitimate concern at all. The country is not sliding into a one-party state. We're not. What we're witnessing is democracy in action. You know, individuals, political actors, making informed choices about what platform to affiliate with. You know, we happen to be, you know, I think the beneficiary, if you will, of the exercise of this choice. You know, people are choosing to join our party more than those who are choosing to leave our party. And that is normal. You know, you cannot erect fences and erect walls or gates to keep people out of a political party. A political party, you know, by definition, is an association where people come together, you know, voluntarily and exit voluntarily. So when people who are in the opposition parties decide to join us, that shouldn't raise any specter of, you know, a one-party state. You know, let me remind us that there was a time in the history of this country when PDP governed. And when they governed this country with nearly 30 governors across, you know, the states. At that time, I don't recall that there was any hue and cry about the country, you know, slipping or sliding into a one-party state. How come APC, we only just recently made 22 governors with the joining of the Delta State governor? Before that, we were 21. Nowhere near PDP's 32 governors when we all were here singing, you know, that our democracy was flourishing. So look, you know, this is double standards. We can't, the opposition cannot be going about recruiting and mobilizing people to join their ranks and then be, you know, criticizing the APC for receiving, you know, people who decide to, who choose voluntarily to join us. You know, that's unacceptable.
And I know it might soon be 23 governors for you. Consider, I mean, if the comments of the Akwa Ibom State governor is anything to go by. But I want you to respond to, you know, some of these statements now from the opposition. And I believe you must have heard that one of the reasons why they, you know, you have this movement to your party is that some of these governors or some of these people who are coming to your party are just seeking some kind of soft landing, like in the case of the Delta State governor, for instance, allegations, of course, that the whole reason is just because the former governor was looking for some kind of, you know, to get the EFCC off his back, and that your party probably had promised some of them that if they came to the APC, any case at all they have with the EFCC would be swept under the carpet.
That's unfounded, idle talk. See, when people don't have anything, significant to say, they begin to conjure up things that don't exist. You see, people can say what they want. The opposition members can say what it is they like, but it doesn't cut it. And I don't think Nigerians are paying attention to that. This government has taken a very firm position and policy against corruption. There are people, governors even, or former governors of, APC, who have had to occasion to answer to, invitations or allegations, from the EFCC. Now, look, that is completely unfounded. Nobody's joining APC because they're looking for soft landing or because they're looking for a safe haven. They join APC because they choose to join APC. And they're joining APC for two major reasons. One is that they obviously believe that this president is on the right track, that the president's, reform, are leading the country to where Nigeria needs to go. That is one. Implicit confidence in the reforms of this president and his leadership. The second trend is the fact that the PDP itself has, completely shot itself in the foot by its inability to manage its own internal affairs. That is the reason for the drift. And it's so funny that the ones who are leading this argument, the likes of Atiku Abubakar, were the architects of the internal, dysfunction that is rocking the PDP, which is the reason people are leaving. Because look, politicians join parties because they desire to compete for power. They seek a platform to, compete, to exercise their democratic rights. When the party like the PDP loses its capacity to offer a safe, sensible platform to engage, you don't expect people to stay there and stagnate. They will move, and that's what you're saying. So we are not responsible for what is happening. But, again, like I said, in a democratic process, you cannot erect, barriers or gates and say to people, you may not come in. That's also completely anti-democratic.
I'm just wondering if your party would be able to manage this huge number, the deluge coming into your party, and some of them coming, of course, there are issues in their local party. Take, for instance, Delta State, where, whether we like it or not, there is a contention over, the leadership of the party in that state. The governor, of course, at some point had to come out to openly say he is now the leader of the APC in the state. But you also have the former deputy Senate president there. You have this contention. I'm just wondering how your party would manage this. And now you're expecting the governor of Akwa Ibom State to come in as well, and then you have the Senate president from that state. How would your party manage this to ensure it doesn't degenerate into a crisis that you'd find difficult to manage?
No, it will not degenerate. And there's nothing complicated about the scenarios that you refer to, whether it's in Delta or in Akwa Ibom. There's no complication. There's a sitting governor who today has joined our party. Now, everyone in our party, from the president to the leaders of the party in the state, have welcomed the governor into our party. Now, APC has evolved very strong systems for mediating anything, conflicts, or mediating competing interests, whatever it may be. We have evolved systems to do that. And which is why people have confidence in the party, why they're willing to abandon their old party and to join us. So the situation in Delta, which is my state, by the way, I can tell you for free that, yes, as you would expect, you will have people who are anxious, who are not sure. Any system of, coming together, whether it's, of a personal marriage, of, a political marriage or, anything similar, people are bound to, be anxious. But anxiety is not, a negative necessarily. It just means that people then put their concerns on the table, discuss them, and then work out, some understanding that allows the integration to happen, like we're witnessing in Delta. And I bet that if the governor of Akwa Ibom State makes that decision to join our party, the same thing will happen. They will come in. Yes, you will find areas where there are initial, tensions and anxieties, but at the core, both the old members and the incoming members will, sit down at the table and work out whatever areas of, uncertainties there may be. That is how a political party is supposed to function. Nobody has promised, any sort of, just hitch-free, that smooth integration. You have to work for it. Anywhere two people are gathered, you must work to reach compromise and to reach understanding. We, I think, have demonstrated that capacity. The opposition have not, and I think that's why they appear to be having, challenges.
Now, so many parties, so many opposition parties are blaming your party and blaming the government for the crisis they are contending with. You must have heard the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, recently blaming the government, your party as well, for being responsible for the crisis in the Labour Party. What would be your reaction to that?
See, look, DG, that's just utterly ridiculous, quite frankly. I mean, for Peter Obi to take the microphone and suggest that the APC is responsible for the problem in his party, this is an individual who, even without anyone caring, will tell you every day that he is, able and capable of governing Nigeria, a country of nearly 300 million people, with all of our, multi-complex, our complexities, to put it, mildly. He says he has the capacity to govern the country. But this same individual, Peter Obi, does not have the capacity to fix a problem in his little party.
And that's, sorry to interject, and that's what he said, that the reason why he's not been able to address it is because, this whole thing is orchestrated by the government, by your party.
Deji, I think that I've heard this, commentary enough, and I think that it's time for, some of our colleagues in the media to begin to demand. I don't want to say proof, because then you think, oh, we're not in court. They should begin to demand some, basis for these claims. Because you see, a bad workman can blame the tools all he wants, but he needs sometimes to go back to actually worry about his capacity and his competencies. Because it's easy, it's very cheap to say, look, we can't fix the problem because, the APC is doing something. What are we doing? How are we doing it? We are not doing anything. These guys are just dysfunctional. They are utterly, they proved incapable of solving their own internal affairs. And how do you then convince Nigerians that you cannot fix the problems in your small party, but you can govern Nigeria? So, now imagine a situation where some of these characters, are assuming they ended up, finding themselves governing anything. How many excuses are you going to make when things go wrong? Who are you going to blame when things go wrong? You see, look, the PDP was a ruling party. In the PDP today, you still have the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar.
Sure.
And you have governors who are sitting governors and former governors who are members of that party. Now, if you suggest that APC, a political party, is doing something that has completely constrained all of these eminent Nigerians who are in these parties, all of these, heavy weights who are in these parties, that the APC has somehow managed to confound them and cripple them, made them incapable of actually, extricating themselves from this mess, then in that case, they are not as big as you might think.
Are you bothered about the coalition talks going on now among the opposition parties? They're planning to come up with a very big coalition to challenge your party and possibly, get your party out of power in 2027. Is that something you're losing sleep over?
No, we're sleeping very well, Deji. We're sleeping good, I can tell you. We're sleeping good because, we are busy minding our business. We're busy, putting our party together. We're busy governing, creating milestones while they're busy, grumbling. We're busy creating milestones, just like the president said yesterday at the summit. APC is governing. We're busy fixing the economy. We're busy tackling serious matters of state and, showing Nigerians record of progress from, a very solid history to now a place where, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Look, our people have endured quite a bit. And they've endured for a very long time, not just under this administration, but, quite frankly, through the years, the phantom, economic years of the PDP, we've endured a whole lot. And Nigerians, deserve a break, which this president is working to give Nigerians in the long term some sustainable, growth, stability, and prosperity that I think our people will be, thankful for, down the line. So look, it's okay because we're in a political system where members of the opposition will say something, we'll never see anything good. That is, even when the world is acknowledging that we are making progress in various sectors, they will still, want to push a false narrative that everything is bad or is going wrong. But, like the president said yesterday, APC is government. And if people want to come into the party because they want to support this vision of the president, they're welcome to come. They're welcome to come. They should, I think, give people a reason to embrace them as well. Nobody's stopping them. And nobody's going to stop us. And I think it's completely disingenuous for anyone to suggest that because we're a ruling party, we must not engage as we did yesterday. Our governors who came out to endorse the president, a mere expression of confidence in the work that this president is doing. People are saying on the opposition side that we shouldn't have done that. Meanwhile, that same yesterday, they put out a lot of information about the progress with their so-called coalition. So, why is it okay for the opposition parties or individuals to band together to have these conversations about, floating a coalition to challenge the APC? But APC is required to just sit back and do nothing. We can put up a summit to bring ourselves together and, share information and, tell Nigerians how far this government has come.
But some people are saying, look, the politicking is coming.
We will do that, irrespective.
Yes, some people are saying the politicking now is coming way too early. 2027 is still somewhat far away, and already the president is being endorsed by at least by the governors now, as the sole candidate of the party. So the concern of some people is that, look, this is coming way too early and it's some kind of distraction. The government has not even completed 2 years in office. Besides that, with this endorsement now, does it mean we're not going to see any kind of opposition to the president, during your primaries, when that happens, sometime next year?
Look, an endorsement is an endorsement. No one has proclaimed any law or amended the APC constitution to prevent anyone else from aspiring to any office. So I think we're misreading this. This is an internal, event where members of the party, came to the conclusion that this president has done enough to justify their confidence and for them to then express confidence in his leadership. That is normal. That can be done at any time in the life of an administration. It can be done even on the first day or the second or the third day. And especially in a situation where the opposition is busy, again, moving around and, just creating, some energy around false narratives. I think it's normal. We're not speaking to Nigeria or to, we're speaking to the party and saying to ourselves, we members of the party, the governor said yesterday that they have reason to have confidence and to express, their confidence in this president. And then, suggested that they will endorse him, in his bid, which he has not announced yet, to run. And that is perfectly normal. And I think, we shouldn't make too much of it.
So it doesn't foreclose any form of primary at all, it does not stop other should I say aspirants from within the party or other members of the party now to also declare their interest in running for the presidency as well, contesting the party's ticket with the president.
No, the governors and those who moved this vote of confidence yesterday were very clear. Nothing in their statement said, "Oh, all party members, you must not." They didn't go, in that direction. They simply were expressing their democratic freedom to pass a vote of confidence in this, president. And I think, it should be understood as such. And I think, besides, we're not in a primary mode right now. We're not in that zone where we start having conversations about who is interested and who is not interested. All the governors did yesterday, and I think the National Assembly leadership as well, and even the National Working Committee of our party, we all expressed, confidence in this president. And so, I think those who want to, mischaracterize it can do so, but, that's not on us, it's on them, because we didn't go in that direction. We simply said yesterday, we're very pleased with the efforts of this president, and we will continue to support him in his leadership, both through this term and then hopefully into the next electoral period.
All right, I think we just have to leave it there. Thank you very much, Mr. Felix Nwaka, for coming on the program, and thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you so much, Deji. Thank you.
All right, that's how much we can take this week. I'll see you again next week. Until then, stay well.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له القاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول تذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
we hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
On the news, Nigerian Air Force airstrikes kills scores of terrorists in Borno State. INEC fixes dates for Ekiti and Osun State governorship elections. And NAFDAC announces fee for reopening of shops in Onitsha drug market. It's a pleasure to have you join us now on TV360 Nigeria. I am Victoria Akonde. Now kicking off with security matters, scores of terrorists have been killed by the Nigerian Air Force airstrikes from its operatives with Operation Adinkai and destroyed their stronghold in Borno State. The service air mission carried out in the early hours of Friday was conducted on fleeing Boko Haram elements in Bita, a known insurgent enclave in the northeast. A statement on Friday issued by the Director of Public Relations and Information of the NAF headquarters, Eyime Jodame, explained that the coordinated air assault marks a substantial milestone in efforts to degrade the operational capacity of the terrorists threatening national security in the region. The statement further explained that the Nigerian Air Force, through the air component of Operation Adinkai, has recorded a major operational success against Boko Haram terrorists. And as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu marks 2 years in office, Nigerians continue to assess it as administration's performance across various sectors. One of those weighing in is Muda Yusuf, the Chief Executive Officer of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, who shared his thoughts in an exclusive interview with TV360 Nigeria. Yusuf noted that while there have been notable improvements on the macroeconomic front, especially when compared to the state of affairs inherited by the Tinubu administration, key challenges remain. He acknowledged efforts to rebuild a broken system, commending some of the economic reforms implemented so far. However, he stressed that productivity remains low due to poor infrastructure, which continues to hinder significant economic progress.
The administration inherited practically a broken macroeconomic situation, where the external sector practically collapsed. The fiscals were in a very terrible shape. The balance of payment position was in a very terrible state as well. So the economic fundamentals were practically broken. So we can say that in the last 2 years, part of the things that have been achieved is trying to fix these broken macroeconomic fundamentals. And that is why one could at least give some credit to the administration for the restoration of some stabilization, restoration of some stability around the macroeconomic conditions, particularly when we look at the exchange rate, for instance, the slight deceleration in inflation, the improvement in the fiscal position, the improvement in the balance of payment position. So if you look at it at that level, I mean, we can score the performance to be fairly good. But if you look at it from the point of view of productivity and production, productivity is still a very big issue in this economy, which is affecting competitiveness, cost of production, cost of goods and services, and all of that. So productivity is still a major issue. And the productivity issues are driven largely by the infrastructure condition. Again, one can also argue that it's not easy to fix all the infrastructure situation within a space of 2 years, because we have seen a decadence over the decades of this infrastructure. On the social front, talking now about the cost of living, the welfare of the citizens, the reforms had been very devastating. Our cost of living has gone very, very high because of inflation, cost of transportation, and all of that. So it has really affected the poverty situation, so much so that you have a lot more people in poverty. So the pain, particularly among the vulnerable segments of the society, have been very, very considerable and significant.
In Lagos State, as Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's second term clocks 2 years, residents and policy experts are taking stock of his administration's achievement and calling attention to lingering challenges. With the government's performance under review, the spotlight is on the implementation of the Themes Plus agenda, a roadmap that promised not just continuity, but expansion across key sectors in Lagos. TV360's Opayemi Osheni has more details in this next report.
Launched at the start of his second term in May 2023, Themes Plus, which stands for Transportation, Health, Education, a 21st Century Economy, Entertainment and Tourism, and Security, with the plus signifying a renewed commitment to social inclusion, gender equality, and youth empowerment, set a high bar for governance. 2 years on, residents have acknowledged notable strides, particularly in road upgrades and initiatives like the Ilera Eco Cooperative Health Scheme.
To me, I love Lagos. So I wouldn't lie to you. I love Lagos because when it comes to security, maybe with this area I live at Allen here, Ikeja here. So I never panic anytime I'm going out because I know I'm safe.
His performance was okay. He really did well. In the aspect of road construction, he tried his best and he did very well. I love his performance.
What you try?
Yeah, he's been doing enough. Especially in terms of road network, transportation. He's been trying, but he should do more about it.
He's trying. He's doing his possible best. Things are not hard or like other states. So we are appreciating him, just asking him to put more effort to it.
Sectoral experts have also lauded improvement in education and infrastructure, but expressed concerns about the housing deficit and poor environmental sanitation. They are urging the government to take decisive action on waste management and urban cleanliness.
In terms of sectoral analysis, I think they've done something good by improving on the infrastructure, particularly road infrastructure in Lagos State. However, they've not done anything with respect to housing. And unfortunately, the government was trying to come up with regulations to regulate how private investors in the real estate can determine what they collect, when even the government itself has not built houses. In the area of environment, this is the truth. It's so hard for people to believe it. I'm not sure this government has done something in terms of the cleanliness and the hygiene of Lagos. That's the truth. Lagos is smelling. I'm a Lagosian. I'm a proper Lagosian, proper Lagos indigene. I'm not what is called an Atonriwa. so I can speak, and I'm not an idiot. I'm a proper Lagos indigene. Now, Lagos, in terms of the hygiene, the environmental issue concerning Lagos, you have not really done well. And I think that the last 2 years, the governor needs to look at it. Look at what Fashola administration did. Look at what Ambode administration did with respect to the environmental issues, waste management, and the rest of it, so that we manage the waste.
Across the state, Lagosians are calling for more cheaper transportation, more youth employment opportunities, and greater investment in sport and community development.
We've been doing enough, especially in terms of road network, transportation. It's been tried, but you should do more about it.
When it comes to food aspect, transportation, then jobs, because some of these are little, some doesn't even work. We working are complaining. People that don't work, they have much more to complain.
We youth, we need things happening, sports, like let him please put hand in sports, most especially. We have youth there, you understand, all those kind of things.
While progress has been made, the next 2 years will be critical for the Sanwo-Olu administration to translate its vision into lasting impact. Okpeyemi Owosheni, TV360 News, Lagos.
Moving on to electoral matters, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has scheduled the governorship elections in Ekiti and Osun State for June 20 and August 8, 2026 respectively. Mahmood Yakubu, the INEC chairman, announced the dates on Friday during the swearing-in ceremony of 6 newly appointed resident electoral commissioners. Yakubu said in line with the requirements of the law, the commission is obligated to publish the notices for major elections not later than 360 days before the date fixed for the election. He said in compliance with the law, the commission has approved a timetable and schedule of activities for the Ekiti and Osun State governorship elections. Now, experts have commended the Nigerian government's decision to suspend the Niger Air project, calling it a step in the right direction. According to the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, the current administration is focused on implementing reforms that will strengthen and support local aviation operators. Speaking exclusively to TV360 Nigeria, the General Secretary of the Aviation Roundtable, Olumide Onwayo, described the Nigeria was never driven as a national, but rather care design its sellers.
But in Nigeria, I think they got right on its position and the Nigerian in it. But they now start going to do something. The share was just a feeder to you, and that was not national. You got the most of chosen others, and when it came up, I put.
And in its now its food industry after the budgets charged per reset up at the market. This coffee day direct agents are there, the fires left hotel and drug weighing local village are concentrated west and in the farm on routes which used to narrow plea. Separate choosing branches would use on the AIDS close shots the bank administrator farmers Nigeria in drugs.
Public calls expression in dress Nigeria one standard including politics 180 naira was registration of this open drug market premises by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, PCN, a clear contravention violation of the pertinent extant law of the Federation. It is imperative to state unequivocally that the agency acted strictly within its statutory mandate to safeguard the health of Nigerians. The decision to seal shops and impose investigative charges followed painstaking surveillance and intelligence, which revealed large-scale stocking and distribution of fake, substandard, banned, unregistered medicines, including narcotics, in direct violation of national regulations and public safety. The decision to seal shops, impose investigative charges, followed painstaking surveillance and intelligence that revealed large-scale stocking, and distribution of medicines that will kill our people.
Moving on, the Nigeria Computer Society (NCS) has officially announced the 19th edition of its flagship international conference, Connovate 2025, scheduled to hold from August 11 to 14, 2025 in Kano State. The announcement was made during a press briefing held in Lagos by the NCS President Aliyu. In his remarks, Aliyu says the event, which is themed Intelligent, Secure and Sustainable Innovations for a Connected World, is positioned to be Nigeria's premier technology and one of the most influential IT gatherings in Africa. Also speaking at the press briefing, the Chairman Conferences Committee NCS Saidat Adebukola revealed that the conference will feature engaging parallel tracks showcasing cutting-edge research and innovations in various fields of computer science.
Conference focus and sub-themes. Connovate will provide a dynamic platform to explore innovative approach to global challenges. Key sub-themes include artificial intelligence and machine learning, cyber security and data privacy, blockchain and cryptography, sustainable and green technology, Internet of Things, cloud computing and big data analytics, robotics and automation, smart cities, and digital transformations.
We're planning demo session. You see, in NCS, we encourage, IT development, and we encourage the youth, So the youth will be engaged in bringing whatever innovation they have, and they will have to demonstrate, So in this case, we're going to encourage youths to also be participants at the conference by showcasing what they have. The one thing is there is also going to be exhibition. We cannot be talking about innovation and not seeing it. So there will be innovative technologies.
There's no doubt that the world is really becoming a global village. In fact, we can say it's a global village now, which was why I really love this year's theme, for Connected World. So the world is already being connected, and this year we have heard that we have expertise in the fields that are coming. There's going to be a lot of global, networking opportunities because the program is going to be and we are bringing in so many people from the international landscape, and they are coming to tell us how things are done when it comes to connecting the world from an international perspective.
Now we'll take a short break. Coming up on News Now, Team Delta wins for the 5th consecutive time at the 2024 Gateway Games as Sports Festival comes to an end. Stay with us for details. Welcome back. Here's a brief recap of our main stories. Scores of terrorists have been killed by the Nigerian Air Force airstrikes from its operatives with Operation Adinkai and destroyed their stronghold in Borno State. The service air mission carried out in the early hours of Friday was conducted on fleeing Boko Haram elements in Bita, a known insurgent enclave in the northeast. We also told you that the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has scheduled the governorship elections in Ekiti and Osun State for June 20 and August 8, 2026 respectively. Mahmood Yakubu, the INEC chairman, dates on Friday during the swearing-in ceremony of 6 newly appointed resident electoral commissioners. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV or log on to our website on www.tv360.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery and Apple Store. On Facebook, we are at TV360 Online. It's now time for business news, and Joy Uchejim is on standby. Joy, what's the latest?
Thank you, Victoria, and welcome to Business News. Now, President Bola Tinubu has issued a new executive order to lower project costs, attract investments, and enhance revenues from oil and gas operations. In a statement on Thursday, the Office of the Special Advisor to the President on Energy said the order tagged the Upstream Petroleum Operations Cost Efficiency Incentives Order 2025 also tax credits to firms at 20%. As a form of government incentive, a tax credit is the amount of money a company can subtract from the income tax it owes to the state. According to the statement, the EO introduces performance-based incentives for upstream operators who deliver verifiable cost savings aligned with defined industry benchmarks. We'll now take a short break and return with stock market reports. Welcome back. Now, as the curtains fell on the final trading day of the week, the Nigerian equities market wrapped up on a somber note, edging down by 0.07%. With this marginal decline, the overall market cap now stands at 70.4 trillion naira. Now, out of the 123 equities traded on the Nigerian exchange, 27 stocks declined while 37 advanced, tipping the balance in favor of the bears. Now, Better Glass Company led the laggers, tumbling by 10% to close at 232.65 naira per share, trailing close by NCR Nigeria. Now, despite the dip in market sentiment, the trading floor was abuzz with activity. This saw a remarkable 1 billion shares exchanged across 18,653 deals, marks a massive 242% surge in volume and a 274% spike in turnover compared to the previous day's performance, suggesting heightened investor interest even in a declining market. Now, beyond Nigeria's shores, global markets were jittery. On Wall Street, major indices were weighed down by renewed geopolitical tensions after U.S. President Donald Trump accused China of breaching a key tariff agreement. As to ripple effect, two of our benchmark global indices, the Nikkei in Japan and the Dow Jones in the U.S., closed in the red. Defying the downtrend, the UK's FTSE managed to post gains emerging as the Meanwhile, in the foreign exchange markets, the naira continued its downward drift, with the US dollar trading at 1,320 naira, the British pound at 2,015 naira, and the euro at 1,720 naira. And that's all business and stock market updates. Back to you, Victoria, for the rest of the news.
Thank you very much, Joy, for that update. Now, moving on to the global scene. Trade tensions between the United States and China flared up once more on Friday as President Donald Trump accused Beijing of violating a recent agreement aimed at reducing tariffs. Posting on his Truth social platform, Trump declared that China has totally violated its agreement made with the U.S., though he did not provide specific details. His comments came just after U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told Fox News that trade negotiations with China were at a bit stalled. The renewed friction threatens to unravel a fragile truce struck earlier this month when officials from both nations agreed to a 90-day pause on escalating tariffs following talks on Geneva. Still on the global scene, Foreign Ministry has confirmed that more than 1,000 Indian nationals have either returned or been deported from the United States since January 2025. According to ministry spokesperson, about 62% of them came back on commercial flights, though further details were not provided. The development follows U.S. President Donald Trump's intensified crackdown on undocumented migrants. Earlier this year, over 100 Indians were deported on a U.S. military flight, with reports alleging some were returned in shackles. And finally, on sports, Delta State has once again stomped its in Nigerian sports, finishing top at the just concluded 2024 National Sports Festival, also known as the Gateway Games. The biennial competition, hosted this year by Ogun State, brought together thousands of athletes from across the country, showcasing Nigeria's sporting talent and unity. With Enugu State announced as the next host, attention now lies ahead of Nigeria's sporting calendar. TV360's Mudaishiru Shitu files in this report.
12 days of fierce camaraderie and colorful moments. The 22nd edition of the National Sports Festival has drawn to a close in Ogun State, and once again Team Delta takes home the crown. With a total haul of 126 gold, 100 silver and 111 bronze medals, Delta State maintained its 5-time dominance at the top of Nigeria's sporting pyramid. Ogun, the host state, delivered a strong showing, finishing second with 93 gold, 65 silver and 80 bronze medals. Bayelsa came third with 92 gold, while Lagos, with over 1,000 athletes and officials, placed 7th overall. The closing ceremony, held at the newly upgraded MKO Abiola Stadium in Abeokuta, was a spectacle of aerobatic displays, music, and celebration. Representing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Senate President Godswill Akpabio officially declared it closed.
Tourism, health, and national pride. Yet in Africa, the contribution of sports to the GDP stands at a modest 0.5%. This reveals a broad gap and an opportunity for all to embrace. It is a call to action for government, for schools, for private investors and corporate organizations to recognize sports not just as a leisure, but as they should leverage for national development.
Governor Dakpo Abiodun of Ogun State used the occasion to thank the president and commend the athletes for the discipline, spirit of sportsmanship that defines the festival.
It has taken an entire state, united in purpose, to deliver an experience that our nation will not forget in a hurry. Our athletes, valiant young men and women, the shining stars of this festival, whether you depart with medals hanging from your necks, or you simply with the pride of your participation, you are all champions. You have not only competed, you have inspired. You have embodied the true essence of sports, where excellence meets honor and discipline meets grace.
Also speaking was the chairman of the National Sports Commission, Shehu Diko, who praised the organization and impacts of the event, noting that it once again demonstrated the power of sports to unite and inspire.
Athletes from every corner of this great country have competition, dignity and respect, not just for their state of origin, but for any their choice, thereby deepening our collective coexistence and togetherness and one people and one destiny. They have not only broken records, they have broken barriers and built bridges across communities.
As the spotlight now shifts to Enugu, the first southeastern host in almost a decade, expectations are high that the next edition will build on the legacy of the 2024 Games and further elevate Nigeria's national sporting identity. Joy Ucheje, TV360, Lagos.
And that wraps up our bulletin news now. Many thanks for joining us. See you next time.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له القاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول تذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
Welcome to another episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkwolye. Now, every year, companies and institutions around the world grapple with the growing menace of forged certificates and falsified credentials. But one Nigerian startup is changing the game with an innovative solution, the Akowe app. Now, today we're diving into the story of a revolutionary app that is tackling the global challenge of document falsification. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Akowe.
Akowe is an online platform designed to reduce the incidence of credential fraud in the job market. We've built out technology that allows employers to be able to instantly verify the authenticity of academic records, as well as technology that allows educators to be able to issue digital certificates easily. My name is Ayodiji Agbola and I'm the founder of Akowe.
Initially, Akowe was funded with a simple mission: to approve and manage certificates for individuals. However, as demand for reliable verification grew, the app evolved into a cutting-edge platform used to confirm the authenticity of credentials and certificates.
The story starts from when we were trying to solve our own problem. We did have a contract in 2018 with Facebook where we were training lots of small business owners on how to use Facebook products for business. And after the training, we need to give certificates. We trained a total of about 70,000 people across 4 years. And you can imagine trying to give certificates to this large number of people. So I decided to build a simple solution that could easily issue these certificates out to these recipients. So we're looking for an English name for this application because I realized that we weren't the only ones who had the problem. There were other Facebook partners who had the same problem. And there were other educators out there who were running trainings and who wanted to issue certificates, and there was a need for a simple tool like what we had built. I was looking for an English name that would work. I just couldn't find any, especially as we wanted to buy a domain name that was appropriate. And we tried so many different English names. And after a lot of frustration not finding an appropriate name, I started to think, okay, maybe we should go indigenous with this. And the name Akọ̀wé popped into my head. And simply because of what it describes what the application does. At the time, the application would simply write your name on the certificate and then issue it out to you. So it was an application that writes, right? So that was why I named it Akọ̀wé. But it's turned out to be a great name because it's now even doing many other things around academic space, around graduates and the likes. And you know, typically a literate person is what you call an Akọ̀wé or a clerk, you know, in the Yoruba language. So that's the story behind that. So shortly after we launched the initial product, which was issuing of certificates, quite a number of our customers started asking, okay, thank you for this, but can you help us verify certificates? And that was obviously not why we built the application in the first place. Then we started looking into that problem, and then we realized that that was even a bigger problem because quite a number of either postgraduate schools or employers had a challenge trying to verify whether this person they're trying to hire, you know, actually has the grade that they say that they do. You know, because there's no system in place that is quick and fast that can help people, you know, actually get that information. Because what happens is, if you need to verify credentials, you either send someone to the school or you call the school, and that takes a bit of time before you get that answer.
Akọ̀wé has quickly gained recognition as a one-in-a-million solution to the global issue of document fraud by allowing companies and universities to verify and upload documents securely. The app has become a trusted tool for maintaining integrity in recruitment, academics, and more.
They just, you know, give themselves a little notch upwards to the next grade. So if you had a second class lower, you would say you have a second class upper. You know, most people don't go and say they have a first class. They just, you know, go to the next upper grade so that there is a higher chance that an employer could say, okay, you have a good grade, we can hire you. So that's what you find that is very rampant. Many times as well, because there are no systems to easily check, somebody who didn't graduate would have a CV that says they graduated from so-so school. You know, it's so hard to check. So even if you're book smart or whatever it is, you might get hired even if you didn't graduate from school, and then your performance might then start to show that, okay, you said you had this grade, how come your performance is this way? And that's how people have been discovered over the years, to see, okay, your performance doesn't meet what you say you have in your CV. So you have many of those types of different methods that people do often. So with what we have done, which we have aggregated a lot of academic records onto our platform, it means that you can check and you can get information instantly. So for providing that instant information to you, you pay. So to access the system, we allow you some free trials where you can sign up, create an account, go into the platform and check a few names for free. And after that free trial, then you have to pay to continue to access the information. So basically you will pay to search, and then you pay to download a generated report. That generated report is what you can keep in your files as HR department.
While these features have brought much needed efficiency to credential verification, some skeptics have raised concerns about the safety of sensitive data on the server. But Ayodeji, the visionary founder of Akọ̀wé, assures users that the app servers are maintained and protected steadily to prevent hacking and data breaches.
Your academic records they're permanent records. once your academic record has been issued by your school, it's a permanent record. It's not supposed to change, right? People change it because of, nefarious reasons. So what we're building out a solution where people can list their academic records on our platform. And because it's supposed to be a permanent record, we use blockchain technology to secure that permanence. It's tamper-proof and all of that. But however, who's to say that what you are listing on the platform is actually authentic? That's why we have multiple ways for actually verifying what you are listing. Once we verify that what you are listing is the same thing that the university has issued, and there are multiple other ways that we can actually verify that information, we then make it tamper-proof on the blockchain. So in essence, what it means is that a person can have their academic dossier on the Akọ̀wé app and their entire education history going backwards or even going forwards, right? So with that, anybody should be able to check this person, which school did they go to for primary school, which school did they go for secondary school, what did they come out for the university with, and things like that. That entire academic history is important information. Right now it's scattered everywhere, and that's why Akọ̀wé is a very collaborative company. We're speaking with people who already work with secondary schools using software to say, hey, there's a lot of education history that you guys have access to. There are people willing to pay to see the education history. Let's collaborate and let's put it out together. So that helps to solve some of those problems.
The app's import doesn't end there. Recognizing a broader need, Akọ̀wé has expanded its services to include undergraduates, enabling their credentials to be confirmed when they apply for loans. This feature is helping young people access opportunities while also ensuring transparency and accountability.
Right now, we're developing 2 new other products that we found that market is asking for, right? Again, people have come to us. We need to verify undergraduates. And something as simple as that, nobody in Nigeria today can do that. If you are an undergraduate, you are in 100 level, no. You are in 100 level, a 200 level student, maybe a bank wants to give you 50% off to be able to buy this laptop. They cannot verify that you are a 200 level undergraduate from this school. It's just, there's no way to do that because there's no system in place that anybody can trust that says that you are actually an undergraduate from this school. Because are you going to bring your ID card? Anybody can make an ID card, right? So we're building a collaborative solution with the universities as well to say, let's be able to verify without a doubt that this person is an undergraduate, is doing microbiology, and is from this school. Next year, we can say, yes, he's still doing microbiology, but he's now in 200 level, right? And that cannot be done in isolation. It has to be a collaborative effort, private partnerships, universities themselves, and then customers from outside can pay to access that.
When asked about government collaboration, Akọ̀wé's leadership remains tight-lipped. However, the app has secured partnership with prominent organizations in Nigeria, a testament to its credibility and trustworthiness.
You really can't execute business without the government. You must register your business as a legal entity. So the government must be aware that you're doing something and what you're doing is legal, right? So, but the challenge has been that Nigeria is very peculiar in the sense that, great ideas often find their ways to the top and often just find a way to be replicated even when you get what I mean. So, and that's happened to us quite a number of times. So we figure that the goal or the objective, or if you're going to win in this market, that's probably not the way to go. We're also aware that the government is also trying to build out similar solutions. And, again, if everybody is trying to solve the same problem, I believe that collaborative efforts get us there faster. Akọ̀wé is very difficult because it's not just B2B, it's B to universities. And if you understand universities, and not just Nigerian universities, universities across the world are not known to drive innovation. They're very slow to move. They're very, very academic, and therefore they're not very easily swayed to move into new technologies, especially African universities. So it's really, really difficult. And what we've been able to do is to show to them that there's a whole lot of revenue. There's a whole lot of innovation that if we work together, we can unlock a lot of revenue for they themselves, the universities, and a lot of ease for their stakeholders, graduates, lecturers, and I mean, for instance, it takes forever to get a transcript, even as of today. Like, why? Why should it take forever? The technology is there, the data is available. We just need to be able to work together. So the biggest challenge has always been that being able to work with universities in a way that technology would be the solution end to end.
One of the company's greatest milestones came on the global stage. Akaway's effort to bridge the gap in document verification and stamp recognition at a prestigious event in the States, where they were celebrated for their innovative approach to a global problem.
I would say when we were invited to pitch at TechCrunch Startup Battlefield in the USA, it was 2023. You know, we had applied for the program in around April, and I promptly forgot about it. You know, and then in August, I got an email to say, "Hooray! You're welcome. We're inviting you to the US to come and pitch your startup on a global stage." And that was a great milestone because for Akaway to have been chosen out of about 3,000 global applications, and they chose only 200. That was a great morale booster. That okay, we're solving something really global here, and TechCrunch. And if you know TechCrunch is a global brand, right? You know, so that was validation for us. And that also helped us to realize that it was not a Nigerian problem, because standing on the stage in San Francisco, talking to a global audience about the problem you're solving from Nigeria, you had to find a way to make them relate to it. And there was a great aha moment where people realized that I'm from India, I have the same problem. I'm from Pakistan, I have the same problem. You know, so that was a great moment for us to actually see that, okay, we are onto something here.
On the African front, Akaway has established a partnership with a company in Kenya, marking the beginning of its expansion across the continent. This collaboration underscores the app's mission to make the world a better place, one credential at a time.
Absolutely. So we have a partnership right now where that partner already sells credential verification in Kenya. And once that partnership has been finalized, it means that Akaway will be able to provide credential verification for Kenyans. So if you are a Nigerian trying to hire a Kenyan, you'll be able to come on our platform and verify that Kenyan based off of that partnership that we have. And it's a two-way thing. So that partner also will be able to access all of the records that we have in West Africa to be able to sell. So collaborations like that help us scale very quick. And this is not just a problem we're trying to solve for Nigeria alone. So think about West Africa, East Africa. The problem exists across sub-Saharan Africa, basically, and many parts of the world as well that are not on the African continent. So we want to make sure we focus on the first iteration. If it's good enough and people like it and people seem to find value in it, I think it then begins easily scale. Okay. Earlier we talked about the Benin Republic and the issues that are happening there. We are in conversations with companies in Benin Republic where we're trying to say, this is our solution. We want to bring it into the country and actually help solve that problem. You know, so already we see that the problems exist, and with digital technologies, you know, you can scale and solve those problems at scale. But you have to get it right. And once you get it right, it's easily replicable, you know, across countries.
Looking to the future, Akaway has bigger plans. The team is exploring opportunities to extend their services to secondary schools, focusing on reducing the alarming rates of fake results in WAEC and JAMB. This move will revolutionize the education system and provide a foundation for a more transparent academic process. Welcome back. Now, global financial services often present daunting challenges for businesses in emerging markets, from arbitrary compliance thresholds to perceived risks and sudden service disruptions. Now, businesses frequently face obstacles that hinder their ability to scale and grow. Today, we turn our focus to a company revolutionizing cross-border payments and financial accessibility. Let's dive into the story of Waza and its groundbreaking platform, Link.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or to, I would say, to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods. I'm Maxwell Obi. I'm the CEO of Waza.
Registered in the United States as a money service business, Waza specializes in foreign exchange and money transmission. Since launching its start in January 2023, the company has partnered with financial powerhouses like Visa and Currency Cloud to deliver payment services and account issuance. In just 1 year, Waza has served hundreds of businesses, processing an impressive $700 million in annualized payment volume while facilitating payments across 6 continents.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or to, I would say, to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods.
But Waza is not stopping there. To address the unique challenges faced by businesses in emerging markets, Waza recently introduced a new product called Link. Designed as a viable alternative to existing financial solutions, Link offers multi-currency. These accounts enable payments to more than 100 countries and are equipped with robust features that extend beyond traditional wallets.
There's a big void that Link is feeling in the market, because traditional banks haven't been able to cater to the needs of these businesses over time. They have an outsized perception of risks for businesses that operate in higher risk jurisdictions like emerging markets in Africa, Southeast Asia, etc. And so we decided to plug that gap by launching Link, which is, it's not a different brand, but it's a different product under the same brand, right? And so it's still solving B2B payments from the perspective of FX and now banks. Small businesses, startups, other financial institutions, corporates, even large organizations can use Link. I think I would say if you have a need to operate in the global market, or you have a need for international banking, and you're operating in an emerging market, automatically you will be perceived as high risk, and we are the alternative, we are the go-to for you. So that's our target, right? And that's from a customer segmentation standpoint. If you take a wider scan from a market perspective, we want to look at markets that have a lot of cross-border activity and a lot of buzzing startup ecosystem, right, or startup activity. Even as we target corporates and large multinationals, right, or even if large corporates and enterprises are part of the customer segment, they are not our sole target. We know that startups are also super affected. So we want them to also bank on Link. We want them to come get their multi-currency accounts, do exchange, and just use us as a de facto banking platform to make payments to their vendors and suppliers globally.
What sets Link apart is its comprehensive payment support. This ensures businesses with operations across the globe which can efficiently manage their payments and focus exchange liquidity on a single platform.
Most people that have tried to provide multi-currency platforms approach it from a mature market mindset. We're taking a very localized approach, paying attention to emerging market businesses that cannot access international banking services. Like, I mean, if you take a quick look at what happened last year, banks like Mercury, fintech banks, or other financial institutions like Mercury, SVB, Silicon Valley Bank, began to shut down businesses that have either directors or UBOs in emerging markets that deem high risks, right? So it's not, we on the other hand have provided this service with a keen eye for streamlined compliance processes, speed, and cost, right? If you can bank with these guys, you can bank with us. And not only have we streamlined that compliance process for you, we can now give you can deliver your payments very fast within the same day. FX, yes, is a great value prop there, but it is not the entire thing. Transaction fees, we don't charge a monthly transaction fee, it's really cheap. Eventually, as we launch more features and evolve the product, there will be more customer segments unlocked, right? We're thinking about building APIs that will cater to other financial institutions that want to build on top of our infrastructure. And when we think about B2B payments, which is our core focus, it's usually happening in the context of trade. And trade can be seen as an ecosystem. There's a supply side, there's a demand side. So there are other things we will launch that will also cater to suppliers in different jurisdictions and unlock new customer segments. But today, businesses, importers, exporters, corporates, startups would be our ideal customer target.
Importantly, Waza clarifies that it is not a bank. Instead, the company partners with banks that adhere to strict rules and regulations in each country of operation. This strategic approach ensures compliance while maintaining flexibility and innovation.
First, Waza or Link is not a bank, we're a technology company. And so all of these services are provided in partnership with licensed financial institutions. So we've been able to build on top, I would say, really strict compliance protocols and whatever other value services that they can offer. Today, we're making great progress we want to launch interest on deposits, financing. These are all value-added services that makes us stand out, right? So it's not just, yes, we're going to give you faster payments, cheaper payments, a streamlined compliance approach so you can actually bank with us if you can get access to the US banking infrastructure. But also, eventually, we're going to launch other features to cater to all your needs for you to actually operate competitively in the global financial market.
Speaking about the operation in Nigeria, Maxwell Obi, the Waza CEO and co-founder, emphasized the adaptive approach to navigating local policies, highlighting Waza's commitment to supporting businesses in emerging markets.
First and foremost, we pay really keen attention to security, trust, compliance. We don't joke with these things. It's top priority for us. I think I would also re-emphasize that we are not a bank. We are a technology company that is building on top the services and licensing of banking partners that have strict adherence to AML, CTF, and other regulatory requirements, right? But beyond that, if you take a look at the banking side of things, these guys are already complying with all of these regulations, right? They're complying with the central bank regulations, the BSA Act in the US, and other regulatory bodies. So from a banking standpoint, there is that compliance aspect and trust and security. From a technology standpoint, we've also tried to pay attention to global standards in terms of building the product. So we've implemented bank-grade encryption, security protocols, and we also pay strict attention to KYC and KYB regulations. And we also licensed, right? We're registered as an MSB with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network of the US. We're also licensed by the central bank as an IMTO. So while that regulation or directive is in place, yeah, we pay attention to it and we try to operate together with our banking partners within the frameworks of the regulators.
Despite being incorporated and operational in the US, UK, and EU, Waza has identified a significant challenge for businesses with ties to emerging market. These barriers often lead to service discontinuation, uncompleted transactions, and disrupted trade flows, resulting in substantial financial losses and hampering business growth. Link was developed to address these critical issues. The platform's extensive payment capabilities and competitive FX rate ensures businesses can manage their finances efficiently while also scaling globally. And that's how we have on today's episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkolie. See you again next time.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Simisola Adigun. There's widespread condemnation for the brutal killing of 16 hunters from Kano State by a vigilante group at Uromi, Edo State. According to reports, the 16 hunters were among 25 travelers on their way to Kano State for the Eid-el-Fitr celebrations who were intercepted by the vigilante on the suspicion that they were kidnappers and were lynched to death. Governor Monday Okpebolo of Edo State has now pledged that swift justice will be served for the 16 slain hunters. Okpebolo made the pledge when he paid a condolence visit to the bereaved families at Torankawa in Kano State in company of Governor Abba Yusuf. While expressing deep sorrow over the tragic incident, Okpebolo said the government will not relent until justice is served, adding that 14 people have been arrested and moved to Abuja for interrogation. Currently, police, military and plainclothes security agents have taken over strategic junctions in Uromi to stave off reprisals. Joining me to discuss more on this is a former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, Mr. Dennis Amakri. Thank you very much for coming on the program. Now, judging from what has played out ever since, what do you make of this unfortunate incident? I mean, vigilante groups are not new in Nigerian communities, and they've no doubt been helpful over the years.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. You see, we have to look at the root causes, because these things will continue happening. You know, it will not be the last time. And if we don't look at the root causes and take care of those root causes, then they will continue happening. Now, what do I mean? We've had these killings all over the place. You know, we have these killings, and it is because of these killings that you have vigilante groups, even like Amotekun. You know, and these groups have been you know, taking care of some of the bushes, the forests, the ungoverned spaces that we have. But we have to regulate it properly. You know, regulate it in the sense that these vigilante groups should be reporting to a formal law enforcement agency. You know, they cannot operate on their own. And when they start operating on their own, then of course they go descend all the way down to jungle justice and other kinds of things that are happening. So I think there is work to be done about this particular issue.
Now, the government has repeatedly called on local vigilante groups and hunters to step in to fill security gaps in the fight against bandits and terrorists in Nigeria. However, the Edo State governor described these vigilante groups as illegal. Now, what makes a vigilante group legal, and how should, well, you've mentioned that they should report to higher authority, but then what's the process like in seeing that these vigilante groups are legal?
Well, I'm so surprised about for the governor because this is not the first time, this is not the right time for him to come and say that that vigilante group is illegal or this one is legal. Vigilante groups have been existing for long. And you know, if you think very seriously about it, vigilante groups were formed basically to protect the communities, because we've had history of herdsmen going and killing in the bush. And the best thing is that, you know, these communities should start to, you know, take care of themselves, you know, and it has continued like that. And of course, this self-help program has been, you know, giving birth to different kinds of vigilante groups. Like you hear of the Amotekun and all the rest of in the western states and everywhere. Most states have their own vigilante groups that they use. Now, which one is legal and which one is not legal, I don't know. But they should have even legalized, or should I say register them before anything like this come to happen. But if you don't, until when something like this happens, then you come and say they are illegal or not illegal, I think it's just begging the question. Because the root causes, like I said, is for the people to protect themselves, and there has been a lot of killings. And I don't know whether those killings have been fully addressed.
Now, this incident brings to mind similar ones where people have taken the law into their own hands and commit these condemnable acts of jungle justice. We understand that activities of kidnappers in the area might have triggered the action, like, you know, it has been told in times past. How significant is this particular incident in highlighting the dangers of mob actions or jungle justice, as the case may be, in Nigeria?
Well, you know that people have been pushed to the corner, whereby they are really worried about their own security. And of course, for people to now come back and say, hey, let us get a vigilante group, you know. And these vigilantes are actually working. They don't, you know, they stay up at night. They go into the bushes and you know, they come across some of these people. This is not the first time vigilantes have been arresting, you know, people marauding in the forest and stuff like that. And of course, you find out that a lot of killings, especially around Uromi area, you know, a lot of killings are taking place. And that's why I think the governor himself should go back and look at it, talk to the security agencies and find out, you know, what has happened about those killings that happened in Uromi before, you know, because they've been doing these killings and people are just crying. And I'm surprised that this time everybody is taking it so seriously. This is what should have happened all the time when people are being killed. So I think we regulate the process, the procedures or the processes of these people. Let them not descend to jungle justice, because some people are so angry losing their family members and they feel that, look, this is the right time to, there's no need to go and call police or anything like that. Let's just finish it up. But that's not how it should be.
Right. Now, response mechanisms in the country have also always been a matter of concern. The response of the police in matters like this, from details provided, there was enough time for the police to storm the scene and control or prevent further harm, but nothing of such happened.
Well, that is, you know, the problem with the police. Because for a place like Uromi, there's a DPO. That's a DPO. How can he say that something like, and that's why I'm saying that there's a disconnect between the vigilante groups and the police. Because if there's a connection or a reporting line, when they find these police, arrest them, and they've even discovered arms and ammunition with them, the next person to call is the DPO. And the DPO will quickly send his men down there. And then, of course, remove all these people for better interrogation on what they are doing, where they are going, why they are carrying those kind of arms. But there is nothing like that. And apparently I can tell you that maybe the people don't even trust that distrust between the community people and the police must have caused a situation whereby they will say, don't even think about him. Let's do what we have to do, and they went ahead and do this. So I think the police should start taking charge of their area and make sure that these kind of things don't happen.
All right. Mr. Makri, we'll continue this conversation after this break. Do stay with us. The program will continue shortly.
Hello, Alhaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello, Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I'll just call you.
Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we are in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country. In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the go-to app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other Paper Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. We're still discussing the killing of 16 hunters in Uromi, Edo State. And my guest is still the former assistant director at the DSS, Dennis Amakri. Thank you very much, sir, for staying with us. Now, so far, Governor Kwebolo of Edo State has suspended the head of the Edo State Security Corps. But then, do state government have the capacity to handle these various security groups and security initiatives as well, so that their duties are defined?
For state police, and when the state police comes, the state governors are supposed to be the ones that are going to supervise the operations of these state police. And I think that, in fact, all these vigilantes popping up in different places, because everybody was thinking that, yes, we really need security down at the grassroots level. And this is the chance for them to even practice on how they will be dealing with the state police. And in fact, state police are not supposed to be one for political to fight your political enemies. It is meant for the security of the communities. So the governors are well placed to take care and, follow the procedures, or even write down or gazette all the procedures that they are supposed to follow. The police is supposed to cooperate with the governor in doing this, so that these vigilantes are properly managed. So, yes, the governor he has the capacity to do this.
Right. So let's discuss the issue of arms possession, which is one of the factors that sealed the fate of these hunters. With the current state of the nation, only uniformed officials can legally possess weapons, and, they're let go. And what should the government do in this case? Hunters cannot be found without their Dane guns, but then what can be done to prevent this kind of incidents from happening?
Well, the thing is this. Vigilante groups popped up all over the country because of the threat of herdsmen and all kinds of bandits, who are operating in the ungoverned spaces of the country. And of course, when they are going to help, they have to carry some form of arms. Yes, some of them are supposed to be hunters and carrying Dane guns, which they use in their hunting, not to fight the bandits. Now, if that is the situation, then they should have a very strong link with the police, where, as hunters, if they observe that there are some kind of movement, of some people, unknown people, then they could be the eyes and ears, and, also report down to the police and tell them, look, this is what we have seen. They are not supposed to engage, okay? They are not supposed to engage. So if they are supposed to engage, as most of them are now doing, then the form of arms that they are going to carry is supposed to improve. Because you cannot be fighting a bandit with AK-47s while you are carrying Dane guns. It's not done, It's like carrying a knife to a gunfight. So we will expect that when these things are, being formalized, then you should go ahead and register them. And if you register them, then you should also provide arms for them. So that you know the control of what is happening before they can really possess those arms and ammunition.
There's now fear of a reprisal. Matter of fact, there's a video circulating online where a young man from the north has threatened that if the issue is not properly handled by the government, they will take revenge on southerners in the northern state. What should the government do to avert looming disaster?
Well, I think that's a good job for the Minister of Information and Public Orientation to do. Because like I told you, there are fundamental, root causes. And you will see that this particular incident in Uromi has brought out other things like religious intolerance, ethnicity, where people don't, these are root causes. These are things that they have in them that, they've not been able to express openly. And when things like this happen, then they start talking. I saw that video, where the guy was talking about killing of Southerners because they are Muslims, and anybody who insult their leader is supposed to be killed and stuff like that. I think that we should be past that kind of rhetorics. And we should be able to, adjust people's mind to change that kind of narrative. Because if we allow these things to fester, like I said, Many Christians were killed in the north. Nothing really happened. And then, of course, when there is a killing in the south, then you see a lot of people coming out, and then even the governor of Kano State was really talking tough the other day. But, you know, the root causes have to be addressed. It is not what we are just seeing. Those ones are symptoms. The root causes of ethnicity, the root causes of religious intolerance have to be looked into properly to avoid this kind of situation in future.
Finally, the Edo State government says, or governor now says 14 people have been arrested and moved to Abuja for interrogation. That's 14 people arrested in connection to the crime. What protective measures should be adopted, and what steps can be taken to ensure improved working relations between the government and local security outfits? I know you mentioned certain steps, but now in terms of enhancing intelligence gathering and response strategies against criminal elements in the country.
Oh, well, the governor has taken some steps to make sure that, this illegality, because of course, jungle justice is an illegal thing to do. And of course, they've been arrested, they've been taken for interrogation, but that's not where it should end. I think this is the time to now gather these vigilantes or whoever, and then sit down with them, and then, of course, properly seek some advice from either the DSS and the police to make sure that they structure the vigilante properly. Who is going to supervise them? What is their communication systems? Who do they report to? And stuff like that. So this is the best time to do that. Because if you just arrest some people because tempers are high, and then, you allow people to the vigilantes to continue until they meet another set of people again with guns and ammunition, then there is nothing we can do about it, because people are angry. People have lost their family members, and you cannot overlook that. And if the vigilantes are being formed to take care of that situation, then the governor should come in and, of course, formally structure them, because we don't want them to go into illegality, but we want the services they provide. So let us formalize this, and then, of course, create certain structures, communication lines and stuff like that for them.
Well, as we speak, the tempers are high, like you mentioned, in the communities. They are scared of a reprisal, and hopefully the government controls the situation before that reprisal is carried out, which will be far worse. Mr. Dennis Amakri, former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, we appreciate you sharing your thoughts on the program. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Well, that's it on this episode of the program. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time.
Welcome to the program. I am Joy Uchejem, and we begin in Kaduna State, where a measles outbreak at Ungwan Kanawa community in Zaria local government area of the state has claimed 2 lives, with 20 others affected. Now, according to health experts, the outbreak is attributed to years of parents' refusal to immunize their children. Following the incident, the Kaduna State government, UNICEF, and WHO are working together to strengthen disease surveillance and launch emergency revaccination campaigns in Zaria and environs. Describing the measles outbreak as a humanitarian emergency, the UNICEF Chief of Field Office in Kaduna, Gerida Birukila, warned that vaccine shortages were compounding efforts to halt the spread. And to commemorate the 2025 World Immunization and National Polio Week, the Lagos State government, in collaboration with the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, and key health partners, has launched a rigorous advocacy campaign in Lagos, calling for united action to eradicate polio and protect zero-dose children. The event held in Alausa brought together stakeholders from across the health sector under the theme Humanly Possible, Saving Lives Through Immunization. TV360's Opeyemi Owusheni brings us more in this next report.
It is more than just a walk, it is a movement. From the Secretariat through the streets of Alausa, health advocates, government officials, development partners and volunteers march to raise awareness and promote equitable access to vaccines for every Nigerian child. The advocacy work culminated in a high-level stakeholder engagement where the wife of the Lagos State Governor, Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, reaffirmed the resolve to leave no child behind in the immunization drive. She declared that the state is committed to tracking and reaching every unimmunized child, especially those missed during the COVID-19 pandemic. Referencing Governor Sanwo-Olu's Themes Plus agenda, she said the fight against vaccine-preventable diseases must continue until polio is totally eradicated.
Saving lives through immunization challenges us to do everything within our power to ensure, again, no child suffers or dies from a disease we have the tools and knowledge to prevent. In line with the vision of our governor, your governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, and the Teams Plus agenda, it prioritizes health and health development. Lagos State remains resolute, and I keep on repeating it, no child should be left behind.
Speaking further, the UNICEF Chief of Field Office for Southwest Nigeria identified the importance of trust and community education in fighting vaccine hesitancy. She warned that while vaccines have saved millions globally, misinformation remains a deadly threat.
Today, 2 million Nigerian children remain unimmunized, or zero dose, as we like to call them. Yet since 1974, vaccines have saved over 150 million lives worldwide. What that represents is more than 3 million lives per year, or 6 lives every minute in the last 5 decades. Vaccines are very powerful.
Stakeholders from the World Health Organization and the National Premier Healthcare Development Agency called for increased domestic investment, stronger outreach to remote communities.
WHO as a leading partner in health is calling on the Lagos State government to continue to conduct and support high-quality polio vaccination campaigns to achieve and sustain a society free of any forms of polio viruses. Also, we need to increase domestic investments to secure sustainable immunization financing.
Other stakeholders also highlighted the importance of youth involvement, grassroots advocacy, and community-led impact. They praised the dedication of frontline health workers and reaffirmed Lagos State's commitment to ensuring that no child in any location is left behind.
The government, if we are trying to do any activities and you are not involving the youth, then we are not ready to move as a government. Hence, my presence here got here early as requested, and we will continue to work with all of the stakeholders to ensure that we achieve this objective.
So I'm also challenging each and every one of us to be an ambassador for this cause. We have to spread the news. We know the awareness is there already. After the awareness, what is next? I want all of us to ask ourselves, how do we convey this message, especially to the rural area?
As part of our intensified efforts, Lagos will join the nation in launching the National Immunization Plus Day, NIPDs, starting after the World Immunization Week from 3rd to 6th May 2025, to ensure every eligible child is reached, vaccinated, and protected.
As Nigeria pushes towards a polio-free future, the message is clear: every child counts, but achieving that goal will take trust, tenacity, and teamwork from the policy table to the most remote village. Okpeyemi Owoseni, TV360 News, Lagos.
Let's take a quick break. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. Now, the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, has called on all citizens and communities in Nigeria to join in efforts to protect people of all ages against vaccine-preventable diseases through proper immunization, noting that statistical evidence spanning about half-century show that millions of people, especially children, have been saved globally by the administration of essential vaccines. The Chief of Field Office at UNICEF's Enugu office, Juliet Chiluwe, made this known during a two-day multi-zonal media dialogue to commemorate the 2025 World Immunization Week with the theme, Immunization for All is Humanly Possible. She said that for 5 decades, at least 6 lives have been saved through immunization, considering the fact that over the last 50 years, essential vaccines have saved at least 154 million lives in the last 50 years. Well, joining me on the program to give more insight is medical doctor and public health enthusiast, Dr. Adikbojo Adejoke. Thank you for joining us. Now, I will start by asking which vaccines are most important for young children in Nigeria and why are they needed to protect their health?
So, most of the available vaccines are actually focused on children. And as a matter of fact, they are all important. If they are not, we won't have them being given to children as a routine. So we have examples like the BCG that prevents against tuberculosis. We have OPV, it prevents against polio virus. It's oral polio virus vaccine. Then we have the IPV, that's intramuscular injectable polio vaccine too. We have HBV, which is for hepatitis. We also have another one that is pentavalent vaccine. That's 5 vaccines in one. That's why it's penta. It contains the HIV, that's Haemophilus influenza, HBV for hepatitis, then diphtheria, pertussis, and tetanus. So that's 5 in one. That singular vaccine caters for 5 different infections. We also have the one for measles, we have for yellow fever, we have for meningitis, and we have for rotavirus too, to prevent diarrhea in children. So basically, all of these are very important in children. And these are even the ones in the NPI schedule, the National Immunization Schedule. We have other ones too, like the one for cholera, for typhoid, that are being given to children, but we are currently not in the present immunization schedule that we use for children. But basically, all of these are very, very important for children because they, help them from childhood to build up immunity against all of these diseases, so that even if they eventually, come into play, they get exposed to them, they don't eventually come down with them, or the severity is lessened.
Now, how do vaccines work in the body, and why is it important for many people in the community to be vaccinated?
Vaccines generally are substances that are, introduced into the body to prepare the body's immunity, the innate immunity, to act against, infections or diseases when they eventually come. So the way they work is that most of these vaccines, they come in inactivated or killed form. So it is actually a representation of the actual germ, so to say, that is present in the vaccine. So when it's introduced into the body mounts up, or in response to that foreign body or that harmful thing, the body is able to mount up immunity against it, build antibodies against it. And the antibodies are resident in the body, waiting for the day the body will be exposed to the actual germ. So, and having been prepared ahead of time, when the germs eventually gets into the body, or the body is exposed to these germs, the antibodies are able to fight it all out and prevent the person from coming down with the actual infection. So that's how vaccines work, basically. And the importance, just from this explanation now, it's clear that it's for prevention. So the importance generally on an individual and the community as a whole is that it helps to prevent the body against diseases, against infections, those that are vaccine preventable. And also, on the long run, for maybe the population that is well vaccinated, like in an environment or in a community where we have a large coverage of vaccinations in that particular population, we have something we call herd immunity. And this happens when a lot of people in that community are vaccinated. So the vaccination of 1, 2, 3 people, and majority of them helps to be able to ward against or prevent the outbreak or even the infection from affecting them. Because, like, for instance, now, I want to use polio as an example. Polio is a fecal-oral, it's transmitted fecal-orally. So meaning that maybe somebody that has the virus inside the stool of the person, that's where the germ is. So anybody that comes in contact with the stool through the mouth and everything gets the egg into their body, and from there the infection spreads. So let's assume that in a particular community that all of them or majority of them are actually vaccinated and in turn immunized against this. Definitely their stool, even if it's lying everywhere, would not contain the eggs of this, or would not contain these viruses. And as such, the people in the community, even if they come in contact with one another, will not be exposed to this virus. So the entire community will, at the end of the day, be immunized or be immune against such diseases and infection. So basically those are the importance of vaccination to individuals and the community at large.
Okay, now for those who don't really understand the different types of these vaccines, why have vaccines like the HPV and malaria vaccines been added to Nigeria's immunization list, and what health benefits exactly do they bring?
Okay, let me start from the rear. The health benefit is just like every other vaccines that we've known about. Vaccines are only relevant for vaccine preventable diseases. So now, the one fact to establish is that HPV, that is responsible for cervical cancer, and malaria have been known to now be responsive to vaccines. They are vaccine preventable. And because, the burden of malaria is much, and especially in this area, in endemic regions like we are, we still have complications arising from malaria. And because it's something that almost everybody battles with, some people even have severe forms of malaria or complicated forms of malaria a lot of times in a year, as the case may be. So it's just like, let's say, a good action, a welcome idea for scientists, for researchers to work on having it, vaccine preventable. And we are happy that it's now on board the immunization schedule, although we've not started giving it yet. But I believe that very soon it will be part of the MPI schedule. And the same goes for the HPV too, that is responsible for cervical cancer in women. You know that the burden of cancers all around the world is very huge, and we are not even prepared for this kind of things when they eventually come. So HPV vaccine has always been, but it's costly, should be told. So, it's just a way of the government helping the populace by making it to be part of the free, vaccines that can be accessed for children, so that right from childhood they build up immunity against this, and when they become adults, the fear of coming down with cervical cancer is not going to be what we'll grapple with. So the advantage basically is that it will definitely reduce the burden of malaria and also that of cervical cancer amongst the general populace.
Okay, now I also like to ask, what health problems can happen if children or adults miss their vaccines and do not get them on time?
Well, for anyone that misses vaccine, for immediately there may be no problems, because you know that what the vaccine is meant to do is actually to prevent against future occurrence. So if the individual is not exposed to anything at that time, there will be nothing. And if it's maybe for an infection that should happen in the future, like HPV, there might be nothing. But at the end of the day, when there is an exposure, that's when the effect of not having been vaccinated would now come in. So that's why we always advocate, because you really cannot predict what your exposures will be like. You really cannot predict what will come on, later in life. So that's why it's better to just have it. And for some of the vaccines, actually, when they are missed, they can still have them. When they present to the health facilities, we start them on the vaccines and we schedule them according to how it should be. But while some ones it's missed cannot be taken again. Like although HPV is given to children, adults can also take, but for adults it won't be part of the free immunization schedule that they will benefit from. They would have to go and pay out of pocket to get their own vaccines. And there are some that are totally for children. Once missed, they cannot be taken as adults. So such people can only pray that they don't get exposed or have the disease or infections on the long run.
Now, I know even with the government's effort in immunization in the country, we still have some lapses in certain areas. So as a doctor, which vaccine preventable diseases do you still see in your clinic, and what does that say about how well vaccines are being used?
Okay, so we still see TB, although it's common, or all the TB patients I've been able to see are adults. So I want to believe that probably this generation or this age group of people missed the vaccination at the time they were children. I've never seen a child. I know it may happen, but I've never seen a child with active TB in my years of practice. So I believe that the narrative should change. We shouldn't be having children coming down with this, because the coverage of the vaccination immunization coverage now is wider. So we see mostly adults with TB. Then we also see measles, a lot of measles, and as a matter of fact, amongst children. And this doesn't mean that the vaccination is not valid or what we've been doing has been a waste. And it's not like we see them a lot of times. They are just few anyways. And part of the reasons that can be responsible for the fact that we still see cases of measles is, one, some people are not vaccinated. Up till now, we still have zero coverage amongst some people or within some people in some communities. So some people are not vaccinated at all. Or maybe the first dose of measles vaccine is taken at 9 months of age. So it's possible to have a child younger than 9 months coming down with measles. You know that for that reason, there is really nothing that could have been done, because it's not yet the time for such child to be vaccinated. And even for those that come down with measles, even after they've had the first or the second dose of measles vaccine, we also have to check the potency of the vaccine they've taken, because these vaccines, they have temperature considerations. Some of them have to be refrigerated at particular temperature to keep them potent. So we have to be sure of the sources of this vaccine. Maybe it's just, so to say, as an inactive form of injection that was eventually given when they had it or not. That's one thing to note. Then another thing is that some may not even have developed immunity as at the time they were vaccinated. You know that normally when they have the vaccine, their body is meant to, build up an immune response against it and prepare and have antibodies to prepare them to wage war against the diseases when they eventually come. So a child could have actually gotten vaccinated, but the body response did not build up any immunity against the measles virus. And as such, if there is an exposure, such child or such individual can still come up with the infection, although this is not likely to be a very common occurrence anyways. And another thing is, if the individual hasn't completed their doses, there are some vaccines that have like 2, 3, 4, even 5 dosages. So if they are not completed, you know that for those individuals, they do not have a lifelong or lifetime immunity conferred on them. So they can come down with the infection at any time as well. Like measles now, it used to be just 1 dose, but now it's been increased to 2 doses. So I believe that probably it's because of maybe the increase in the a prevalence of the measles infection in children, even after taking the first dose. It might be the factor that was considered to make sure that there is a second dose for measles vaccine. Thank you.
Okay, now, how do you check if someone, especially a child with health issues, is safe to receive a vaccine?
Generally, if anyone is having health challenge, it's not advisable to take vaccines, because the way vaccines, I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, that they are as a form of the germs, maybe the killed form or the life attenuated form. So it's not advisable that anyone that is ill as at the time of vaccination should have it, because that can, trigger some other reactions or, aggravate the already existing health condition. So for instance, if any child comes or that has fever, is due for a particular vaccination, we usually don't give, because even the vaccine itself can cause fever in the child. So you'll not be able to tell if it's the existing fever or the reaction from the vaccine. And a lot of other things can happen. So generally, when a child has fever, such children, the fever has to be dealt with first. The cause of the fever has to be dealt with before they can take the vaccine. That any other person with any chronic illness or illnesses that cause immunosuppression, they are not also qualified to take vaccines, because with depressed immunity, they might not be able to withstand the effect of the vaccine. The vaccine, instead of building up an immune response against, can now make them calm down with the infection, actually. So they may not be qualified for some vaccines, especially the life attenuated ones, or those ones, they may not be able to take them. And also anybody that has had maybe reactions to vaccines in the past, serious reactions to any vaccine at all in the past, may not, it may not be advisable to make such individuals also go for such vaccines again. So basically, we weigh the risk and the benefits, and we're able to determine if such persons are qualified or not.
All right, I'll also like you to expatiate on this area. What exactly is the difference between normal vaccine side effects and more serious reactions, and how do you handle these in your work?
From the name, well, there's no effect that is normal. It's just that the adverse effects from immunization, that we call it EFI, they range from mild to severe. Most times you see just the mild ones, which may range from fever, pain at the injection site, swelling at the injection site, or irritability. You just see the children, they become so cranky and all. So, and on some occasions we have very severe forms of reactions. You have people that will be so, that will have anaphylaxis reaction to the vaccine, or they will come down with something similar to the illness for which the vaccine is expected to prevent. But we always advocate that every reaction should be reported. So it's part of the counseling session that the parents or whoever is taking the vaccine, if it's an adult, has, that if you see anything different from how you were before you got vaccinated, please report immediately, because it will not be the ones, after evaluation and ruling out things and ruling out some stuff, we are able to tell if it's actually related to the vaccine that was taken or it's something entirely different. Because for all we care, somebody might come with fever after being vaccinated, and it's because of malaria. It might just be, the issues, or the reactions happening in the body that just, triggered the fever, or the malaria that was already going on underground in the body. We just trigger it and make the symptoms to be more overt at that time. So we can't just conclude and say, it's the vaccine that caused the fever. We should be able to rule out some other causes of fever at that time, then ascertain if it's actually vaccine related or not. So basically, for any reactions at all, once it happens shortly after the vaccine has been taken, it's best to report, to come to the health center or the health facility, have them evaluated, and if we suspect that it's actually vaccine related, we escalate. There's a disease surveillance group that every health institution has, where we report, and the report even gets to the World Health Organization and every other organization that is involved with immunization, so they can bear that in record and also work on it if there's a need for that.
Okay, so I'd like to ask, new types of vaccines like the mRNA have been developed. Now, what could these mean for the future of vaccination in Nigeria?
Okay, mRNA vaccines are just another type of vaccine. Like I mentioned earlier, we have the types of vaccines we have. We have the killed one, we have the life attenuated, we have mRNA that you mentioned. We also have toxoids and conjugates. So it's just like you saying we have tablets, we have capsules, we have syrup, we have suspension, we have injections, forms, but these are just the way the vaccines are composed, what they are made up of. So for the killed vaccines now, those ones, there is nothing active about the germ at all that is inside the vaccine. For the life attenuated, it's just a little bit of the life, just like the name implies, that is taken off. So we still have some active forms of the germs inside them. And for the mRNA, it's just some protein of that, of the germ that is used to prepare the vaccine. So, and it's a novel thing, and that's what the COVID vaccine was used, as that was what was used to make the COVID vaccine. So as of now, I think it's only the COVID vaccine that is, publicly known or generally known to be an mRNA vaccine. But I believe that very soon we might have so many other vaccines too that will be mRNA. And it just shows that there is, progress and innovations going on in the medical research world, and things are getting better. But so far, the vaccines have been okay. There have been no untoward things recorded about them. At least a lot of us took the COVID vaccines, and we are fine, still here, nothing happened. So just like the other ones that we've been taking to, mRNA vaccine is just one of those doing what is best for the expected organisms or germs.
Okay, now, lastly, before I let you go, are there any improvements that you think the government needs to make in the health sector in Nigeria?
Yes, the coverage is getting wider. At the moment, another vaccination program is commencing tomorrow for polio, for oral polio vaccines. And you know that before there used to be a lot of tales, a lot of myths about vaccination that made people to shy away from it. But with education, with health education, with publicity and awareness, people are beginning to drop their myths and beliefs and embrace what they think is good or what they see to be good for themselves.
Okay, medical doctor and public health enthusiast, Dr. Adekbojo Adejoke, thank you for speaking with us. And that's a wrap on this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I am Joy Ucheje. See you next time.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate-impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me. I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises
was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women, and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation-building process of Afghanistan.
Hey people, what's poppin'? Welcome to another exciting edition of your one-stop show, 360 Vibes, your one-stop show to everything and everything entertainment, where we get to give you the latest and trending entertainment news. Is it music, fashion, comedy, lifestyle, everything? We got you covered here. I'm Victoria Akode on Instagram, Victoria_extra. And of course, I cannot be alone on the show. We are a squad of powerful ladies that bring you gist, all the juicy, because I cannot be doing the talking alone. So, men mount. Now, this time around, it is women mount. Hey, ladies.
Hi. I'm period.
It's so good to be back on the show. How are we doing?
I'm fine.
And happy new month.
Happy new month. Welcome to May.
May the month of May be a blessed month.
Amen.
It is already. It is already.
Yeah. What's up, guys? It's your girl Joy Uchejim, Sheen_Joyoma on Instagram. And as Victoria said, this promises to be a very exciting episode because the weekend has been very hot. So don't go anywhere.
Hi, fams. Welcome back to your favorite show. I am Faith SJ, as you all know. Stay right there. Do not go anywhere.
So right now we'll be going on a short break, and when we are back, we'll be bringing you the latest gist. I know some of you might be aware, but when we get back, we'll dive right straight into the conversation. So stay with us. Welcome back. So over the course of the weekend, something happened in Nigeria, and social media has been, going agog. Everybody's like, oh, free this person, free this person, free this person. So if you are late on that gist, is no other person than the one and only Otise, very dark man, aka VDM. So over the weekend, we heard the news that he was arrested by the EFCC, the Economic Financial Crimes Commission. He was arrested, and that was shortly after he made a video calling out a particular bank over something that happened to his mom's account, NIN issue and the money being removed. And before we knew it, shortly before we knew it, he was arrested, and everybody on social media, free VDM, what's going on and all of that. So, and today, Monday, EFCC came out and released a statement that apparently the reason for VDM's arrest was because they have received several petitions from different people, multiple petitions, that VDM is they accused VDM of cyber stalking, and now he's going to be arraigned in court shortly, and they would release him after he's able to meet his bail conditions. Where we are at the end of the day. The last time it was House of Reps that summoned this guy, and now it is EFCC that actually arrested him, and now they are taking him to court based off multiple petitions that this guy has been cyber stalking. So you guys, what do you think? What do you think is going on? What can you make of this?
The whole funny thing about this instance right now is that is the timing. Coincidentally, he was arrested immediately after he went to the bank to actually make clarifications on what exactly happened to his mom's account, because apparently her entire salary was deducted over a loan that someone else made with her own NIN, and it's very complex actually, but he went to rectify it. And then shortly after he left, he was arrested. So now people on social media are thinking it's in relation to the bank. People think that the bank is possibly behind it. But then there's no evidence. There's no proof. I feel like it's just this social media excitement. Like, okay, I've suffered this thing from the bank too. So that's why they're just pulling this against him.
Do you know that at a point, Guarantee Trust Bank had to shut down operations that day? Because Nigerians, let us be calming down. Honestly, the way we just run with news is scary.
Actually,
you don't know whether the information is verified or not. You don't know why he was arrested. And before you know, people started making large withdrawals of their money
of their money ASAP.
They're saying that they're not going to use the bank again. Yo, calm down now. It's not let's just calm down. In as much as we had not gotten like verified information from the bodies involved. GT Bank didn't even give any statements. Yes, and I didn't even see any reason for GT Bank to even arrest him in the first place, to cause his arrest in the first place. So Nigerians, that's the first thing I'm going to say. Let's be calming down. Like let's quit jumping into conclusions.
But then they don't actually. Okay, so VDM recently, I know I'm always on that opinion, like VDM talks so much, and recently I started liking him.
Aww.
Yes, recently I watched one clip where he said he has been very busy of late trying to fix one or two things in his foundation, that there are lots of projects he wants to do, that's trying to reach out to those schools that don't have boreholes, get them uniforms and stuffs. And when I saw that, I got touched. I love that part of him. But then if ESCC is coming out to arrest him for cyber stalking, really, I won't be surprised, because Baba, they talk too much. Over time, I just keep saying it. Now, when you look at the trend that has happened recently about him, Iyabo Ojo, Tonto Dike, and coming out, the way the guy they talk,
even the messaging,
do you get? And the way he talks is as if he has proof. Like, and then when he talks, you have people behind the scene dancing to VDM, like now, like as of was it
today?
Okay, let's say today. Yes, today being Monday, they are protesting for him.
Yeah,
he has created a lot of fans already. He has fans out there. Now we are not disputing it that he has fans, but my major issue here is he bullies people. So I wouldn't say I'm not. I don't want to
bully is a strong word though.
Yeah, he bullies. No.
He's fond of calling people out.
And that's bullying, Victoria.
I won't say
Victoria, that's bullying. Imagine you say words. There are some words VDM threw to those set of people.
I feel like it's back and forth though. They come for him, he comes for them.
That depends on the celebrity involved.
Exactly.
Because there are some that don't really reply him in that sense.
Now, you know, okay, there was the, what's it called, Davido's wedding. During Davido's wedding, he came out and said some people went to the wedding, they didn't invite them. I watched that clip. And then I'm like,
okay,
wait,
you know, underlining that person.
Yeah, he has, do you get? So when I mean bully, guys, I know what I'm saying. VDM bullies people too, aside the fact that he's actually on the good path, trying to help citizens out there. I am not disputing that fact.
Although I have a strong perception of the word bully, yeah, I know that VDM can be a lot sometimes, but I feel like most of the time it goes for people that come for him. If he doesn't have any business with you, he would not come for you, except for this time, like this old Messi Chinwo's case and all of that. But I really cannot wait to see what happens after this whole thing. Let's wait till he gets arraigned into court, and let's just, you know, those people that petition, let's know the instance. At least they'll provide evidence when they got cyber stalked, what he did and everything that, you know, they're accusing him of. And I think I would like to just commend, this whole philanthropy thing from his end, because at a point people were like, okay, what is he even doing with his platform? All that. But because I remember there was a time when they started this whole foundation thing that people came together and contributed money, and he started that. That's beautiful. However, I think that maybe, I don't know the kind of person he is, maybe he will calm down with the old setting. He doesn't even used to use ring lights. He will just place his phone anywhere. He can just place it in the car. He doesn't even have time for a ring light, and just calm down with the type of words and things that he says, because you can't be social if you don't have verified information about certain cases. You cannot just be dishing, you know, opinions and ideas, because people's life actually, you know, actually at stake
with this thing. Because even when you add all of this, the way he speaks, he's known as an activist, online activist. And if you even read the comment sections in some of his posts, people are of the view, some people are of the view that he has even done more than some politicians, more than some government representatives. Like, he has spoken out more, he has helped more people than those that are in the so-called positions. So some people are actually of that view. So when you now say he has been cyber stalking people, usually I think he tries to build this brand and maybe he has evidence or something, but then the words he uses are always harsh. They're always harsh.
And he uses demeaning words.
Very demeaning words. And even if he has evidence for the so-called accusations he's making, the way he says it is actually very harsh, and it can even lead people to possibly petition him. So I think that's why this whole thing came up.
but we're looking to get more details from EFCC. Because the identities of those petitioning him will not be released because at least that's their human rights. They have the right to petition people, but their identity don't have to be out there. But just the evidence that he has done this. But in the meantime, Nigerians, especially those that claim they have also been suffering the same thing from this same bank. You have been suffering it. Why didn't you take your money out of the bank?
That brings me to what I even want to say now about our banking system in Nigeria.
No, before we enter the banking system, okay, I understand that you've been, let's say, allegedly being deducted, they've been taking money, too much charges, whatever allegations these people are bringing.
It's not just this bank, it's virtually
generally. That's why I said banking system in Nigeria.
Especially with the increase in tariffs, in telecommunications, and all of that. So even if anybody has grievances against this bank, you can take it up with the bank, you can take it up with the management, customer care, for them to explain to you why they are doing this. And if you are not satisfied, you can quietly leave.
And trust me, it's not just
that
one bank.
Wait.
I think all banks in Nigeria are affected,
obviously,
based on the regulations and policies that have been rolled out lately. So they have different policies now, and that was. Trust me, I'm also not cool with some of these things. But trust me, it is not that one bank that is guilty. All of banks right now, even the fintechs that were able to say, now they're already charging.
Not true. Do you understand?
So it's not peculiar to that bank. All of the banks in Nigeria are going through that. So let's calm down.
I feel like ladies, what do you guys think about the fact that the banking system in Nigeria is operating this way? Do you think we can do better? Or what do you think? Because no, when you look at the fact that these little deductions they do, they go a long way. And most times when you just when you see when you see the debits, you are pissed off. You're like, these guys have come again. In a month, they can take.
You can't even track most of the amounts.
And then they tell you for maintenance. So does it mean that you should be staying off your ATM? You can always do your transfer with your phone.
Whether you use your ATM or not, they are going to always deduct the maintenance charge.
You always charges. It's so alarming.
I feel like it's a general problem.
And that's why you see citizens are coming out. They aren't supporting VDM in a way.
But my issue with this thing is
because of what
they're now witch hunting this particular bank. I mean, we all know that different banks have their different their shortcomings and the rest. But why is it that because he made a complaint about this particular bank and then now everybody just went after? At some point, youths are even protesting in Abuja in front of this same bank.
But
why didn't you protest since you're waiting for a celebrity to just make a statement so you can just fly off?
Let's be realistic. Not everybody even uses that particular bank. Some people are just looking for like a platform to just unleash violence. Some people just want to be part of a particular protest. If you should go on set now, if you go to that location now, how many of you are using this bank?
GTB.
How much is even in the account?
How much is in the account? So I feel like they should calm down and just relax. I know Nigeria is going through a lot right now. So don't let us, please, and while you are protesting, keep it peaceful. Before you know now, because Nigerians can be very funny sometimes. Yeah, they can start destroying things and can be hijacked by thugs and everything. So let us, in all things that we do, let's apply wisdom. So alright guys, so that's it on the first segment. VDM, we will just wait and see how the whole case unfolds, and hopefully justice is served at the end of the day. So right now we'll go on a short break and be right back with the rest of the gist for today. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back. So on to the next gist. Joy, are you changing? Over to you.
I've got the latest. So we're just going to dive into this whole family matter. I know we are all upcoming wives. Nobody is too young. So we're going to delve into this. Apparently, a lady came up on Instagram and she was trying to get an advice. So when she told the whole story, it begins with her husband, who was a big-time staff in a multinational company in Nigeria, and he was even close to his foreigner boss, and he had lots of benefits. They had cars from the company. They had a house on the island, and even had the company pay their children's school fees. So it was a good life, really, until the husband was disgracefully sacked for harassing a female corps member that was posted to his department. And this thing came with very damning evidence that was not even disputable at some point, because he made very disgusting remarks. He made this, according to the part we can actually say on air, he made this copper sit on his lap and feed him, and gave her body very disgusting names. And then she actually recorded some of these statements and reported it to the company. So now he's sacked. But the twist now is that, okay, since he's sacked, they've lost the house, they've lost the cars, the children have left these expensive schools. The man has now, since then, given his life to Christ. He's now a member in the department in church. According to the wife, he fasts and prays very regularly. But then